Section 39 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Chapter 11. Calvin and the Reformed Church by the Reverend A.M. Fairbairn. Part 3. We come, then, to Calvin's legislative achievements as his main title to name and fame. But 2 points must here be noted. In the first place, while his theology was less original and effective than his legislation or polity, yet he so construed the former as to make the latter its logical and indeed inevitable outcome. The polity was a deduction from the theology, which may be defined as a science of the divine will, as a moral will, aiming at the complete moralization of man, whether as a unit or as a society. The two were thus so organically connected that each lent strength to the other, the system to the church and the church to the system, while other and more potently reasonable theologies either died or lived a feeble and struggling life. Secondly, the legislation was made possible and practicable by Geneva, probably the only place in Europe where it could have been enacted and enforced. We have learned enough concerning Genevan history and institutions to understand why this should have been the case. The city was small, free, homogeneous, distinguished by a strong local patriotism, a stalwart communal life. In obedience to these instincts, it had just emancipated itself from the ecclesiastical prince and its ancient religious system, and the change thus accomplished was, though disguised in a religious habit, yet essentially political. For the council which abolished the bishop had made itself heir to his faculties and functions. It could only dismiss him as civil lord by dismissing him as the ecclesiastical head of Geneva, and in so doing it assumed the right to succeed as well as to supersede him in both capacities. This, however, involved a notable inversion of old ideas. Before the change, the ecclesiastical authority had been civil, but because of the change, the civil authority became ecclesiastical. If theocracy means the rule of the church, or the sovereignty of the clergy in the state, then the ancient constitution of Geneva was theocratic. If democracy means the sovereignty of the people in church as well as in state, then the change had made it democratic. And it was just after the change had been effected that Calvin's connection with the city began. Its chief pastor had persuaded him to stay as a colleague, and the council appointed him professor and preacher. He was young, exactly 27 years of age, full of high ideals, but inexperienced, unacquainted with men, without any knowledge of Geneva and the state of things there. He could therefore make no terms, could only stay to do his duty. What that duty was soon became apparent. Geneva had not become any more moral in character because it had changed its mind in religion. It had 2 months before Calvin's arrival sworn to live according to the holy evangelical law and word of God, but it did not seem to understand its own oath. And the man whom his intellectual sincerity and moral integrity had driven out of Catholicism could not hold office in any church which made light of conviction and conduct. And so he at once set himself to organize a church that should be efficaciously moral. He built on the ancient Genevan idea that the city is a church, only he wished to make the church to be primary and real. The theocracy, which had been construed as the reign of the clergy, he would interpret as ideal and realize as a reign of God. The citizens, who had assumed control of their own spiritual destinies and ecclesiastical affairs, he wanted to instruct in their responsibilities and discipline into obedience. And he would do it in the way of a jurist who believes in the harmony of law and custom. He He would by positive enactments train the city, which conceived itself to be a church, to be and behave as if it were indeed a church, living according to the gospel which it had sworn to obey. Thus, a confession of faith was drawn up which the people were to adopt as their own, and so attain clarity and concordance of mind concerning God and His Word. And a catechism was composed which was to be made the basis of religious instruction in both the school and the family, for the citizen as well as the child. Worship was to be carefully regulated, psalm books prepared, psalm singing cultivated. The preacher was to interpret the word, and the pastor to supervise the flock. The Lord's Supper was to be celebrated monthly, but only those who were morally fit or worthy were to be allowed to communicate. The Church, in order that it might fulfil its functions and guard the holy table, must have the right of excommunication. It was not enough that a man should be a citizen or a councillor to be admitted to the Lord's Supper. His mind must be Christian, and his conduct Christ-like. Without faith, the rite was profaned. The presence of Christ was not realized. Moreover, since matrimonial cases were many, and infelicity sprang both from differences of faith and impurity of conduct, a board, composed partly of magistrates and partly of ministers, was to be appointed to deal with them. And it was to have the power to exclude from the Church those who either did not believe its doctrines or did not obey its commandments. These were drastic proposals to be made to a city which had just dismissed its bishop, attained political freedom, and proclaimed a reformation of religion. And Calvin was not the man to leave them inoperative. A card player was pilloried. A tirewoman, a mother, and 2 bridesmaids were arrested because they had adorned the bride too gaily. An adulterer was driven with the partner of his guilt through the streets by the common hangman, and then banished. These things taxed the temper of the city sorely. It was not unfamiliar with legislation of the kind, but it had not been accustomed to see it enforced. Hence, men who came to be known as libertines, though they were both patriotic and moral, and only craved freedom, rose and said, "This is an intolerable tyranny. We will not allow any man to be lord over our consciences." And about the same time, Calvin's orthodoxy was challenged. 2 Anabaptists arrived and demanded liberty to prophesy, and Peter Caroli charged him with heresy as to the Trinity. He would not use the Athanasian Creed, and he defended himself by reasons that the scholar who knows its history will respect. The end soon came. When he heard that he had been sentenced to banishment, he said, "If I had served men, this would have been a poor reward, but I have served him who never fails to perform what he has promised." In 1541, Geneva recalled Calvin, and he obeyed as one who goes to fulfil an imperative but unwelcome duty. There is nothing more pathetic in the literature of the period than his hesitancies and fears. He tells Farel that he would rather die 100 times than again take up that cross in qua milias quotidie periundum esset. And he writes to Vire that it were better to perish once for all than in illa carnificina iterum torqueri. But he loved Geneva, and it was an evil case. Rome was plotting to reclaim it. Savoy was watching her opportunity. The patriots feared to go forward, and even the timid dared not to go back. So the necessities of the city, divided between its factions and its foes, constituted an appeal which Calvin could not resist. But he did not yield unconditionally. He went back as the legislator who was to frame laws for its church, and he so adapted them to the civil constitution, and the constitution to them, that he raised the little city of Geneva to be the Protestant Rome. Calvin's idea whether of the Church or the State, it is neither possible nor necessary to discuss fully here. As he conceived, fatherhood belonged to God, motherhood to the Church. We entered into life by being conceived in her womb and suckled at her breast, and so long as we lived, we were as scholars in her school. She was Catholic, holy, one, and indivisible. To invent another church would be to divide Christ. In this sense, she comprehended all the people of God, his elect in every age and place. But this eternal and internal church was, as it were, distributed into local and external churches, which existed in the towns and villages inhabited of men. Calvin held indeed that the local ought to possess the same spiritual qualities as the universal church, but he did not hold the two to be identical. They differed in many ways. In the one case, the chosen of God constituted the church, but in the other case, as Augustine had said, there are very many sheep without, and very many wolves within. The universal church lived under the immediate sovereignty of God, but particular churches, while bound so to live, yet were organised according to the wants of human society, and so long as the people were God's and lived unto him, their society was a church which, as an inhabitant of space and time, could not but live its corporate life in some state, in relation to it, even while differing from it. What this relation ought to be, Calvin rather implied than discussed. He assumed their distinctness, but his policy often involved their identity. It would be approximately true to say that the ideal church was independent of the state, above it while distributed through it. But the actual church, while owing its existence to the ideal, was yet associated with the state, and often bound to act with it and through it. It was not possible that a local church should be merged in the state, for then it would cease to be a divine institution, or be subordinate to the state, for then it would be a mere minister of man's will, subject to all the accidents and influences proper to time, or be separated from the state, for then it would be cut off from the field which most needed its presence and action. Hence the proper analogy was natural rather than political. As soul and body constituted one man, so church and state constituted one society, distinct in function but inseparable in being. Without the state, there would be no medium for the church to work in, no body for the soul to animate. Without the church, there would be no law higher than expediency to govern the state, no ideal of thought and conduct, no soul to animate the body. Both church and state, therefore, were necessary to the good ordering of society, and each was explained by the same idea. All human authority was the creation of God. His will had formed the state to care for the actual man, who was temporal, and the church to care for the ideal man, who was immortal. Each had the same cause or root, and without both, life could not be so ordered as to realize eternal will. Over the state, God placed the magistrate, who might here be a monarch, an emperor or king, and there a syndic or council, created by the people for the people. But whatever he might be, he was yet a power ordained of God for the good of man and the regulation of society. In rather than over the church, God had set a ministry or authorities that were to rule by the teaching which convinced the reason and commanded the conscience, and by the service which won the heart and persuaded the will. The ministers were responsible to the state in all civil matters, but the magistrates were responsible to the church in all religious concerns, especially those affecting faith and conduct. The laws of the state were civil in form, but religious in origin. The laws of the church were civil in sanction, though spiritual in scope and purpose. Calvin indeed had, as regards civil polity, distinguished between monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy, and had indicated their respective excellencies and defects, as well as his own personal preferences, but he declined to assert that one of them was absolutely, or under all conditions, the best. He could not feel as if a similar latitude of judgment were allowed him as regards the Church, where man was not free to follow any order he liked, for in the New Testament a polity was given him to imitate. Our Lord had himself shown how his Church ought to be governed, and where he had spoken, man's duty was to interpret his word and do his will. The Ordonnance ecclésiastique may be described as Calvin's programme of Genevan reform, or his method for applying to the local and external Church the government which our Lord had instituted and the Apostles had realised. These ordinances expressed his historical sense and gratified his religious temper, while adapting the Church to the city, so that the city might become a better Church. To explain in detail how he proposed to do this is impossible within our limits, and we shall therefore confine ourselves to the most important of the factors he created, the ministry and the consistory. The Reformed ministry had till now been largely the creation of conversion, or inspiration, or chance, and the result could not be termed satisfactory. Convinced men had found their way into it, and had created a conviction as sincere and an enthusiasm as vehement as their own. But along with them had also come hosts of restless men, moved by superficial and often ignoble causes. Discontent, petulance, discomfort, the desire to legitimize illegitimate connections, dislike to authority, and the mere love of change. And they had proved most mischievous forces in the Protestant churches, had continued restless, become seditious, impracticable, schismatic, authors of disorder and enemies of peace, who arrested progress and made men ashamed of change. Calvin had had his own experience of these men, and he, as a man of grave and juristic mind, had found the experience disagreeable, and was to find it more disagreeable still. With the insight of genius, he perceived that the battle could be won, not by chance recruits, but only by a disciplined army. And in order that the army might be created, he invented the discipline. The ordinances may indeed be termed a method for making and guiding a reformed ministry, a clergy that, without any priestly character, should yet be more efficient than the ancient priesthood. Hence, where the Roman placed the Church, Calvin set the deity, and made a man's right to enter the ministerial office depend on his vocation by God. But this belief in a divine choice and call was to be tested by a threefold process: examination, election, institution or introduction. The examination, which was to be conducted by men already in the ministry, the recognised preachers and teachers of the Church, covered the whole period of thought and life, what the candidate had learned at school and college, what he had been at home and in society, what evidence he could furnish as to his calling being of God. He had to show what and why he believed, the relation in which his beliefs stood to the Church on the one hand and the Scriptures on the other, whether he could teach what he had learned, or preach as he believed, how he had hitherto lived, and whether he had so behaved himself as to be without reproach. If the candidate satisfied the ministerial examiners, they presented him to the council. If the council approved, he preached before the people, and if they approved, he was declared to be elected a minister of the word. Institution, which was as much a civil as a religious process, followed, and it ended with the candidate taking an oath before the council that he would edify the Church, serve the city, and set to all a goodly example of obedience. But these initial steps were not the most essential parts of the discipline. More effectual still were the means employed to secure the minister's efficiency and to define his relation to the city or church. The conduct of each person was a concern of the ministerial body as a whole, and the behaviour of the body was open to the criticism of every minister. The humblest pastor had the right, which was laid upon him as a duty, to criticise the bearing or the action of the most eminent. And responsibility was so personal, and yet so collective, at once so concentrated and so distributed, that while it belonged to all, each individual was made to feel as if he alone bore it. Thus, in Geneva, the ministers formed the Venerable Company, correspondent to the smaller council, which was, as it were, the cabinet or executive of the greater, and every week it met in congregation, as it was called, to study the Scriptures, discuss doctrine, and review conduct. There was, besides, every 3 months a special synod which made inquisition into the faults and failures of the brotherhood, and was charged with the discipline of the faithless. Alongside of these faculties ran duties which were coextensive with the religious wants of the city. The minister of the word was a preacher who had to speak to the people concerning the truth and will of God. A pastor of the flock, which was given him to supervise and tend. A guide of the worship, which he was bound to make worthy of God and uplifting to man. An administrator of the sacraments, which sealed the covenants and spoke to faith of God's saving grace and the presence of his Son. An instructor with the duty of catechizing old and young and directing education. A friend to every man who needed him, with a special mission to the poor, especially in seasons of disease and distress, while also the soul of all the charity in the city. Nor, though the ministers were to hold so influential a place in the body politic, could they come to feel as if they were a self-propagating, an exclusive, or a sacrosanct corporation. Without the ministry, the minister could not be made, but without the people, he could not be called or maintained. He issued from the ranks of the citizens, and he could be reduced to their condition again. If his conduct was scandalous, or if his faith changed or failed, the reduction was inevitable. He was responsible to the Church, typified by its clergy, and responsible for the Church, typified by the city or the laity. Calvin's theory was a theocracy, not a hierocracy. The clergy did not reign, nor did the organised Church govern, but God reigned over Church and State alike, and so governed that both magistrates and clergy were his ministers. In Geneva, every office was sacred, and existed for the glory of the God who was its creator. The ministerial ideal embodied in these ecclesiastical ordinances may be said to have had certain indirect but international results. It compelled Calvin to develop his system of education. It supplied the Reformed Church, especially in France, with the men which it needed to fight its battles and to form the iron in its blood. It presented the Reformed Church everywhere with an intellectual and educational ideal which must be realised if its work was to be done, and it created the modern preacher, defining the sphere of his activity and setting up for his imitation a noble and lofty example. Calvin soon found that the Reformed faith could live in a democratic city only by an enlightened pulpit speaking to enlightened citizens, and that an educated ministry was helpless without an educated people. His method for creating both entitles him to rank among the foremost makers of modern education. As a humanist, he believed in the classical languages and literatures. There is a tradition which says that he read through Cicero once a year. And so, quote, he built his system on the solid rock of Greco-Roman antiquity, end quote. Yet he did not neglect religion. He so trained the boys of Geneva through his catechism that each was said to be able to give a reason for his faith, quote, like a doctor of the Sorbonne, end quote. He believed in the unity of knowledge and the community of learning, placing the magistrate and the minister, the citizen and the pastor, in the hands of the same teacher, and binding the school and the university together. The boy learned in the one, and the man studied in the other, but the school was the way to the university was the goal of the school. In nothing does the pedagogic genius of Calvin more appear than in his fine jealousy as to the character and competence whether of masters or professors, and in his unwearied quest after qualified men. His letters teem with references to the men in various lands and many universities whom he was seeking to bring to Geneva. The first rector, Antoine Saunier, was a notable man, and he never rested till he had secured his dear old teacher, Mathurin Cordier. Castelio was a schoolmaster. Théodore Beza was head of college and academy, or school and university together, and Calvin himself was a professor of theology. The success of the college was great, the success of the academy was greater. Men came from all quarters, English, Italians, Spanish, Germans, Russians, ministers, jurists, old men, young men, all with the passion to learn in their blood, to jostle each other among the 1,000 hearers who met to listen to the great reformer. But France was the main feeder of the academy. Frenchmen filled its chairs, occupied its benches, learned in it the courage to live and the will to die. From Geneva, books poured into France, and the French Church was ever appealing for ministers, yet never appealed in vain. Within 11 years, 1555 to 1566, Calvin died in 1564, it is known that Geneva sent 161 pastors into France. How many more may have gone unrecorded, we cannot tell. And they were learned men, strenuous, fearless, praised by a French bishop as modest, grave, saintly, with the name of Jesus Christ ever on their lips. Charles IX implored the magistrates of Geneva to stop the supply and withdraw the men already sent, but the magistrates replied that the preachers had been sent not by them, but by their ministers, who believed that the sovereign duty of all princes and kings was to do homage to him who had given to them their dominion. It was small wonder that the Venetian Suriano should describe Geneva as the mine whence come the ore of heresy, or that the Protestants should gather courage as they heard the men from Geneva sing psalms in the face of torture and death. It was indeed a very different France which the eyes of the dying Calvin saw from that which the young man had seen 30 years before. Religious hate was even more bitter and vindictive. War had come and made persecution more ferocious. But the Huguenots had grown numerous, potent, respected, feared, and disputed with Catholicism the supremacy of the kingdom. And Calvin had done it not by arms nor by threats, nor by encouragement of sedition or insurrection. To such action he was ever resolutely opposed, but by the agency of the men whom he formed in Geneva, and by their persuasive speech. The Reformed minister was essentially a preacher, intellectual, exegetical, argumentative, seriously concerned with the subjects that most appealed to the serious-minded. Modern oratory may be said to begin with him, and indeed to be his creation. He helped to make the vernacular tongues of Western Europe literary. He accustomed the people to hear the gravest and most sacred themes discussed in the language which they knew, and the themes ennobled the language was never allowed to degrade the themes. And there was no tongue and no people that he influenced more than the French. Calvin made Bossuet and Massillon possible. As a preacher he found his successor in Bourdaloue, and a literary critic who does not love him has expressed a doubt as to whether Pascal could be more eloquent or was so profound. And the ideal, then realised in Geneva, exercised an influence far beyond France. It extended into Holland, which in the strength of the Reformed faith resisted Charles V and his son, achieved independence, and created the freest and best educated state on the continent of Europe. John Knox breathed for a while the atmosphere of Geneva, was subdued into the likeness of the man who had made it, and when he went home he copied its education and tried to repeat its Reformation. English reformers, fleeing from martyrdom, found a refuge within its hospitable walls, and returning to England, attempted to establish the Genevan discipline, and failed, but succeeded in forming the Puritan character. If the author of the Ordonnance ecclésiastique accomplished, whether directly or indirectly, so much, we need not hesitate to term him a noble friend to civilization. The consistory may be described as Calvin's method for moralizing through the Church the life of man and the state to which he belonged. He may, in the manner of the jurist, have imagined that regulation by positive law was the most efficient means of governing conduct, but if he legislated as a jurist, he thought and purposed as a reformer. It is here, where injustice is easiest, that we ought to be most scrupulously just. Calvin was resolved, so far as he had power, to make the Church what it had not been, but what it ought to be, an institution organised for the creation of a moral mankind. For this reason he claimed for it the right of excommunication and the power to excommunicate. But as he conceived the matter, the exercise of the power which followed from the possession of the right, while spiritual in essence and in purpose, might yet be civil in certain of its effects. The consistory was a body appointed to be the guardian of morals, and therefore possessed of the power to excommunicate. It was composed of 6 ministers and 12 elders. The elders were to be elected annually, and were to be men of good and honourable conduct, blameless and free from suspicion, animated by the fear of God, and endowed with spiritual wisdom. They were to be chosen, 2 from the smaller council, 4 from the Council of 60, and 6 from the Great Council. They were to be elected at the same time as the magistrates, were to be capable of re-election, and were to take the oath of allegiance to the state and fidelity to the Church. They represented the idea that Geneva was a church state, and their duties were to have their eyes upon every man, family, or district, to have their ears open to every complaint, to punish every offence according to a carefully graduated scale, and to enforce purity everywhere. The consistory's jurisdiction was not civil but spiritual. The sword which it wielded was not Caesar's but Christ's. Yet it had rights of entry and investigation that were not so much Christ's as Caesar's. It was a judicial body, and sat every Thursday to examine charges of misconduct or immorality, to pass sentences from which there was no appeal, and where necessary to hand the guilty over to the magistrates to be punished according to law. If any offender refused to appear, a civil officer was sent to bring him, and so every ecclesiastical offence became an act of civil disobedience. Thus, obstinate refusal to communicate was regarded as a punishable crime. So were frivolous or continued absence from church, disrespect to parents, blasphemy, and adultery. One young woman who sang profane songs was banished, and another who sang them to psalm tunes was scourged. Heresy became as much an offence as immorality. If a creed or confession becomes a law of the state as well as of the Church, to speak or agitate against it becomes treason. In other words, if opinion is established by law, heresy is turned into crime. And this Geneva soon discovered. Castellio's doubts as to the canonicity of Solomon's song and as to the received interpretation of Christ's descent into Hades, Balzac's criticism of predestination, Gruet's suspected scepticism and possession of infidel books, Servetus's rationalism and anti-Trinitarian creed, were all opinions judged to be criminal. Infallibility is not the only system that makes heresy culpable and the heretic guilty. If the Church will be a state and enforce its laws, which must affect both conduct and belief, by the only method a state can follow, then it must bear the reproach of being more cruel and therefore more unjust than any purely civil power. The heretic may be a man of irreproachable character, but if heresy be treason against the law, a character without reproach may aggravate rather than extenuate the crime. The man of imperfect morals may be too feeble of will to differ in opinion from the constituted authority, and his intellectual conformity may save him from the sentence which his moral weakness deserves. And time alone was needed to make it obvious how imperfectly Geneva could attain either unity of faith or purity of life, by turning her church into a city governed by positive law. Many points remain, of necessity, undiscussed. The merits and defects of Calvin as a writer of polemical treatises, his work as a statesman, and his appreciation of political questions in lands so unlike his own as England, his qualities as a correspondent who feels no affairs of state too large to grapple with, and no personal concern too small to touch, his worth and wisdom as an adviser who loves the great of the earth for the good they can do, and judges that the higher a person is placed, the more need there is for plain and candid speech, but who forgets not the humble and the poor, and can pause amid the mightiest concerns to hear their plaints. His attachment and tenderness as a friend, whether in his brilliant youth or his sadder age, when he loved to unbosom himself to his strenuous comrade Guillaume Farel, or his devoted companion Pierre Viret, could have justice done them only were the limits of our space wholly different from what they are. But there are three things that may be emphasized in conclusion. The first is Calvin's irenical services to Protestantism. He made the Reformed Church less antithetical to the Lutheran, and the Lutheran leaders better understood among the Reformed. His doctrine of the Lord's Supper may be described as a spiritual doctrine of the real presence. He escaped the miserable perplexities which lurked in the scholastic notion of substantia, and were used to justify transubstantiation on the one hand and consubstantiation on the other. Where faith was, there the Lord was, and where it was not, there could be no idea of him, and no image or symbol could speak of his presence. Secondly, mention must be made of Calvin's services to the French tongue. He, perhaps more than any other man, made it a literary vehicle, a medium for high philosophical and religious discussion. The Institutio has been said to be the first book written in French which can be described as logically composed, built up according to a consecutive and proportioned plan. The style is the man, exact, sober, precise, restrained, sad perhaps, or a trifle cold, but full of conviction and reason. The French he speaks is a natural product, an evolution, and a new phase of the medieval French, refreshed, vivified, made simpler and more living by baptism in its original source, classical Latinity. Thirdly, his services to the cause of sacred learning must not be forgotten. These it is hardly possible to exaggerate. He is the sanest of commentators, the most skilled of exegetes, the most reasonable of critics. He knows how to use an age to interpret a man to interpret an age. His exegesis is never forced or fantastic. He is less rash and subjective in his judgments than Luther, more reverent to Scripture, more faithful to history, more modern in spirit. His work on the Psalms has much to make our most advanced scholars ashamed of the small progress we have made either in method or in conclusions. And his work is inspired by a noble belief. He thought that the one way to realize Christianity was by knowing the mind of Christ, that this mind was expressed in the Scriptures, and that to make them living and credible was to make indefinitely more possible its incorporation in the thoughts and institutions of man. It is by his service to this cause that Calvin must be ultimately judged. End of section 39.
Section 40 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tad Davis, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, USA. Chapter 12, The Catholic South, by the Reverend W. E. Collins, Part 1. The great wave of revolution and reconstruction which was passing over Northern Europe in the earlier half of the 16th century did not leave the South untouched. Though the first actual outbreak occurred beyond the Alps, the feeling to which it gave expression was not merely Teutonic. Many of the causes which led up to it were common to all Western Christendom. Some, as for instance the demand for liberty of opinion and free inquiry, were even more characteristic of Italy than of Germany. Accordingly, vigorous attempts arose in many parts of southern Europe to bring about a reformation in the Church, attempts which were by no means a mere echo of the changes in the North. But they never obtained a really strong hold upon the affections of the common people, and never secured the friendship or even the neutrality of the civil power. And so, both in Italy and in the Iberian Peninsula, their suppression was only a question of time. By the year 1576, when the charges against Bartolome Carranza were finally adjudicated upon, they were practically at an end. Isolated cases of heresy still occurred, but there was no longer anything like an organized revolt against the doctrinal or disciplinary system of the papacy. In tracing the course of the reform movements of southern Europe, we are dealing with forces which became more widely divergent as time went on. Men at first acted together who ultimately found themselves violently opposed to one another. Principles were adduced on the same side which proved in time to be sharply contrasted. The old-standing desire to curb the power of the curia and to vindicate the authority of general councils over the whole Church joined hands in the earlier stages of the movement with the wider yet more individualistic aspirations of the Renaissance. Men who had come under the influence of the new spirit in any of its manifestations were able to work together at first, whether they strove to reconstruct a worn-out theology, or to abolish corrupt practices, or to restore the standard of personal devotion and moral conduct. It was only by degrees that the ascetic, the humanist, and the doctrinal reformer drifted into relations of antagonism, but this was the position ultimately reached, and a stronger line of division appeared as time went on. There were some who refused to take any step which would separate them from the communion of the Church. As Carnesecchi expressed it, the Catholic religion was theirs already, and all that they desired was that it should be better preached. Others, however, felt compelled to withdraw from the fellowship of a corrupt society, still strenuously affirming that by doing so they had in no way departed from the unity of the Church. Of the former, many were influenced by the doctrinal movement in its most extreme forms, and some even died for their opinions without giving way. Of the latter, many recognized that their action could only be justified by the immediate claims of Christian truth, but in spite of individual divergences, here was a real line of division, in southern Europe as in the north. 1. The Reformation in Italy. So far as the movement was one of protest against practical abuses, the need for reform was not less widely felt in Italy than in Germany. Rodrigo Nino, the imperial ambassador to the Doge and Signory, wrote in 1535 that there were few in Venice who were not more Lutheran than Luther himself with regard to such matters as the reform of the clergy and their secular state. Venice was no doubt exceptional, and the state of feeling there was not that of Italy as a whole. Nevertheless, vigorous efforts after practical reform had begun in other parts of Italy long before this. Adrian of Utrecht, Bishop of Tortosa, the friend of Erasmus and the former tutor of Charles V, ascended the papal throne in 1522 with a firm resolve to set the church in order and to begin with his own household. In many ways, he seemed well fitted for the task. A student of distinction, his uprightness, personal piety, and strictness of life were known to all men, and already as legate in Spain he had taken a vigorous part in the reform of the religious houses there. But in Rome he proved to be quite helpless. Satisfied with the scholastic theology in which he was so great an adept, he did not understand the questionings which were beginning to stir the minds of others. The Romans had no fellow feeling for a man who never gave way to anger or to mirth, and to whom the treasures of sculpture in the Vatican were no more than pagan idols. The scholar who had done so much to foster learning at Louvain was to them only a stranger who knew no Italian, though he spoke Latin very well, for a barbarian. Moreover, the Curia was determined not to be reformed. Thus Adrian achieved nothing. He died unregretted in 1523, not without the usual suspicion of poison, and from that time forward every pope has been an Italian. But already an important movement had been inaugurated. Just before, or shortly after the accession of Adrian VI, a number of earnest-minded men, clergy and laity, had banded themselves together at Rome in the famous Oratory of Divine Love, to work and pray for the purification of the Church. Their leaders were Giovanni Pietro Carafa, afterwards Pope Paul IV, and the Count Gaetano da Tiena, who was subsequently canonized. The society consisted of 50 or 60 distinguished men, including, amongst others, Jacopo Sadoletto, Giamatteo Ghiberti, Latino Giovanali, Girolamo and Luigi Lipomano, and Giuliano Dati. They held their spiritual exercises in the church of Santi Silvestro e Dorotea, of which Date was curate, and consulted together on the evils of the day. In 1524, Gaetano withdrew to form a new order of clerks regular, who were presently joined by Carafa, and came to be known as Theatines from his see of Teata, Gieti in the Abruzzi. But the original society still continued to meet until it was dispersed by the sack of Rome in 1527. Many of its former members, including Carafa and Ghiberti, met again at Venice, where they came under the influence of the Senator Gasparo Contarini. By degrees, others were admitted to their consultations, including Gregorio Cortese, the abbot of San Giorgio Maggiore, Pietro Bembo, and Luigi Priuli, and subsequently Brucioli, the Florentine exile, the learned scholar Marcantonio Flaminio, and the Englishman Reginald Pole. Contarini, still a layman, became, from this time forward, the leading spirit among them. When the enlightened Alessandro Farnese became pope as Paul III, 1534, he found this group of zealous men ready to his hand. Contarini was made a cardinal at his first creation, and Sadoletto, Carafa, and Pole received the purple in the following year. In 1537, when he appointed a commission to suggest measures for the reform of the Church, most of its members were chosen from this quarter, the names being those of Contarini, Carafa, Sadoletto, Pole, Fregoso, Aleander, Ghiberti, Cortese, and Tommaso Badia. The fruit of their labors, the famous Concilium de Emendanda Ecclesia, was unsparing in reprobation of abuses and rich in practical suggestions. But although a few efforts were made to simplify the procedure of the Curia, the forces of inertia proved too strong, and the Concilium was little more than a dead letter. In after years it fell into bad odor, partly owing to its damaging admissions, partly because the Lutherans had taken it up. Moreover, Carafa came in time to suspect many of his former associates of heresy, and after he became pope, the work was placed on the Index Librorum Prohibitorum of 1559. But even had it been otherwise received, it could not have stayed the tide. The revolt against abuses had already opened the way for movements of a more destructive character. The new opinions were already making their appearance south of the Alps. Italy, always a land of popular movements, was in many ways predisposed to welcome the new opinions. Some of them had been foreshadowed there, and revolt against the papacy was to its peoples no new thing. The Cathari of the north, with their Manichaean and anti-Trinitarian tendencies, had long died out, but the Valdenses, although by no means so numerous as formerly, were still to be found in the valleys of Piedmont and Calabria. The movements of the 16th century in Italy were, however, entirely unconnected with these, and the impulse as a whole came from without. There is indeed one notable exception. Pietro Speziale of Cittadella finished his great work De Gratia Dei in 1542, but he tells us with obvious sincerity that he had formulated his theory of justification and grace 30 years earlier, before Luther had begun to preach. In the main, he agrees with that of Luther, but he resolutely asserts the freedom of the will and repudiates the Lutheran teaching on this subject. And although he speaks strongly against particular abuses, he does not undervalue the church system of his day. The old man was thrown into prison in 1543, escaped 6 years afterwards by the help of 2 Anabaptists, and joined their party, and subsequently made a formal recantation in prison. But Speziale stands alone, and it is clear that the doctrinal revolt as a whole came from the north. The intercourse between Italy and Germany was very close, and a continual stream of traders and students flowed in both directions. At Venice, there was a large Teutonic colony, having its center in the Fondaco dei Tedeschi. The imperial army which invaded Italy in 1526 contained a large number of Lutherans, and with Georg von Frundsberg's Landsknechte there came the scholar Jakob Ziegler, later known in Venice as Luther's lieutenant. The Commonwealth of Letters ignored national boundaries, and there was a brisk correspondence between Luther and Zwingli and their admirers in Italy. So early as 1519, Luther's works were being sold in Lombardy by Francesco Calvi or Minichio, a bookseller of Pavia who had procured a stock from Froben at Basel. In the following year, as we learn from a letter of Burchard von Schenk, they were eagerly purchased at Venice, and Marino Sanuto notes in his diary that a seizure of them had been made at the instance of the Patriarch, although not until part of the stock had been disposed of. Writings of Luther, Melanchthon, and others were presently translated into Italian, and being issued anonymously or under fictitious names, they circulated widely. Thus, Luther's sermons on the Lord's Prayer appeared anonymously before 1525, and Melanchthon's Loci Communes about 1534 under the title I Principii della Teologia by Ipofilo de Terra Nigra, while other tracts of Luther's were subsequently tacked on to the posthumously issued works of Cardinal Federico Fregoso. In ways such as these, the opinions of Luther spread, and in a less degree, those of Zwingli. There were many who were ready to adopt them in whole or in part. A hermit who inveighed against priests and friars at Venice in 1516 can hardly be called a Lutheran, but Fra Andrea of Ferrara, who preached at Christmas 1520 at San Marco and in the open air, is expressly said to have followed the doctrine of Martin Luther. So did a Carmelite friar, Giambattista Pallavicino, who preached at Brescia in Lent 1527, and others elsewhere. There were 3 heretics at Mirandola in 1524 of whom nothing else is known, but the Florentine physician Girolamo di Bartolomeo Buonagrazia, when proceeded against in 1531, confessed that he had been in correspondence with Luther in 1527 and accepted his doctrine. Nor was Zwingli without supporters. The letters of Egidio della Porta, an Austin friar of Como, a center of heresy as early as the time of Julius II, proved that he and some of his fellows were ready to leave Italy and throw in their lot with Zwingli in 1525-6. In 1531, a native of Como who had spent 3 years beyond the Alps was preaching against the current doctrine of the Eucharist. About the same time, priests at Como were laying hands on others who were to administer the Eucharist in both kinds. One of them, Vincentio Massaro, is said to have taken a fee of 15 ducats from all whom he ordained, and a letter written in 1530 by Francesco Negri of Bassano, who had fled from a Benedictine house at Padua and joined Zwingli, and who afterwards drifted to Anabaptism, gives the names of many priests in North Italy whom he reckoned as brethren. The disaffected were very numerous. According to the ambassador Francesco Contarini, the Lutherans of Germany boasted in 1535 that their sympathizers in Italy alone would make an army sufficient to deliver them from the priests, and that they had enough friends in the monastic orders to intimidate all who were opposed to them. This, of course, is a violent exaggeration, and in Italy also popular rumor magnified the danger. Yet even so, it was not slight. The reforming movement was especially strong in certain well-defined centers, the chief being Venice and its territories, Ferrara, Modena, Naples, and Lucca. In Venice, where foreigners were many and toleration was a principle of the state, the reform soon made its appearance and before long found a home. Measures of precaution or repression were demanded by the Patriarch on behalf of the Roman Curia, but as late as 1529 the Signory was able to certify that, excepting for the tolerated German conventicles, the city was free from heresy. Soon afterwards, however, in a report to Clement VII on the subject, Carafa mentions, amongst other evils, the fact that many friars had fallen into heresy, and in particular the disciples of a certain Franciscan, now dead. Of these he names Girolamo Galateo, Bartolomeo Fonzio, and Alessandro de Piero di Sacco. The Bishop of Chieti was thereupon commissioned by a brief of May 9, 1530, to proceed against Galateo, and from this time forward the extirpation of heresy was the ruling passion of his life. He it was who procured from Pope Paul III the bull Licet ab Initio, July 21, 1542, reorganizing the Roman Inquisition on the basis of that of Spain. He was its first head, and in 1555, as Pope Paul IV, he completed the extension of its power over the whole of Italy. Galateo was already in prison on suspicion of heresy for certain sermons preached Bible in hand at Padua, but under the lenient system of the Venetian Inquisition he was soon at liberty. Carafa now commenced a new process against him. He was found guilty and sentenced to degradation and death. This led to a contest with the Signory, who delivered him from Carafa's hands and consigned him to prison. Here he had been for 7 years when, on the intercession of a friendly senator, he was allowed to make his defense in writing. This confession is remarkable. It is Augustinian rather than Lutheran in doctrine. It affirms the doctrine of saving faith without any extravagant depreciation of free will or of good works. The system of the Church as a whole is defended, and the Pope is the chief of shepherds. Galateo was allowed out on bail, but directed to amend his confession on some points. He refused to do this, and 3 years later was cast into prison again, where he died in 1541. Of Galateo's 2 companions, Alessandro was already in prison and is not heard of again. Bartolomeo Fonzio had already incurred the enmity of Carafa by his advocacy of Henry VIII's divorce. He managed, however, to clear himself of heresy and soon left Venice for Germany, where he was employed as a papal agent. But he fell under the suspicion of Aleander and others by his intercourse with the Lutherans, and not without reason, for it was probably he who translated Luther's letter An den Christlichen Adel into Italian. On retiring from the papal service, he was transferred by Clement VII from the Order of Friars Minor to the Third Order of St. Francis, and permitted to return to Venice. But he was still an object of suspicion, which was not diminished by a little catechism which he produced. After years of wandering, he settled at Padua and opened a school, but it was broken up by order of Carafa, now Inquisitor General. Thence he passed to Cittadella, where Reformed opinions were widespread, and again began to teach, soon winning the love of the people. But in May 1558 he was again arrested by order of the Dieci and condemned after 4 years' examination for the general unsatisfactoriness of his teaching. He was called upon to abjure, but refused, then gave way to persuasion and recanted, then recanted his recantation. At length he was sentenced to death at the stake. The sentence was, as usual, commuted into one of drowning, and he was cast into the sea on August 4, 1562. Meanwhile, other teachers were going further in the direction of Lutheranism than Galateo and Fanzio. Giulio della Rovera, an Austin friar of Milan, got into trouble at Bologna in 1538 for a course of sermons preached there. 3 years later he came to Venice and preached at San Cassiano in Lent, staying in the house of Cilio Secondo Curioni, of whom more presently. His doctrine was attacked, he abjured, and was sentenced to be imprisoned and then banished. He escaped and fled to the Grisons, where the Reform movement had already taken root, the main impulse coming from the Swiss cantons. Here he ministered, generally at Pasciavo, until his death in 1571. The Florentine scholar Antonio Bruccioli, banished from his own city, had come to Venice and set up a printing press. In 1532, 2 years before Luther's German translation was completed, he published his Italian translation of the whole Bible, based upon Santipagnani's learned Latin version from the original languages, and this he followed up subsequently by a voluminous commentary. In 1546 he was in the prisons of the Inquisition, accused of publishing heretical books, and although it may be doubted whether anything of his could justly be so described, his troubles at the hands of the Holy Office ended only with his life. A more striking personality was that of Baldo Lupitino of Albona in Istria, uncle of the well-known Monty of Vlacic, M. Flacius Illyricus. He was a conventional Franciscan and had held the office of provincial, an acute scholar and a devout man. Accused of preaching heresy in the Duomo at Cerso, he fell into the hands of the Venetian Inquisition in 1541, and although the Lutheran princes interceded on his behalf, he was sentenced to imprisonment for life, it being clear from depositions made then and subsequently that he was a Lutheran. In 1547 he was again in trouble for preaching to his fellow prisoners, and was sentenced to be beheaded, his body to be burned, and his ashes to be cast into the sea, to the honor and glory of Jesus Christ. The Doge relaxed the sentence, but in 1555 he was again accused, and the following year he was degraded and drowned. Nor were disciples lacking. The letters of Aleander, when nuncio at Venice, speak of a great religious association of artisans existing there in 1534, the leaders being one Pietro Bonavita of Padua, a carpenter, a French glover, and several German Lutherans. The two first mentioned were taken and imprisoned for life, but Aleander continues to lament the progress of heresy and the apathy of the Senate. We learn more about the Reformed in Venetian lands from the letters of Baldassare Altieri of Aquila and the Abruzzi, a literary adventurer who came to Venice about 1540, served Sir Edmund Hastwell, the English ambassador, till 1548, and after 2 years of wandering died at Ferrara in August 1550. He acted as a kind of secretary to the Reformed, and wrote on behalf of the Brethren of the Church of Venice, Vicenza, and Treviso, to Luther, Bullinger, and others, begging for the good offices of the Lutherans with the Venetian government. The brethren are, he says, in the sorest need, and cannot improve their state, whilst the Signory allows them no liberty. They have no public churches, each is a church to himself. There are plenty of apostles, but none properly called. All is disorder, and false teachers abound. Nevertheless, they adhere to Lutheran doctrine as against the sacramentaries, and do not despair, since God can raise up new Luthers amongst them. But their appeals were in vain. The Lutheran princes had their hands full already, and the Swiss were not likely to help those who sided with Luther against them. In the end, their associations were broken up. Many were punished, many more gave way. Those who were left seem to have gravitated towards Anabaptist and speculative views of a very pronounced kind. It is hard to form a precise idea of the number of the Reformed in Venice, but they were evidently very numerous. Processes for heresy were very common, especially after Giovanni della Casa became nuncio in 1547, with orders to expedite the work. Of the records which survive, many are at Udine, but at Venice alone there still remain over 800 processes for Lutheranism between 1547 and 1600, and more than 100 more for Anabaptism, Calvinism, and other heresies. The greater number are from Venice itself, but Vicenza, Brescia, and Cittadella are represented, with a number of smaller places. Ferrara, long famous for learning and the fine arts, was a center of hardly less importance, though in quite a different way. Ercola, the son of the reigning Duke Alfonso, had married Renée, the daughter of Louis XII of France, in 1528, and succeeded his father 6 years later. Renée had already imbibed the new ideas from her cousin Margaret of Navarre and from her governess Madame de Soubise, poetess and translator of the Psalms. The latter, with the whole of her distinguished family, followed her to Ferrara, and as most of René's suite, which included Clement Marot, the poet, were of the same way of thinking, her court became a rallying point for the Reformed. From France came the statesman Hubert Languet and the poet Léon Jamet, from Germany the court physician Johann Sinapius and his brother Gillian, who acted as a tutor to René's children. There were also Alberto Lolio and the canon Giulio Calignani, joint founders of the Academy of the Elevati, the physician Angelo Manzioli, whose famous Zodiacus Vitae, published by him under the pseudonym Marcello Palingenio Stellato, poured ridicule on the monks and clergy, and Fulvio Peregrino Morato, who had preceded Gillian Sinapius in his office, but had been banished in 1539, perhaps for Lutheran opinions. He returned to the university in 1539, bringing with him his more famous daughter, Olympia Morata, an infant prodigy who became a distinguished woman. She became an intimate member of René's household, corresponded on equal terms with the most learned men of the day, passed through a skeptical phase to devout Lutheranism, and finally, having incurred her patron's anger, married a German physician named Gruntler and accompanied him to his own land. Nor were René and Olympia the only well-known women who adopted Reformed views there. Amongst others who did so were Lavinia della Rovere, grandniece of Pope Julius II, and the Countess Giulia Rangoni, a daughter of the House of Bentivoglio. One other resident at the court must be mentioned, the learned Cretan who took the name of Francesco Porto. He was a man of great caution and reticence, but devoted to the cause of reform. After studying at Venice and Padua and teaching for 10 years at the University of Modena, he came to Ferrara in 1546 to take the place of Gillian Sinapius. The complaints of the Pope led to his expulsion in 1551. He was again with René as her reader in 1553, but then retired to Venice and ultimately to Geneva. Hither also at various times came students and others whose lives were in danger elsewhere. Among these was the Piedmontese Giulio Secondo Curioni, a latitudinarian and a student of the Reformed doctrines from his youth. After several remarkable escapes from capture, he fled to Padua, thence, after 3 years as professor in the university, to Venice and thence to Ferrara. Through René's influence, he received a chair at Lucca while Ochino was there, but after a short and troublous stay, had to take refuge beyond the Alps. But Ferrara gave shelter to a greater fugitive than any of Italian birth. Early in 1536, René was visited by Calvin, who had come to Italy under the assumed name of Espaville. We have no trustworthy account of the visit, but it evidently made the deepest impression among René and her court. Apparently, he celebrated the communion for them in private. Certainly, he incited them to protest against the accustomed services. In fact, on Holy Saturday, April 14, when the officiating priest in one of the chief churches of Ferrara presented the cross for the veneration of the faithful, one of René's choristers, a youth of 20 known as Jehanat or Zanetto, broke out in open blasphemies against what he regarded as idolatry. The incident was probably prearranged in order to cause a popular outbreak, but it is clear that the people were scandalized. Under pressure from Rome, Ercole took steps to punish the offenders, but he found that the whole suite of his wife were involved, while Renee invoked the French power to protect her servants. The matter dragged on for some months, but at length, as the principal person implicated, probably Calvin himself, escaped from his guards on the road to Bologna, not without suspicion of their connivance, it was allowed to drop. Henceforward, Calvin was Renee's spiritual adviser, and she was in frequent correspondence with him. Under his influence, she refused in 1540 to make her confession or to hear Mass any longer. This does not seem to have involved an open breach with the Church. There were many more who were equally remiss in their religious duties. Ercole tried to avoid taking action and winked at her opinions so long as she and her associates avoided giving open scandal. Moreover, when Paul III paid a visit to Ferrara, Renee met him on friendly terms and obtained from him a brief dated July 5, 1543, by which she was exempted from every jurisdiction but that of the Holy Office. But she disguised her Calvinism less and less, while the activity of the Inquisition was daily increasing, and at length the pressure of the Holy See compelled the Duke to act. In 1554, he applied to the French king for an able and energetic teacher for his wife, and the Inquisitor Matthew Ory was sent. As his exhortations made no impression, she was put on her trial for heresy and condemned to imprisonment, 24 of her servants being likewise sentenced. But a week afterwards, on September 13, it was announced that she had abjured and received pardon. The documents are lost, so that it is hard to say precisely what occurred. It is certain that Renee made her confession and received the Eucharist, equally so that she was at heart a Calvinist, and went on in her old courses until after Ercole's death she retired in 1560 to Montargis and became a protector of the French Huguenots. End of Section 40. Recording by Tad Davis.
Section 41 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Andersen. Chapter 12, The Catholic South, by the Reverend W. E. Collins. Part 2. Ercole's other capital, Modena, was equally famous as a center of learning. Many of the scholars of the Modenese Academy had long been suspected of heterodoxy, among them being Lodovico Castelletto, Gabriel Falapio, the anatomist, and the brothers Grianzoni, who were its founders. In Advent 1537, an Austin friar, Serafino Ferrara, denounced an anonymous book, the Sommario della Santa Scrittura, which was being sold in Modena by the bookseller Antonio Galbodino. But his action only called forth protests. In 1540 arrived the learned Paolo Ricci, a conventional Franciscan, who had left the cloister and now, under the assumed name of Licio Fileno, publicly expounded the Scriptures and denounced the papacy. Thus, the new opinions gained ground. The annalist Tassoni, Il Vecchio, declares that both men and women disputed everywhere, in the squares, in the shops, in the churches, concerning the faith and the law of Christ, quoting and misquoting the Scriptures and doctors, whom they had never read. Attempts were soon made to put a stop to this. The Sommario was refuted by Ambrosio Catarino and burned at Rome in 1539. 2 years afterwards, Ricci was arrested, taken to Ferrara, and made to recant. Other measures were for a time averted by the intercession of Sadoleto, himself a Modenese. He urged that the academicians were loyal to the Roman Church and should not be molested because they claimed for the learned the right of free inquiry. The Pope, however, was still suspicious, and Giovanni de Morone, the Bishop of Modena, then absent on a legation in Germany, and himself a friend of Contarini and to the doctrines of grace, was sent for to reduce the Second Geneva to order. It was proposed that suspected persons should sign a formulary of faith drawn up by Contarini in the plainest possible terms. After strenuous resistance, the signatures were secured, and the matter seemed at an end. But a strong feeling of resentment had sprung up. The Academy was still a hotbed of disaffection, and preachers of doubtful orthodoxy, such as Bartolomeo della Pergola, were eagerly listened to. At length Ercole was goaded into taking action throughout his dominions. A ducal edict of May 24, 1546, was so severe in its provisions that the Modenese Academy promptly dispersed, and in 1548 Fra Girolamo Peppino of Lodi was installed as inquisitor at Ferrara. A poor youth of Faenza, by name Fanio, or Fanino, was soon brought before him, who had fallen into heresy through his perverse interpretation of the Bible. He recanted once through fear, but relapsed, and began preaching throughout Romagna with great success. At length he was arrested at Bagna Caveo and conveyed to Ferrara. Here his imprisonment was a succession of triumphs. His friends were allowed access to him, and his visitors included Olympia Morata, Lavinia della Rovere, and others, upon whom his cheerfulness and earnestness and his bold predictions made a great impression. After long negotiations between Ferrara and the Holy See, in which Renée herself took part, the order arrived for his execution as a relapsed heretic. It was confirmed by Ercole, and on August 22, 1550, he was strangled and his body cast into the river. His was the second recorded death for religion in Italy, the first being that of Jaime de Encinas, a Spanish Lutheran and, according to Buzzo, an eager disseminator of Lutheranism, who was burned at Rome on March 16, 1547. Another execution followed in 1551, that of a Sicilian priest, Domenico Giorgio, who was described as a Lutheran and heretic. Minor punishments followed in great numbers, so that Renée was forced to send her Huguenot followers to Mirandola, where under the Count Galeotto Pico they found a place of refuge. Some years afterwards, attention was again called to Modena, where the reform still prospered. On October 1, 1555, a brief of Paul IV demanded that four of the leaders, Bonifacio and Filippo Valentino, the former whom was provost of the cathedral, Lodovico Castrovetro, who had translated the writings of Melanchthon into Italian, and the bookseller, Galbodino, should be arrested and handed over to the Holy Office. Filippo Valentino and Castrovetro, warned in time, made their escape. The others were taken and conveyed to Rome, where Bonifacio recanted, but Galbodino, on refusing to do so, was condemned to perpetual imprisonment. 4 years later, Castrovetro, already condemned for contumacy, was persuaded to go to Rome with his brother, Maria, and stand his trial, but he fled before it was over, was again condemned, and was burned in effigy as a contumacious heretic. The two brothers escaped to Chiavenna, where Lodovico died in 1571, having in 1561 appealed in vain for a hearing before the Council of Trent. Even this was not the end of heresy in the duchy. The registers of the Inquisition contain long lists of suspects, and not a few condemnations, both at Ferrara and Modena. At Modena, indeed, in 1568 alone, 13 men and 1 woman perished at the stake. Very different, again, was the movement at Naples, at any rate in its earlier stages. It centers round one great man, Juan de Valdez, whose position is thus described by Niccolo Balbini, minister of the Congregation of Italian Refugees at Geneva, in his life of Galeazzo Caracciolo. There was at that time in Naples a Spanish gentleman who, having a certain knowledge of evangelical truth, and above all of the doctrine of justification, had begun to draw to the new doctrines certain noble-born persons with whom he conversed, refuting the idea of justification by our own deserving, and of the merit of works, and exposing certain superstitions. He adds that the disciples of Valdez did not cease to frequent the churches, to resort to Mass like other people, and to share in the current idolatry. This, however, gives no idea of his real greatness. Valdez was at once a devout mystic and a born teacher, and having settled in Naples, he at once became the leading spirit and the oracle of a wide circle of devout and cultured men and women who submitted themselves wholly to his teaching and guidance. Born of a noble family at Cuenca in New Castile, circa 1500, where his father Ferrando was corregidor, he and his twin brother Alfonso had been educated for the public service. Both were early drawn into sympathy with the protest against abuses, but whilst Alfonso died an Erasmista, Juan advanced far beyond this. Alfonso entered the service of the emperor, and, though an indifferent Latinist, gradually rose to be first secretary. In this capacity he was responsible for several imperial letters, which urged the necessity of reform in no gentle terms. But these are not our only index to his opinions. He was a close friend of Erasmus, and a student of his writings, and after the sack of Rome in 1527, he put forth a dialogue between Lactancio, an imperial courtier, and a certain archdeacon, in which he vindicates the emperor and declares the catastrophe to be a judgment upon the sins of the papacy. Lactancio allows that Luther had fallen into many heresies, but very pertinently says that if they had remedied the things of which he justly complained, instead of excommunicating him, he would never have so lapsed. He calls for his speedy reformation, that it may be proclaimed to the end of the world how Jesus Christ built the church and the Emperor Charles V restored it. Alfonso follows in the footsteps of Erasmus, and the reader of the Colloquia will find little that is new here, unless it be that Alfonso is, as a contemporary said, more Erasmian than Erasmus himself. He was at once attacked, but found many defenders, and Charles himself declared that though he had not read the book, Valdez was a good Christian, who would not write heresies. Accordingly, he was not molested, and ended his life in the emperor's service early in October, 1532. Little is known of Juan's early life, excepting that he was, for 10 years, about the court, apparently under his brother. Towards the end of this period, and just after the Dialogo de Lactancio was finished, Juan produced a similar work, the Dialogo de Mercurio y Charon, in which Mercury and Charon are made to confer with the souls of the departed as to their religious life and the affairs of the world they have just left. It really consists of 2 distinct dialogues, differing in style and substance, one being mainly political, showing signs of Alfonso's cooperation, and the other mainly religious, although in doctrine it does not go beyond a condemnation of prayers to the Virgin. But they were joined in one, and published with the Lactancio in 1529. We next hear of Juan in 1530, at Rome, where he presently became a papal chamberlain under Clement VII, by whom, according to Carnesecchi, he was much beloved. He was at Bologna with the Pope in January 1533, but soon afterwards removed to Naples, where he remained, excepting for one visit to Rome till his death in 1541. At Naples he gave himself up to study, to religious meditation, and to the society of his friends. Between April 1534 and September 1536, he produced his Dialogo de la Lengua, a valuable study of the Spanish tongue, and one of the most beautiful writings of its day. During the next few years he wrote and circulated amongst his friends, in manuscript, his CX Consideraciones, subsequently translated into English by Nicholas Ferrar, his Catechism, Lux Spirituale, a large number of short treatises and commentaries, and translations of parts of the Bible from the original languages. His doctrine, as contained in these works, is certainly not distinctly Lutheran or Calvinist, but that of one whose thoughts turned ever inward rather than outward, a devout evangelical mystic who recommended frequent confession and communion, and had no desire to overturn the ordinances of the Church. His disciples were won by himself rather than by his doctrines, and even the element of his teaching, which others seized upon most eagerly, justification by faith only, was not to him what it was to the Lutheran, the cornerstone of his whole system. To him it was the expression of the fact that only by self-abnegation could men receive the divine illumination, and thus conform to the image of God in which they were made, and the tract by means of which this doctrine was most widely diffused in Italy, the famous Beneficio della Morte di Cristo, which has been called the Credo of the Italian Reformed, was not the work of Valdez himself, but of a disciple, the Benedictine monk Benedetto of Mantua, who wrote it in his monastery at the foot of Mount Etna, and at whose request Marcantonio Flaminio revised it and improved the style. It began to be spread broadcast in Italy about 1540, at first in manuscript and then in print, and made a deep impression wherever it went. The personal influence of Valdez was very great, both amongst those who had known him at the court of Clement VII and those who now saw him for the first time. In his unprinted life of Paul IV, written early in the 17th century, Antonio Caracciolo reckons the number of Valdez's adherents at over 3,000, of whom many were leading men. This is doubtless only a guess, but the number was certainly large. And since at this very time, in 1536, an edict had gone forth in Naples forbidding all commerce with heretics on pain of death and confiscation, it is clear that the many persons of importance in church and state who took part in his conferences had no idea that their action came under this ban. Many, and especially the Theatines, regarded him with suspicion, but that was all. He and his 2 chief adherents, Bernardino Chino and Pietro Martire Vermele, are styled by Antonio Caracciolo the Satanic Triumvirate. With them were Marc Antonio Flaminio, Pietro Carnesecchi, Galeazzo Caracciolo, nephew of Pope Paul IV, Benedetto Cusano, Marcantonio Magno, Giovanni Molio, the Franciscan, Jacopo Bonafidio, the historian, burned at Genoa but probably not for heresy in 1550, Vittorio Soranzo, afterwards Bishop of Bergamo, and Lattanzio Ragnone of Siena, all of whom were subsequently regarded as heretics. There were also Pietrantonio di Capua, Archbishop of Otranto, who attended Valdez on his deathbed and always held him in great reverence, the Archbishops of Sorrento and Reggio, the Bishops of Catania, Nola, Policastro, and La Cava, Giovanni Tommaso Sanfelice, imprisoned by Paul IV for over 2 years on suspicion of heresy, and Giambattista Folengo, a learned monk of Monte Cassino. With them, too, were the most noble and respected ladies of Naples, Vittoria Colonna, Marchioness of Pescara, her kinswoman Constanza de Avalos, Duchess of Amalfi, Isabella Manrique of Briseña, sister-in-law to the Spanish Inquisitor General of that name. Above all, Julia Gonzaga, Duchess of Trieto, and Countess of Fondi in her own right. On the death of her husband, she had retired to Fondi, where the fame of her beauty was such that the corsair Heyeden Barbarossa attempted to kidnap her for the Sultan. She had now taken up her abode in the convent of San Francesco at Naples, and was much respected for her strict and pious life. She submitted herself entirely to the guidance of Valdez, and several of his treatises were written for her benefit. After his death, most of his followers dispersed, and not a few of them were afterwards proceeded against in other parts of Italy. Those who still remained were led, according to a contemporary writer, by a triumvirate consisting of Donna Giulia, a Benedictine monk named Germano Mindua, and a Spaniard, Sigismundo Mifos, who was director of the Hospital for Incurables. Some presently abandoned the Roman communion. Galeazzo Caracciolo, for example, visited Germany in the emperor's service, and learned that it was not enough to accept justification, but that he must forsake idolatry also. Failing to induce even his own family to accompany him, he went alone to Geneva in March 1551, where he was well received by Calvin, as was Lattanzio Ragnone, who followed 2 days later. He ventured into Italy more than once, and many efforts were made, especially after his uncle became pope, to recall him. But they all failed, and he died at Geneva in 1586. Isabella Briseña also fled, first to Zurich, then to Chiavagna. Some, again, seem to have abandoned their views, owing to the preaching of the Jesuit Alfonso Salmeron in 1553 and the following years, and some, as the Austin friar Francesco Romano, recanted under pressure. Others still remained staunch, under the leadership of Julia, who assisted with her means those who fled, but refused to fly herself. Several were proceeded against and put to death, and at length, in March 1564, Gian Francesco di Cassette and Giovanni Bernardino di Aversa were beheaded and burned in the marketplace. It is probable that only the death of Pius IV in December 1565 saved Julia herself from a like fate. As it was, she remained in the convent till her death on April 19, 1566. With her the party came to an end. Meanwhile, however, it had spread elsewhere. Between 1541 and 1576, there are over 40 trials for Lutheranism in the records, which still survive of the Sicilian Inquisition. About half of the culprits, who include not a few parish priests and religious, being put to death. Other heresies had arisen also. The records speak, for instance, of sacramentaries, Anabaptists, anti-Trinitarians, and those who disbelieved in a future life. Lucca was the only other place where the movement assumed a really popular form, and here it centers round one man, Pietro Martire Vermini, born of well-to-do parents at Florence in 1500, had joined the Austin canons at Fiesole in 1516, and learned from them to know his Bible well. He studied Greek and Hebrew at Padua and elsewhere, and being appointed to preach, was soon well known throughout Italy. High honors fell to him. He became abbot of Spoleto, and then prior of the great house of San Pietro and Arum at Naples, and visitor general of his order. Here he came into contact with Valdez, began to read the writings of Busso and others, and lectured on the first epistle to the Corinthians. He was accused of heresy, and for a time forbidden to preach, but the prohibition was removed by the Pope at the instance of Cantorini, Pole, and other friends. In 1541 he left Naples and became prior of San Frediano at Lucca. This was his opportunity, for the prior had quasi-episcopal rights over half the city. He gathered about him a body of like-minded scholars, and with them set up a scheme of study which was shared by many of the chief citizens and nobles. He himself expounded St. Paul's epistles and the Psalms. Latin was taught by Paolo Lucchesi of Verona, a canon of the Lateran, and afterwards Vermili's colleague at Strasbourg. Greek by Count Massimiliano Celso Martinengo, also a canon of the Lateran, and subsequently pastor of the Italian congregation at Geneva. And Hebrew by Emmanuel Tremelli of Ferrara, a Jew converted by Pole and Flaminio, who afterwards came to England. With them also were Francesco Robertallo and Celio Secondo Corione, public professors of letters, and Girolamo Zanchi, afterwards professor of theology at Strasbourg. Vermili himself preached every Sunday to congregations which grew continually, and no small part of the city listened readily when he told them to regard the Eucharist as a mere remembrance of the Passion. This soon became known beyond the walls of Lucca. Vermili was summoned to the chapter of his order at Genoa, and the magistrates of Lucca received a papal injunction to arrest all heretical teachers and send them to Rome. An Austin friar was taken, released by the nobles, and recaptured, and Vermili, never a man of much courage, resolved on flight. In August 1542 he set out for Pisa with 2 companions, and in that city, with certain noble persons, he celebrated the Supper of the Lord with the Christian rite. Thence he wrote to Pole and to the people of Lucca, given as reasons for his flight the errors and abuses of the pontifical religion and the hatred of his enemies, after which he went to Switzerland by way of Bologna and Ferrara, and on to Strasbourg. He subsequently came to England and was made professor of divinity at Oxford, but returned to Strasbourg in 1553 and died at Zurich in 1562. It appears that no fewer than 18 canons of his house left Lucca within a year, and escaped beyond the Alps. But although the shepherds had fled, the flock did not at once melt away. They were in a measure supported by the Senate, which took measures at length to stamp out the heresy, but only under pressure, and as an alternative to the setting up of the Roman Inquisition. In 1545, the Senate issued an edict against the rash persons of both sexes, who without any knowledge of Holy Scripture or the sacred canons, dared to discuss things concerning the Christian faith as though they were great theologians. And by 1551, the last Lucchese reformers were compelled to fly. We now turn to leaders of the movement who were not connected with any particular center. One who is even better known fled at the same time with Vermili, namely Bernardino Ochino of Siena. When young, he had joined the Friars Observant and rose to be their provincial. But in 1534 he left them for the Capuchins, a stricter body founded some 6 years before, by whom, in 1538, he was chosen vicar general. Meanwhile, he had begun to preach, was appointed an apostolic missionary, and was soon recognized as the foremost preacher of the day. His extant sermons hardly account for his fame, but preaching was at a low ebb, and the strictness of his life added greatly to the effect of his fiery eloquence. At Naples he became a follower of Valdez, as did others of his order, including, as he afterwards said, most of the preachers. At Florence he visited Caterina Cibo, and his conversations with her, put into the shape of Sette Dialogi in 1539, afford clear evidence that he had already rejected much of the current theology. So far, however, he cannot have incurred serious suspicion, for although his preaching was impugned in Naples in 1536 and 1539, he was re-elected vicar general in 1541. The following year came the catastrophe. He was twice cited before the nuncio at Venice for his sermons, and the second time he was forbidden to preach any more, and went to Verona. Whilst living there, in frequent intercourse with the venerable Bishop Ghiberti, he received a citation to appear before the newly founded Roman Inquisition. He set out in August, and on his way through Bologna paid a visit to Contarini, who lay dying there. The accounts of their interview differ, but Ochino gathered that if he went to Rome, he would be forced to deny Christ or be crucified. At Florence he met Vermili, and resolved forthwith to fly, to throw in his lot with the Swiss reformers, and to disseminate his doctrine by his pen. He reached Geneva, being then at the age of 55, passing afterwards to Zurich, Augsburg, England, and back to Zurich. But his restless mind could not easily find satisfaction. Before long, the Swiss expelled him because of his views on marriage, and he began to turn to the party amongst his compatriots, which had abandoned not only the historic system, but the historic faith of the Church. As early as September 1550, a secret Anabaptist meeting had been held at Venice, attended by 60 deputies, which had rejected the divinity of Christ. Many who shared these views had taken refuge amongst the Swiss, including Giorgio Blandrata, formerly physician to Sigismund I of Poland, Niccolo Gallo, Giovanni Paolo Alciati, Matteo Garibaldi, and Valentino Gentili, all of whom fled to Geneva, and Lelio Sozzini, who went to Basel in 1547 and lived there unsuspected till his death in 1562. Calvin at length grew suspicious, and on May 18, 1558, put forth a confession of faith to be signed by all the members of the Italian congregation as a test of orthodoxy. Garibaldi managed to clear himself. Blandrata and Alciati, finding themselves unable to do so, fled to Poland. Gallo and Gentili signed, but afterwards retracted, and were proceeded against for heresy. The last named was ultimately beheaded at Bern in 1556 as a perjured heretic. After 1558, Poland and Transylvania became the headquarters of this extreme school, which remained the prey of vague and mutually contradictory theories, Arian and Anabaptist, until Fausto Sozzini, 1539 to 1604, the nephew of Lelio, came to Transylvania 1578, and little by little organized a definite Unitarian church, the doctrinal manual of which was the Rakovian Catechism. To this party, in its earlier stages, Ochino had made approaches, in his Dialogi, published in 1563 in Poland, but even the Polish anti-Trinitarians thought him unsound, and he died in 1564, forsaken and alone, at Schlachau in Moravia. Ochino's flight made a great sensation. To Carafa it suggested the fall of Lucifer. Some attributed it to disappointed ambition, some to a sudden temptation. Vittoria Colonna, hitherto a frequent correspondent, broke with him entirely, but Caterina Cibo, in whose house he had renounced the cowl, appears to have corresponded with him still. In the records of the Roman Inquisition, she figures as Doctrae Monialium Hereticarum, the nuns being those of St. Martha outside Florence, but she does not seem to have been proceeded against, and died at Florence in 1555. Another man of mark who left the Roman communion was Pier Paolo Vergerio of Capo d'Istria. He had been a lawyer in Venice, entered the service of the nuncio at the instance of his brother Aurelio, who was secretary to Clement VII, and soon rose to importance. He went to Rome early in 1533 and was sent as nuncio to Ferdinand of Austria. 2 years later he went to invite the German princess to the Council of Mantua and had a memorable interview with Luther, whom he describes with characteristic bitterness. In 1536 he received the bishopric of Madrus, exchanged soon after for that of Capo d'Istria, all the orders being conferred upon him in one day by his brother Giambattista, Bishop of Pola, who at the time of his death was suspected of heresy, and not without reason. Pier Paolo was still a restless and energetic papal agent, distrusted by many, and scheming both for practical reform and for his own aggrandizement. In time a change came over him. During a mission to France he met and was profoundly impressed by Margaret of Navarre. Passing into Germany, he consorted much with Melanchthon and others. At the Diet of Worms, 1540, he made an oration, De Unitate et Pace Ecclesiae, in which he urged the necessity for a general council for the reform of the Church. He allowed that there were grave abuses in the Church, but not that they were any reason for secession. He pointed to the quarrels amongst the Reformed, and urged them to return to the body of Christ, who is our consolation and our peace. His survey of the facts is somewhat superficial, but a new tone of charity and earnestness runs through it. He returned to Capo d'Istria to take care of the little vineyard which God had committed to him. He visited diligently, preached evangelical doctrine, and reformed practical abuses. He read heretical books in order to confute them, but they only raised doubts in his own mind. Suspicion arose on all sides. Late in 1544, the monks of his diocese, irritated by his strictness, accused him to the Venetian Inquisition, which began a process against him. It was still continuing when the Council of Trent was opened. In February 1546, he went to the council and offered his defense. But, although the Cardinal of Mantua warned them not to drive a good bishop to desperation, they would not hear him or allow him to take his seat, and forbade his return to his diocese. Then he asked for a canonical trial from his fellow bishops, but in vain. After this, he lost all heart. The last straw was the case of Francesco Spiera, a lawyer of Cittadella, whose story was long remembered amongst the Reformed. He had incurred suspicion by associating with Speziale and translating the Lord's Prayer into Italian. Being cited by the Inquisition in 1548, he abjured from fear and repeated his abjuration the following Sunday at Cittadella, against his conscience. Presently he fell grievously ill, and lay for months under the conviction that he had committed the unpardonable sin by his apostasy. In vain his friends spoke of God's mercy. He met their exhortations with hopelessness, which was the more terrible because it was so calm, though broken occasionally by paroxysms of frenzy. From the investigation made by the Inquisition after his death, it seems likely that some rays of hope dawned upon him towards the end. But this was unknown to many who came to see him, and awe and consternation prevailed against them. To Virgerio, who watched often at his bedside, the warning seemed to be one which he dared not neglect. He resolved to secede at once, and on December 13, 1548, he sent his resolve, with an account of the dying Spiera, to Rhoda, the bishop suffragan of Padua. His deposition and excommunication followed on July 3, 1549. He fled to the Grisons, and for a time worked at Poschiavo. In 1553 he passed to Württemberg, where he remained till his death. He translated parts of the Bible into Slavonic, and wrote fiery tracts against the papacy, but to all he appeared a schemer and a disappointed man. Calvin speaks of him as a restless busybody, and Jewell calls him a crafty knave. We return now to those who sympathized, more or less, with the new views, but did not separate from the Church. They were of very different types. Some, like Michelangelo Buonarroti, were simply men of that evangelical spirit which easily comes under suspicion when undue stress is being laid on externals. Others, like Falloppio, were bold thinkers who overstepped the limits of medievalism. Others, like Giangiorgio Trissino, a fugitive for 17 years who died in the prisons of the Inquisition, directed their satire against the papacy only. Others really adopted the Reformed views, like the satiric poet Francesco Berni, whose Orlando Innamorato appears to have been manipulated after his death to disguise the Lutheran flavor. A better representative of these last is Annoio Pagliario of Veroli, a man of querulous temper but devoutly Christian life, at once a humanist and a doctrinal reformer. So early as 1542 he was accused of heresy at Siena, partly owing to a dispute with a preacher at Colle, partly on account of his book Della Pienezza Sossenza e Satisfazione della Passione di Cristo. But he had friends, and the trial was stopped without his having to read an oration which he had prepared in his own defense. He continued to write boldly, and to correspond with the German and Swiss reformers. In 1542 or 1543, he unfolded to them an extraordinary plan for a council to settle the religious disputes of the day. All the princes of Europe were to choose holy men, entirely free from the suspicion of papal corruption, to the number of 6 or 7 from each country. And these men, having been consecrated for the purpose by 12 bishops, chosen out of their whole number by the Pope and the hierarchy on account of their holiness of life, were to act as arbiters and umpires, after hearing the matters in dispute fully discussed in a perfectly free assembly. Pagliario became professor of Bell's letters at Lucca in 1546, on the nomination of Sadoleto and Bembo, and in 1555 he went to fill a like office at Milan. Here he was twice proceeded against. In 1559, unsuccessfully in the matter of purgatory, on the accusation of his former opponent, and again in 1567, when the trial was interrupted by a summons to appear at Rome before the Holy Office itself. He pleaded his age, but ultimately went and stood his trial. His answers on many points were unsatisfactory, but the real ground of his condemnation was his steady assertion that it was unlawful for the Pope to kill heretics, and that, so doing, he could not be the vicar of Christ. He was called upon to make a set abjuration, but refused, June 14, 1570. He was condemned as impenitent in the presence of the Pope himself, June 30th, and on July 3rd he was strangled and burnt in the Piazza del Castello. The records of the Misericordia say that he died penitent. It is probable that this refers to a general statement of penitence, by means of which, with the connivance of the authorities, the punishment of burning alive was frequently avoided. In any case, Annio died a martyr, not so much for his particular opinions as in the cause of liberty of thought itself. Another who paid the last penalty was Pietro Canisetti. Born in 1508 of a noble Florentine family, he was educated in the house of Cardinal Dovizi at Rome and entered the papal service. Under Clement VII, he became protonotary apostolic, receiving also many rich benefices and a promise of the cardinalate. So great indeed was his influence that it used to be said that he was pope rather than Clement. But the death of his master removed him from a post which was not really congenial, and he retired into secular life. A visit to Giulia Gonzaga in 1540 brought him into contact again with Valdez, whom he had known at the papal court. He now took him as his spiritual teacher, and ever afterwards regarded this as the crisis of his life. From this point his history is recorded in the details of the process instituted against him by the Roman Inquisition. After some years of reading heretical books and conferring with heretics at Venice, he was cited to Rome, 1546, and put on his trial for heresy. He denied everything, and fraudulently extorted absolution from the Pope. After a visit to France, where he met many of the reformers, he returned to Venice, 1552, circa, and there published some of the works of Valdez. In 1557, a new process was commenced against him. He hid himself, and sentence was pronounced upon him as a refractory heretic. Even this was not final. On the death of Paul IV, 1559, the people joyously broke open the prisons of the Inquisition, destroyed the records, and suffered the prisoners, 72 heresiarchs, or rather infernal fiends, says Antonio Caracciolo, to escape. Carnesecchi saw his chance and seized it. His sovereign duke, Cosimo I, whom he had served as an envoy and counselor of state, took his part. The charges against him were no longer in existence. The new pope was anxious to relax the severity of his predecessor, and thus, in May 1561, he was declared innocent. After this he resided at Rome, at Naples, at Florence, always in correspondence with heretics, and for a time with a strong Calvinistic bias, though later his sympathies were Lutheran. The accession of the stern old inquisitor Ghislieri as Pope Pius V again brought Carnesecchi into danger. Cosimo consented to give him up, being rewarded 2 years afterwards with the title of Grand Duke, and on July 4, 1566, he was imprisoned in Rome. The trial was a lengthy one. He fought hard for his life, endeavoring, as was his wont, to resist force by cunning, but it could have only one end. On September 21, 1567, he was handed over to the secular arm, and on October 21, with Friar Giulio Maurizio, he was beheaded and burnt. End of section 41.
Section 42 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Mauls Byron, Chicago. Chapter 12, The Catholic South, by the Reverend W. E. Collins, Part 3. But the great process against Carnesecchi had an importance apart from the man himself. As it has been said, he is but the secondary figure in it, and its real heroes are the illustrious dead. Carnesecchi was the disciple of Valdez, the friend of Flaminio and Pole. He had been on terms of intimacy with that body of loyal sons and daughters of the Church of whom mention has been made already, who had striven nobly, through evil report and good report, for its reformation, and who had been hopelessly beaten at the Council of Trent. They had been watched and suspected by the Inquisition ever since. Some indeed had actually suffered at its hands. Most of them were dead before 1566, but the pursuit of heresy ceased not at the grave, and those who during their lives were revered as the hope of the Church were impugned as suspects or as actual heretics in the famous process of Carnesecchi. This Catholic minority, for such it really was, grew out of the body of friends who centered round Contarini in Venice. It was reinforced by many who had sat at the feet of Valdez or had traveled in the north. The aim of this party was the reform of the whole ecclesiastical system. Its doctrinal rallying point was justification by faith in Christ Jesus, and not by a man's own works. So far, they were at one with Luther. But realizing as they did that this had ever been the doctrine of the Church, they were not impelled, as he was, to deny the reality of free will, to depreciate the fruits of faith, or to eviscerate faith itself by reducing it to an act of intellectual assent and divorcing it from Christian love, which issues in action. Quote, "We obtain this blessing of complete and perpetual salvation," wrote Sadoleto to the citizens of Geneva, "by faith alone in God and in Jesus Christ. When I say faith alone, I do not mean, as those inventors of novelties do, a mere credulity and confidence in God, to the exclusion of love and other Christian virtues. This is indeed necessary, and forms the first access which we have to God, but it is not enough, for we must also bring a mind full of piety towards Almighty God, and desirous of performing whatever is agreeable to Him, by the power of the Holy Spirit." End quote. Moreover, loyalty to the Church was with them a fundamental principle. Many, no doubt, were in frequent and friendly correspondence with the Reformers, but it must be borne in mind that the line of division between the Protestant bodies and the Church was very gradually determined, and that men long hoped for a speedy settlement of the existing divisions. Here again Sadoleto's letter illustrates their position. He recognizes the existing evils in the Church and will even grant that there are serious doctrinal errors, but even so, the evils of separation are greater, and to depart from the unity of the body of Christ is to court destruction. Quote, "Let us inquire and see which of the two is more conducive to our advantage, which is better in itself, and better fitted to obtain the favor of Almighty God, whether to accord with the whole Church and faithfully observe her decrees and laws and sacraments, or to adhere to men seeking dissension and novelty. This, dearest brethren, is the place where the road divides. One way leads to life, the other to everlasting death." End quote. The letter is worthy of its occasion. So is the answer which it called forth from Calvin. The failure of the Concilium de Emendanda Ecclesia, the death of Clement VII, and the succession of Carafa had dashed the Reformers' hopes, but they did not lose heart. Contarini was still their leader, and it was probably on this account that he was sent as papal legate to the Colloquy of Ratisbon in 1541, whence he kept up a correspondence with Pole, Morone, and Foscarari, afterwards Bishop of Modena. For a time all went well, and an agreement was come to, not indeed without great difficulty, upon the point of justification. But neither side really trusted the other, and Contarini himself was jealously suspected by many members of the Curia. Consequently, the last real effort to conciliate the Reformers, came to nothing. Contarini returned in deep sadness to Italy, and died the year after at Bologna. His place as leader of the movement was taken by Reginald Pole, whose house at Viterbo, whither he was sent as papal governor in 1541, became their headquarters. Here met together for prayer and study Gilberti and Soranzo, the former bishop of Verona, the latter before long of Bergamo, Flaminio, Luigi Priuli, Donato Rullo, Lodovico Beccatello, and others. It was probably Pole's influence which kept Flaminio from seceding to the Lutherans. Not less was his influence with Vittoria Colonna, to whom he was greatly devoted, and who found in him a wise spiritual guide when many others seemed to have gone astray. It was he who advised her to believe that we are justified by faith only, and to act as though we were to be justified by our works. Little by little their hopes faded. At the Council of Trent, indeed, Pole was one of the legates, and there were not a few bishops and theologians who were with him in the matter of justification. But it soon became clear that the council and curia were against him, and Pole left Trent before the decree on the subject was actually made. He relapsed into silence, waiting, and advising his friends to wait, for a more convenient season. It seemed as if this had actually come when, in November 1549, Paul III died. The English cardinal was beloved by some, respected by all. In the conclave which followed, it long appeared likely that he would be chosen, and that the betting outside, based upon information from within, was much in his favor. But his views on justification robbed him of the tiara. His rival Del Monte was chosen, who took the name of Julius III, and Pole once more went into retirement until his mission to England in 1554. The accession of his enemy Carafa as Paul IV was a still greater blow. Sadoleto's commentary on the Romans and Contarini's book on justification were declared suspect. Pole ceased to be legate and was for a time disgraced. Morone was actually imprisoned for heresy and remained in prison until the death of the Pope in 1559. The Inquisition resumed its activity all over Italy. Although the total extinction of heresy was still long delayed, the end was only a question of time. For the springs were dried up, and no new ones burst forth. 2. Spain. Although one of the noblest leaders of the Italian reform was a Spaniard, the movement never obtained such a hold upon Spain as upon Italy, in part because measures of repression were more promptly and more thoroughly applied, in part, perhaps, because many of the practical abuses had already been abated or removed, while the doctrinal abuses which called forth the protest had not yet prevailed in Spain so largely as elsewhere. Many of the best-known Spanish reformers lived and died in Flanders or in some foreign land, and in Spain itself the movement appears to have had little vitality excepting in and about two centers, Valladolid and Seville. Two autos de fe at Valladolid and two at Seville, of the thorough kind instituted by the Spanish Inquisition, sufficed to break up the Reformed in those centers. Many fugitives escaped and found refuge in Germany, England, or the Low Countries, and the few who remained were gradually swept away by the same drastic methods of the Inquisition. A reform of the Spanish clergy, regular and secular, had taken place before Luther arose. It had begun, so far as the regulars were concerned, nearly a century before. For example, the Cistercians had been reformed by Fray Martino de Vargas in the time of Pope Eugenius IV, and afterwards Cardinal Mendoza had worked in the same direction. But the chief agent in it was Fray Jimenez de Cisneros of the Order of St. Francis, to be better known as Cardinal Jimenez. At the request of Ferdinand and Isabella, he drew up a report on the state of all the monasteries in Spain. Thereupon a bull was sought by Alexander VI in 1494, by which Cisneros was empowered to visit and set in order all the regulars of Spain, and he inaugurated the most drastic reformation, perhaps, that religious houses ever sustained. His action was in general submitted to, but his own order, which was the worst of all, resisted strenuously, and obtained a bull of prohibition against him. On further information, the Pope annulled this, and the work went on. The monasteries were disciplined, their, quote, privileges, end quote, were burned, and their rents and heritages taken away and given to parishes, hospitals, etc. A large number of monks who were scandalous evil livers, and who seemed irreformable, were deported to Morocco, and the work was complete. With the seculars, Cisneros was less successful, but by degrees the regulars reacted healthfully upon them. Bishops and provincial synods took them in hand, and the early inquisitors, especially Adrian of Utrecht, did much to put away abuses amongst them. Without doubt, therefore, the moral state of the Spanish clergy in the 16th century, especially that of the monks and friars, was immeasurably superior to that of the clergy in any other part of Western Christendom. Moreover, the purging of the Spanish clergy had been accompanied, or followed, by a revival of learning. Ximenes was a scholar and a munificent patron of scholarship, and under his fostering care the University of Alcalá had become famous throughout Europe as a center of theological and humane learning. The Cretan Demetrios Doukas taught Greek, Alfonso de Zamora, Pablo Coronel, and Alfonso de Alaca were expert Hebraists, and among other scholars there were the two Vergaras, Lorenzo Balbo and Alfonso de Nebrija. The greatest monument of the liberality and enterprise of Ximenes was the famous Complutensian Polyglot, which was in preparation at the very time when Erasmus was working at the first edition of his Greek Testament, though it did not begin to appear till 1520. These facts have no little bearing upon the way in which the writings of Erasmus were received in Spain. To some he was a literary colleague whom they, with all the world, were proud to honor. To others he was a rival whose work was to be depreciated whenever possible. Nor was it difficult to do this, for his satirical writings against clerical abuses really did not apply to Spain. Elsewhere, all good men were agreed in combating the evils against which they wrote. In Spain, the earnestness of his crusade was easily overlooked by those who had not lived abroad. On the other hand, nowhere was there so keen a scent for heresy. His liberal thought and his ridicule of religious customs which, however liable to abuse, were in themselves capable of justification, seemed most dangerous to the orthodox Spanish mind, and only the more large-hearted were able to discern the genuine depth of his piety. Nowhere, therefore, did Erasmus's writings rouse such feelings as in Spain. Diego Lopez de Stuniga and Sancho Carranza de Miranda inveighed against him, the former repeatedly, accusing him of bad scholarship, of heresy, of impiety, calling him not only a Lutheran, but the standard-bearer and leader of the Lutherans. Erasmus replied, publicly and privately, with comparative moderation, and by degrees the controversy died away. Meanwhile, he had many personal friends in Spain, through whose influence some of his writings were translated into Spanish, the first being the Enchiridion, which appeared in 1526 or 1527 with a dedication to Manrique the Inquisitor and bearing his imprimatur. Some spoke against it, including Ignatius Loyola, who says that when he read it, in Latin, it relaxed his fervor and made his devotion grow cold. Nevertheless, it had a wide popularity. This brought its author into still greater prominence, and a contemporary writer says that his name was better known in Spain than in Rotterdam. Gradually, two hostile camps were formed, of Erasmistas and anti-Erasmistas. In 1526, the Archdeacon Alfonso Fernandez, the translator of the Enchiridion, wrote to Coronel that certain friars were preaching against its author and suggesting that they should be censured. On the other hand, friars demanded that certain theses selected from Erasmus's writings should be condemned. In the ecclesiastical juntas which had met at Valladolid in Lent, 1527, a formal inquiry was begun before Manrique and a body of theologians, but no agreement was reached, and Manrique dissolved the inquiry, leaving things as they were. Alonso Fonseca, Archbishop of Toledo, also took the part of Erasmus, and by the influence of Gattinara and other friends at the court of Charles V, a bull was obtained from Clement VII, imposing silence upon all who spoke or wrote against his writings, which, quote, are contrary to those of Luther, end quote. Thus the Erasmistas has won a complete victory, and for a time had things all their own way. But But after the death of Fonseca in 1534, the tide turned. Juan de Vergara and his brother were cited before the Inquisition, accused, says Encinas, of no crime, but favoring Erasmus and his writings. And although they were ultimately acquitted, it was only after years of detention. Fray Alonso de Virues was condemned for depreciating the monastic state, and was immured in a convent, but the charges were so preposterous that Charles V, whose chaplain he was, came to his rescue, and the sentence was annulled by the Pope. Mateo Pascual, professor of theology at Alcalá, was less fortunate. He had expressed a doubt as to purgatory in a public discussion, was imprisoned, and his goods were confiscated. Another who fell under suspicion was the great scholar Pedro de Lerma, who had lived at Paris for over 50 years, had been the deacon of the Faculty of Theology there, and had returned to Spain as the abbot of Compludo. In 1537 he was called upon to abjure 11 Erasmian propositions, one of which seems to have been justification by faith. He forthwith returned to Paris at the age of over 70 years, accompanied by his nephew Francisco de Encinas, in whose arms he died not long after. Erasmianism gradually died out in Spain. Elsewhere, it either died out or took a line of its own, as in the case of Juan de Valdés, or became merged in Protestantism. Pedro de Lerma was on the borderline. His nephews crossed it. Francisco de Encinas, or Dryander as his name was frequently rendered, was the younger brother of that Jaime who burnt in Rome in 1547. They were sons of rich and noble parents at Burgos, and were educated at Louvain and Paris. On the death of de Lerma, Francisco became a matriculated student of Wittenberg University, where there were about, at that time, 4 other Spanish students, one of whom, Mateo Adriano, was professor of Hebrew and medicine. The young man lived in the house of Melanchthon, becoming so dear to him that he was often spoken of as Melanchthon's soul. And it was by his advice that Encinas translated the New Testament into excellent Spanish. Having finished it, he went to the Low Countries, and from this point we are able to follow his steps by means of his narrative. The edicts of Charles V against heresy were being put into force, but he felt safe as he had many friends. He presented his vision to the theological faculty of Louvain for their imprimatur, but they replied that they had no power to give him this, and could not judge of its accuracy. So he himself published it at Antwerp, with a dedication to the emperor, in which he defended the translating of the scriptures, against which he said he knew no law, and placed his own version under Charles's protection. On November 23, 1543, he arrived at Brussels to present it in person, and was introduced to the emperor's presence by the Bishop of Jaen. After a conversation of which Encinas has left a rather partial account, the emperor promised to accept the dedication, provided that the version was satisfactory, and it was submitted to his confessor, Fray Pedro de Soto. Soto was disposed to be friendly, but took the precaution of making inquiries. The following day he sent for the young man, set before him the dangers of the unguarded reading of the scriptures, as demonstrated by Alfonso de Castro in his De Heresibus, and added that Encinas had broken the law by publishing an unlicensed work. Also, that he was still more to blame for consorting with heretics at Wittenberg, and for publishing a heretical book based upon Luther's De Servo Arbitrio. Encinas answered, reasonably enough, that there was no law in Flanders against translating the Bible, and that if it was wrong to consort with the German doctors, then the emperor himself and many more were to blame. As to the book, he denied roundly that he had ever published anything but the New Testament, a denial which it is very hard to accept. Ultimately, he was committed to prison in Brussels for his civil offense, and thus was saved, evidently by Soto's desire, from the tender mercies of the Spanish Inquisition. There he remained in no easy confinement until February 1st, 1545, when, by the negligence, or more probably connivance, of his jailers, he escaped and made his way to Wittenberg, and thence to Strasbourg, Basel, and elsewhere. In disgust at the discords amongst Protestants, he seriously thought of going to Constantinople to preach the gospel there, but instead of doing so, he married a wife, came to England on Cranmer's invitation, and was made professor of Greek at Cambridge. There he remained for about 2 years, but in 1549 he returned to the continent to arrange for the printing of his Spanish version of the classics, and died at Augsburg on December 30, 1550. Jaime de Encinas had remained at Paris for some time after his brother's departure, and whilst there had imbued another Spaniard, Juan Diaz, with his own views. Born at Cuenca, the city of the brothers Valdez, Diaz had studied for 13 years at Paris, becoming proficient in theology and in Hebrew. About 1545, he went to Geneva and spent some months in Calvin's society. Thence he passed to Strasbourg with the brothers Louis and Claude de Senarcleus, the latter of whom, with the help of Encinas, afterwards wrote his life. At Strasbourg, the tenets of Calvin were held in some suspicion, and before being admitted to communion, Diaz was called upon to show his orthodoxy by making a public profession of faith. At the end of the year, the city sent Bucer as its deputy to the second colloquy of Ratisbon, summoned by Charles V, and by his desire Diaz was sent with him, meanwhile acting also as agent for Cardinal du Bellay, the protector of the Huguenots of France. At Ratisbon in 1546, he had a series of discussions with the Dominican Fray Pedro de Malvenda, whom he had known at Paris, but his accounts of these is very one-sided, and all that is certain is that neither converted the other. From Ratisbon, Diaz went to Neuburg on the Danube. Meanwhile, news of his doing reached his brother Alfonso, who was a lawyer at Pavia. He at once hastened to him in the hope of being able to persuade him to return to the church, or at least to abandon the society of the Germans. On the advice of Ochino, who was then at Augsburg, Juan refused to do either. Alfonso, maddened with fanaticism and the shame of having a heretic in the family, thereupon compassed his death, and with an accomplice cruelly assassinated him at Feldkirchen on March 27, 1546. The murderers were captured and brought to trial at Innsbruck, but as they were in minor orders, Soto and others caused the case to be cited to Rome, where the murderers escaped scot-free. Not unnaturally, the Protestants regarded Diaz as a martyr, and attributed his death to the direct orders of the ecclesiastical authorities. But though they connived at the escape of the murderers, the act itself was certainly one of private vengeance. Another Spaniard who adopted the Reformed views about this time was Francisco de San Roman, a rich merchant from Burgos. In 1540, going from Antwerp to Bremen on business, he went by chance into a Lutheran church where Jacob Speng, formerly prior of the Austin canons at Antwerp, was preaching. Although he knew no German, he was attracted by the preacher, stayed at his house, and adopted his views. He at once began to preach and to write in Spanish with the eagerness of fanaticism and the self-confidence of ignorance. Returning to Flanders, he was arrested and examined. His books were burnt, and he himself was imprisoned. Being released after 6 months, he went to Louvain, where he met Encinas, who rebuked him for risking his life uselessly by shrieking like a madman in the marketplaces, and for impiously taking upon himself to preach without a call from God, and without the requisite gifts or knowledge. The rebuke made no impression. In 1541 he went to Ratisbon and presented himself before Charles, who heard him patiently again and again, but at length ordered his detention as a heretic. He was taken to Spain, handed over to the Inquisition, and burned in an auto de fe at Valladolid in 1542. His fidelity won him commendation where his rashness and ignorance had failed. And after his death, Speng wrote to Encinas with the tenderest reverence and love for the man whom they had little esteemed while he lived. Passing over Pedro Núñez Vela of Avila, of whom little is known save that in 1548 and again in 1570 he is spoken of as a professor of Greek at Lausanne, we turn to reform movements within Spain itself. Precautions had been taken from 1521 onwards to prevent the diffusion of Lutheran books in Spain. Attempts were not infrequently made to introduce them by sea. In 1524, 2 casks full were discovered and burnt at Santander, and in the following year, Venetian galleys were attempting to land them on the southeastern shore. But it was neither in Biscay nor in Granada that the storm burst, nor was it caused by the importation of Lutheran books. It began in Seville and in Valladolid, then the capital of Spain, and amongst its leaders, even if they were not its founders, were 3 chaplains of the emperor, Dr. Agustin Catzala, Dr. Constantino Ponce de la Fuente, and Fray Bartolomé Carranza, Archbishop of Toledo and Primate of Spain. To begin with Seville. A noble gentleman there, Rodrigo de Valer, suddenly turned from a worldly life to one of devotion, studying the Bible till he knew it almost by heart. He also began to inveigh against the corruptions of the Church, preaching in the streets and squares, and even on the cathedral steps, saying that he was sent by Christ to correct that evil and adulterous generation. He was more than once cited before the Inquisition, but treated with great leniency, partially because he was thought to be insane, partially because he was a Cristiano Viejo without admixture of Jewish or Moorish blood. At length he was condemned to wear a San Benito and undergo perpetual imprisonment in a convent. There he died about 1550. His life had not been fruitless. He had made many converts, among them the canon Juan Gil of Olvera in Aragon. Gil, or Egidio, as he was also called, had studied with distinction at Alcalá, and was a master of theology of Sigüenza. About 1537 he obtained the magistral canonry of Seville, which imposed on him the duty of preaching. At first his preaching had little success, but he gained new views of truth by his intercourse with Valer, and before long he became famous as a preacher. But he owed even more to his brother canon, Constantino Ponce de la Fuente, than to Valer, for he it was who first taught him, in set terms, the doctrine of justification by faith. Constantino, a native of San Clemente near Cuenca, had studied at Alcalá with Gil and a certain Dr. Vargas. He was a man of great learning, skilled in Greek and Hebrew, who had probably learnt the doctrine of justification from books. In 1533 he had been made a canon of Seville, and although he was not so popular there as Gil, elsewhere his fame was far greater. The 3 friends now began to work together, Gil being the most active. He and Constantino preached diligently. Vargas expounded the Gospel of St. Matthew and the Psalms, and by degrees they gathered a body of adherents to whom they ministered in secret. For a long while nothing was suspected. In fact, Constantino was chosen by the emperor to accompany him as his preacher and confessor, and was out of Spain with him from 1548 to 1551, much revered and honored. He subsequently came to England with Philip II, and only returned to Seville late in 1555. During this period he produced a series of books which were then much valued, but were ultimately regarded as heretical. Meanwhile the others had been less fortunate. Gil, indeed, had been nominated by the emperor for a bishopric in 1550, but soon afterwards he and Vargas were cited before the Inquisition. Vargas fell ill and died, but Gil was proceeded against vigorously, the charges including the points of justification, works, purgatory, invocation of saints, and actual iconoclasm in the cathedral. In prison, he wrote an apology on justification, which was held to make his case worse. But ultimately, on Sunday, August 21st, 1552, he made a public recantation in the cathedral, extorted, his friends afterward said, by fraud. He was sentenced to a year's imprisonment in the castle of Triana near Seville, the headquarters of the Inquisition, with permission to come to the cathedral 15 times. He was to fast strictly every Friday, to make his confession monthly, communicating or not as his confessor directed, not to leave Spain, not to say Mass for a year, or to exercise other functions for 10 years. Gil, however, did not modify his views. In 1555, he visited the Reformed at Valladolid and died a few days after his return, early in 1556. The chapter of Seville had stood by their colleague nobly, although, or perhaps because, their archbishop, the stern Fernando de Valdez, was at the head of the Inquisition. They paid Gil a considerable salary whilst he was in prison, and set upon his grave in the cathedral a fine monument. Moreover, in spite of great opposition, they elected Constantino magistral canon in his place. He at once took up his friend's work, and besides preaching, began a course of Bible lectures at a school in the city. By degrees, he also was suspected by the Inquisition, which frequently summoned him to explain his conduct. When his friends asked him the reason of his frequent visits to Triana, he replied, "They wish to burn me, but as yet they find me too green." As time went on, he began to lose heart, and at length, in order to disarm suspicion, resolved to join the newly arrived Jesuits. But they had been warned, and refused to receive one who would otherwise have been acceptable enough as a recruit. At length, the Inquisition obtained proof of what they had doubtless long suspected. There existed in Seville a sect of considerable size, whose members met together secretly and had their own organization and services. They had grown up about Gil and Constantino, had increased rapidly, and had obtained copies of the New Testament from abroad through the activity of one of their members. The detection of this society led to the accidental discovery of a large collection of Constantino's writings in which he had spoken his full mind. He was at once arrested. After a vain denial, he avowed that the books were his, and that they represented his convictions. He was imprisoned in the dungeons of Triana and died 2 years afterwards of disease and privation. Meanwhile, the search went on vigorously, and by degrees all was discovered. From the Sanctae Inquisitiones Artes Aliquot Detectae, published under an assumed name in 1567 by a former member of the sect, it appears that more than 800 people were proceeded against altogether. They had 2 centers, the house of Isabel de Baena, quote, "the temple of the new light," end quote, the place, quote, "where the faithful assembled to hear the word of God," end quote, and the Hieronymite monastery of San Isidro. Led by their prior Garcia Arias, known as Maestro Blanco from his white hair, the friars of San Isidro embraced the new views almost to a man, amongst them being the learned Cristobal de Ariano, Antonio del Coro, and Cipriano de Valera. They abolished fasts and mortifications, and substituted readings from the scriptures for the canonical hours. Amongst the lay members of the sect were Juan Ponce de Leon, second son of the Count de Ballén, Juan González, and the physician Cristobal de Losada, and Fernando de San Juan, rector of the Colegio de la Doctrina. Above all, there was Julian Hernandez, known to the rest as Julianillo, since he was of very small stature and, quote, no more than skin and bone, end quote. But he was a man of fearless courage, and by his means they were able to procure religious books in Spanish, including the New Testament. Juan Perez, the former rector of the Colegio de la Doctrina, had fled from Spain when Gil was arrested. In his exile, he had prepared a version of the New Testament, which was published at Venice in 1556. By the courage and resourcefulness of Julianillo, 2 great tuns filled with copies were safely smuggled into Seville, despite the watchfulness of the Inquisition. Little by little, the Inquisition got through its work, drawing its net closer and closer about the chief offenders and allowing lesser persons to go free on doing penance. At an auto de fe celebrated in the Plaza de San Francisco on September 24, 1559, 14 persons were burnt to death for heresy, including 4 friars and 3 women. A large number were sentenced to lesser penalties, and the house of Isabel de Baena, in which they met, was razed to the ground, a, quote, pillar of infamy, end quote, being erected on the site. On December 22, 1560, a second auto was celebrated at the same place where 8 women, 1 being a nun, and 2 men, one of whom was Julianillo, were burnt. Gil, Constantino, and Perez were burned in effigy, and a number of friars and others were visited with lesser penalties. Some contrived to escape and fled from Spain, and a few single cases of heresy were dealt with in later years. Thus ended the history of the Reform in Seville. End of section 42.
Section 43 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12, The Catholic South, by the Reverend W. E. Collins, Part 4. At Valladolid, the movement had already come to an end, for although it began later than at Seville, it was discovered somewhat earlier. Its founder was Augustin Gazaya, born of rich parents who had lost rank for Judaizing. He had studied under Carranza at Valladolid and afterwards at Alcalá. In 1542 he was made chaplain and preacher to the emperor, and till 1551 followed the court. On his return to Spain he was made canon of Salamanca, and from that time forward dwelt there or at Valladolid. He became addicted to the reform either under Carranza's instructions or in Germany, and was confirmed in his views by Carlos de Seso, a nobleman from Italy, who had married a Spanish wife, corregidor of Toro. Seso had heard of justification in Italy, and became an ardent propagandist. In fact, it is clear that Toro, not Valladolid, was the real birthplace of the movement in New Castile. A large number of well-born persons accepted Seso's teaching, including the licentiate Jerezuelo, Fray Domingo de Rosas, many members of the Casalla family, and many devout ladies, and all who accepted it became teachers themselves. Zamora and Logroño, near which town Seso had a house, were affected by the movement. Above all, it found its headquarters in Valladolid, where it soon had a very large following, both of rich and poor. The nuns of the rich house of Belén, outside the city, were largely involved, so were many of the clergy. Meetings and services were held frequently, and the communion administered in the house of Leonor de Rivera, Gazaya's mother. It is not known how they were discovered, but the arrests were precipitated by the action taken at Zamora by the bishop against Cristobal de Padilla, steward to the Marquesa de Alcañices, who was preaching the new doctrines there. He was able to warn his friends in the capital, some of whom fled to Navarre, and thence into France, but the greater number were already taken early in June 1558. The prisons were full, and Valdez, the Inquisitor General, was able to report to Charles V in his retirement at Yuste that each day brought fresh evidence against them. Moreover, mutual trust was lacking. When under examination, even without torture, they accused one another and endeavored by all means to exculpate themselves, so that there was no lack of incriminating evidence. The cause was pressed on vigorously, special powers being sought from Rome that it might not be delayed, and an auto de fe, the first against heresy, was arranged for Trinity Sunday, May 21, 1559, to be held in the Plaza Mayor. On the appointed day a concourse gathered, the like of which had seldom been seen. After a sermon by the theologian Melchor Cano, these sentences were read out. 14 heretics were condemned to death, together with a Portuguese Jew. They were Agustin Cazalla and his 7 laymen, including Juan Garcia, a worker in silver of Valladolid, and Anton Ansel, a peasant. The bones of Leonor de Vivera were burnt, her house pulled down, and the spot was marked by a pillar of infamy. 16 were reconciled and sentenced to various terms of imprisonment. 37 were reserved in prison. Of those who suffered, most showed sufficient signs of penitence to be strangled before being burnt, including Cazalla himself, but exhortations were wasted upon the licentiate Herezuelo, who held to his opinions and was burnt alive. A second auto followed on October 8th, in the presence of Philip himself. 6 men and 6 women were burnt, and 5 women were imprisoned for life. The former included Fray Domingo de Rosas, Pedro Cazalla, 2 other priests, a nun of Santa Clara at Valladolid, and 4 nuns of Belén. Of the latter, 3 were nuns of Belén. Several of those who were burnt were gagged that they might not speak, but Fray Domingo demanded leave to address the king, and said, "Although I die here as a heretic in the opinion of the people, yet I believe in God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and I believe in the passion of Christ, which alone suffices to save the world, without any other work save the justification of the soul to be with God, and in this faith I believe that I shall be saved." It would seem, however, that only 2 were burnt alive, Carlos de Seso and Juan Sanchez. Many isolated cases of heresy are to be found after this, and doubtless the records of others have perished. Leonor de Cisneros, the mother of Herezuelo, was burnt alive as an obstinate heretic on September 26, 1568. Several cases of heresy were dealt with at an auto de fe at Toledo in 1571, and recent research has found a certain number of other instances elsewhere. As time went on, such cases were in increasing proportion of foreign origin. But whatever heresy was discovered, it was ruthlessly stamped out. Nor was this merely the work of a few officials. From his retirement at Yuste, Charles V adjured his son to carry out the work of repression to the uttermost, and Philip replied that he would do what his father wished, and more also. He told Carlos de Seso that if his own son were a heretic, he would himself carry the wood to burn him. And in this, as in most other things, he was a typical Spaniard. The rage against heresy regarded all learning, all evangelical teaching, with suspicion. To teach overmuch of faith or of inward religion might be a disparagement of works and of outward religion. Sooner or later, most of the learned men of the day were cited on suspicion of heresy, or, if not actually cited, their actions and words were carefully watched. Fray Luis de Leon, poet and scholar, spent nearly 5 years in the prisons of the Inquisition whilst his works were being examined, and although he was at length acquitted, his translation of the Song of Solomon was suppressed, and he again fell under suspicion in 1582. Juan de Avila, Luis de Granada, even Saint Teresa and Saint John of the Cross were accused, and it is said that Alva himself and Don John of Austria were not above suspicion. After all, the Inquisition struck, and not ineffectively, at the highest ecclesiastic in Spain, and brought him low, even to the ground. Bartolome de Carranza was born in 1503 of a noble family at Miranda de Navarre, and he entered the Dominican order at the age of 17. In 1523 he was sent to the College of San Gregorio at Valladolid, of which he ultimately became rector. It is possible that on a visit to Rome in 1539 to attend the chapter general of his order, he met one Valdez. As time went on, Bartolome was more and more honored in Spain for his learning and goodness. In 1545 Charles V sent him as theologian to the Council of Trent, where he won golden opinions. His doctrine of justification was indeed questioned on one occasion, but he had no difficulty in showing that his words were in harmony with the decree of the council, and he was vigorous in his treatment of heretical books. In Spain, 1553, in England, 1554, and in Flanders, 1557, he showed himself zealous against heresy, and when late in the latter year he was chosen to be Archbishop of Toledo, his own was the single dissentient voice. Having at length accepted the office, he gave himself unreservedly to its duties. But it soon appeared that he was not without enemies. Some of the bishops were ill-disposed towards him, because he rigorously enforced upon them the duty of residence. Valdez, the Inquisitor General, was jealous of him, perhaps because he himself had aspired to the primatial see, and the great theologian Melchor Cano, of his own order, was a lifetime rival. The two men differed in the whole tone of their minds. Fray Melchor was a thinker of almost mathematical accuracy, while Fray Bartolome reasoned from the heart. Under these circumstances, very little evidence would suffice for a process of heresy, and Carranza himself, learning that it was in contemplation, wrote repeatedly to the inquisitors in his own defense. Valdez, however, had applied to Rome for permission to proceed against him. The brief arrived on April 8, 1559. The king gave his permission in June, and in August Carranza was arrested and imprisoned. The main charges against him were based upon his relations with Cazalla, Domingo de Rosas, and others then under condemnation, upon his writings, especially the commentaries on the Catechism, which he had published at Antwerp just after he became primate, and upon his last interview with Charles V. Of these, the first head was by far the most serious. Many of the accused at Valladolid spoke of the way in which he had met their doubts in the early days of the movement, and Rojas in particular, desiring to shelter himself under the aegis of his old master, had in effect implicated him. The evidence showed that he had been in correspondence with Juan Valdez, and it seems clear that at this period his position had been that of the loyal doctrinal reformers of Italy. Although he had willingly accepted the Tridentine decree on justification, it does not appear that his doctrinal position ever really changed. His interview with Charles V had been very short, but he was accused of making use of words which savored of heresy. The Catechismo was next examined, and although some, both of the prelates and the doctors, had no fault to find, others censored it severely. Melchor Cano in particular found much that was ambiguous, much that was temerarious, much that was even heretical, in the sense in which it was said. Nevertheless, the Tridentine censors had pronounced the book orthodox, and had given it their approval. The process dragged on its slow length, with many delays and many interruptions. At length the case was cited to Rome. On December 5, 1566, Carranza came out of his prison, and a few months afterwards he set out for Italy. Here the question had to be reopened, and the documents re-examined, and in many cases translated, which involved a further delay. But it appears that Pius V was convinced of Carranza's innocence, and a decree would probably have been given in the favor, had not the Pope died on May 1, 1572. His successor, Gregory XIII, reopened the case, and sentence was not actually given till April 14, 1576. The Archbishop was declared to have taken many errors and modes of speech from the heretics, on account of which he was vehemently suspected of heresy, and he was condemned to abjure 16 propositions. Having done this and performed certain penances, he was to be free from all censures, but to be suspended for 5 years from the exercise of his office, meanwhile dwelling in the house of his order at Orvieto. The catechismo was prohibited altogether. The decision was severe, but not unjust according to the views of the 16th century, which applied the tests of doctrinal orthodoxy to the minutiae of individual opinion. But Carranza was no longer subject to it, for 17 years in prison had broken his strength. He endeavored to fulfill his penances, humbly make his profession of faith, and receive the Eucharist, and expired on May 2nd, 1576. Thus ended the reform in Spain, as it had ended in Italy, uprooted by the intolerant dogmatism which assumed that there was an ascertained answer to every possible theological question, confused right thinking with accuracy of knowledge, and discerned heresy in every reaction and every independent effort of the human mind. Many of those who had been driven out of Spain continued to work elsewhere. Such were Juan Perez, already referred to, Casiodoro de Jena, and Cipriano Valera, each of whom translated the whole Bible into Spanish, and many more. But without following these further, mention must be made of one great Spanish thinker of the early part of the century, who spent most of his life abroad. Miguel Serveto y Heves was born at Tudela in Navarre in 1511, his family being of Villanueva in Aragon, and he studied at Toulouse. As secretary to Juan de Quintana, the emperor's confessor, he was with him at Bologna in 1529, and at the Diet of Augsburg in 1530, where he met Melanchthon, of whose loci communes he became a diligent student, but soon afterwards left his service and went to Basel. In 1531 he published his De Trinitatis Erroribus, and in 1552 2 dialogues on the Trinity, and the suspicion which he incurred by his views led him to flee to France. Here for the first time he met Calvin, who was his antithesis in every way, being as clear, logical, and narrow in his views as Serveto was the reverse. After acting as proofreader to Techel at Lyon, and producing a remarkable edition of Ptolemy, he went to study medicine at Paris. In this field he greatly distinguished himself, for he appears to have been the first discoverer of the circulation of the blood. After a period of wandering, during which he submitted to rebaptism by the Anabaptists of Charloux, he came to Vienne, where his old pupil, Pierre Palmer, was now archbishop, and remained there until 1553. In 1546 through 1547 he engaged in a violent theological controversy with Calvin, and when at length he published his Christianismi Restitutio, the letters were added to the book as a kind of appendix. Not unnaturally offended, Calvin meanly accused his adversary, through an intermediary, to the Inquisition, and in April 1553 both Serveto and the printer of the book were imprisoned. Serveto made his escape, probably by complicity of his gaolers, and was burned in effigy on June 17th. He now resolved to make his way into northern Italy, but by a strange mischance he went by way of Geneva. His arrival was reported to Calvin, who resolved that his enemy should not escape. The blasphemer must die. On October 27, 1553, Serveto was burnt at the stake. It is difficult to estimate his theological position, for his one follower, Alfonso de Juria of Tarragona, is now little more than a name. Miguel Serveto stands quite alone, and towers far above other skeptical thinkers of his age. In some ways essentially modern, he is in others essentially medieval. He could not throw in his lot with any party, because he held that all existing religions alike were partly right and partly wrong. It is impossible to judge of him by constructing a theological system from his writings, for his mind was analytic and not synthetic. His tenets varied from time to time, and his system was after all but a framework by means of which he endeavored to hold and to express certain great ideas: creation and the Logos, the immanence of God in the universe, and the like. But in his anxiety to correct the rigidity of the theological conceptions of his age, he took up a position which often degenerated into the merest shallow negation, and his books on the Trinity are anti-Trinitarian, not because of his teaching, but in spite of it. And thus, whilst supplying many elements which were lacking to the religious consciousness of most other men of his age, he obscured them, and marred his own usefulness immeasurably by alloying them with elements of dogmatic anti-Trinitarianism, which were never of the essence of his teaching. Section 3. Portugal. In Portugal, the religious revolt never attained serious dimensions. There were a few Erasmistas, and a number of foreigners were proceeded against for heresy from time to time, but that is all. Nevertheless, the prevalence of heresy was one of the reasons alleged for the founding of the Lisbon Inquisition, and the circumstances under which this took place may well claim attention here. The social condition of Portugal in the early part of the 16th century was not a little remarkable. Great opportunities for acquiring wealth had suddenly been opened to its people by the discovery and colonization of the Indies. The result was that they flocked abroad as colonists, or else left the country districts in order to engage in commerce at Oporto or Lisbon, which rapidly increased in size. But this had a curious effect upon the rural districts. Before long there were scarcely any peasants, and the few that there were demanded high wages. To supply their place, the landowners began to import huge gangs of Negro slaves, who were far cheaper, and could be obtained in any number that was required. But this system had one great disadvantage, so far as the exchequer was concerned. It became increasingly difficult to get the taxes paid, for there was no longer anybody to pay them, the property of the merchants being for the most part not within reach for the purpose. And thus the king, Dom João III, 1526 through 57, found himself in a curious position. He had great hoards of money in the treasury, but there was a continual drain upon them, and there were no means of replenishing them, although he reigned over the richest people in Europe. In a letter to Clement VII, dated June 28, 1526, he complains of his poverty, and gives this as his reason for not succoring the King of Hungary in his resistance to the Turks. Various expedients were adopted in order to replenish the royal treasury. Amongst others, a bull of 1527 gave the king the right of nominating the heads of all monasteries in his realm, with all the pecuniary advantages which this privilege involved. But Dom João soon found that he could not make much from this source without scandalizing his people, and incurring the enmity of the Church. There was, however, a source of revenue yet untapped which was not open to this objection, namely the Novos Cristãos. If he could proceed against them, as was done in Spain, a lucrative harvest was ready to hand. Accordingly, early in 1531, the king instructed Brize, his agent in Rome, to apply to the Holy See for a bull establishing the Inquisition in Portugal on the lines of that of Seville, and urged him to use every means in his power to this end, since it would be for the service of God and of himself and for the good of his people. Brize task proved to be one of considerable difficulty. One cardinal, the Florentine Lorenzo Pucci, declared roundly that no inquisition was needed, and that it was only a plan to fleece the Jews, and his nephew Antonio, who succeeded him as cardinal, proved little more tractable. The Jews themselves had always been influential with the Curia, and they resisted strenuously. Brize found that for his purpose heresy was a better name to conjure with than Judaism, and he did not fail to press the necessity for the Inquisition as a safeguard against it. At length he seceded, and on December 17, 1531, the bull Cum ad Nihil was signed, which provided for the inauguration of the Inquisition at Lisbon. The reasons given were that some of the Novo Cristãos were returning to the rites of their Jewish forefathers, and that certain Christians were Judaizing, and that others were following the Lutheran and other damnable heresies and errors, or practicing magical arts. These reasons were, as Herculiano has said, in part false, in part misleading, and in part ridiculous. There were no Lutherans in Portugal. The Novo Cristãos had as yet given no trouble there, and the Christians of Portugal were no more inclined to Judaism and less inclined to magic than those of other parts of Europe. But the allegations had served their purpose. On January 13, 1532, a brief was dispatched to Fray Diogo da Silva, the king's confessor, expediting the bull and nominating him as Inquisitor General, and it looked as if the question was ended. As a matter of fact, it was hardly begun, for now began a series of intrigues and counter-intrigues on the matter, now one side getting the best of it, and now the other. The brave knight Duarte Chipais, who was the agent for the Jews, worked for them with a zeal and vigor restrained only by the fact that he was a Portuguese subject. The king more than once procured laws which placed the Jews at the mercy of his subjects, and then had to withdraw them. Money, promises, threats were freely expended on both sides. Herculiano calculates that between February 1531, when the matter was first opened, and July 1547, when it was finally settled, over 2 million cruzados, or nearly £300,000, were paid by the king to the papacy, without counting gifts to individual cardinals. And since the Jews dispersed money even more freely, it is clear that one party, at any rate, was the gainer by the negotiations. To trace the changes in detail, on October 17, 1532, a brief was issued suspending the bull of December 17, 1531. On April 7, 1533, this was followed up by a bull which divided the Novo Cristãos into two classes, those who had received baptism by compulsion and those who had been baptized voluntarily or in infancy. The former are not bound to observe the laws of the Church, the latter are, but their past failures are condoned. The king was very angry at this amnesty and directed his agents to suggest various alternatives, one being that the Jews should be shipped to Africa so as to be interposed between Christians and Moors. But Clement VII did not waver. On April 2, 1534, he dispatched a dignified brief to Dom João, saying that he was not bound to give reasons for his action, but that he would do so as an act of grace, and he proceeded to give his reasons with admirable clearness. Not long afterwards he died. His successor, Paul III, seemed more tractable at first, but he would not withdraw the pardon, even when Dom João threatened to renounce the papal obedience, like the King of England. At length, however, at the desire of Charles V, Paul agreed to the setting up of the Inquisition, and it was again provided for by a bull of May 23, 1536. But the matter did not end here, and it was not until July 16, 1547, that the precise extent of the amnesty was settled and the Inquisition finally established. Even when it was established, it had very little to do with heresy properly so called. A few writings, for instance those of Antonio Vieira Marramaki, who insisted upon the duty of translating the Bible, were placed on the Portuguese index, but it was far more largely concerned with foreign works than those of natives. A considerable number of foreign students or traders came under its influence. For instance, the Scottish poet George Buchanan, circa 1548, and the Englishmen William Gairdner and Mark Burgess. Even the records of the foreign church at Geneva, so largely recruited from Spain and Italy, only supply some 5 or 6 Portuguese names, so that Damião de Gois remained the one Portuguese heretic of distinction during this period. Damião was born about 1501 of a noble family, went to Antwerp about 1523, and spent 6 years there in study. Then he traveled in the north and returned by way of Germany, passing through Munster to Freiburg, where he stayed some months with Erasmus, and had long conferences with him. After this he was in Italy from 1534 to 1538, with one short interval, during which he came to Basel to tend Erasmus, who died in his arms on the night of July 11, 12, 1536. In 1537, at the desire of Sadoleto, he began a correspondence with the reformers at Wittenberg. in the hope of bringing them back to the church. He was at Louvain in 1538, and after fighting on the side of Flanders and being for 2 years a prisoner of war, he at length returned to Portugal in 1545. He was almost immediately denounced to the Inquisition, but as the charges were vague, and the Inquisitor General his friend, he was set free, and soon after was appointed royal archivist and historiographer. In 1550 a second denunciation was made by Simão Rodrigues, a Jesuit who had known him in Italy. It was more precise and therefore more dangerous, but although he was vehemently suspected, the charges fell through. More than 20 years later, however, the charges were again disinterred. He was brought before the judge Diogo da Fonseca on April 4, 1571, and remanded, and the old man of 70 remained in prison for 20 months while the charges were being investigated. He frankly confessed that he had been remiss in the performance of his religious duties, and that he had held certain points of doctrine which were then held by many great theologians, and were only subsequently made unlawful by the Council of Trent. This, he said, was between 1531 and 1537, and against it he set more than 30 years of blameless life. Nevertheless, he was sentenced to perpetual imprisonment. Here the king interfered, commuted the punishment, and sent him on December 16, 1572, to perform his penance in the monastery of Batalha. We do not know when he returned to his own home, but he died there not long afterwards of an accident, a judgment, as people said. Such, then, was the work of the Portuguese Inquisition during this period in its relation to heresy. It was founded for reasons ostensibly religious, but actually fiscal, and although when once established it made Protestantism impossible in Portugal, there is nothing to suggest that the movement for reform would have found many adherents there had there been no Inquisition. End of section 43.
Section 44 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13, Henry VIII, by James Gairdner, Part 1. On his election to the empire, Charles became a much greater potentate in the eyes of all, and, as he was also the Queen of England's nephew, there were manifest reasons for England to desire his friendship. On the other hand, the close alliance of France, which Wolsey had twice succeeded in securing, however beneficial to England, was exceedingly unpopular. It had scarcely been contracted when efforts were made to undermine it, and soon a strong party at court, headed by the Queen herself, endeavored to prevent the French interview, which had been arranged for April 1, 1519, from taking effect. The new emperor, equally desirous to counteract if he could not prevent the meeting, agreed to visit England on his way from Spain to Germany. Matters, however, had to be arranged beforehand, and though the anti-French party contrived to put off the visit to Francis till June 1520, it was only in April of that year that the imperial ambassador in England succeeded in concluding a specific treaty. It was settled that the emperor should, if possible, land at Sandwich in May, just before the king went to France, or, if he failed to do so, should have a meeting with Henry at Gravelines after the French interview. He actually landed on May 26 at Dover, barely in time for a very hurried visit. Next day, which happened to be Whitsunday, the king conducted him to Canterbury, where he was introduced to the Queen, his aunt, and attended service in the cathedral. On the 31st, he had to embark again for Flanders in order that Henry might fulfill his engagement with Francis. But a further meeting at Gravelines after the French interview was promised. Wolsey, meanwhile, had taken care that this French interview should not be a failure. A great deal of negotiation, indeed, had been found necessary, but Francis, to facilitate matters, at last put all the arrangements under Wolsey's control, so that they advanced rapidly. The king crossed from Calais to Dover the same day that the emperor embarked from Sandwich. At Gien, on June 6, he signed a treaty of which the counterpart was signed by Francis the same day at Ardres, partly bearing on the prospective marriage of Mary and the Dauphin, partly framed to secure French intervention in disputes with Scotland in a form which should give England satisfaction. The interview took place on the 7th, in a spot between the English castle of Gien and the French castle of Ardres. The scene, magnificent beyond all precedent, even in that age of glitter, was called, from the splendour of the tents and apparel, the Field of Cloth of Gold, and the mutual visits and festivities continued till the 24th, when the two kings separated. Nothing could have appeared more cordial, and the world was for some time under the impression that the alliance between England and France was now more firmly knit than ever. And yet, immediately afterwards, the king, with Queen Catherine, proceeded by agreement to another meeting with the emperor at Gravelines, which took place on July 10. On the 14th, at Calais, a secret treaty was signed, binding both Henry and the emperor to make no further arrangements with France, giving effect either to the marriage of the Dauphin with Mary, or to that of Charles himself with the French king's daughter Charlotte, a match to which he was bound by the Treaty of Noyon. Indeed, there is no doubt that in their secret conferences both at Canterbury and at Calais, the project had been discussed of setting aside agreements with France by both parties and marrying the emperor to the Princess Mary. Of these perfidious compacts Francis was, of course, not directly informed, but he was not to be persuaded that the two meetings with the emperor before and after the interview were mere matters of courtesy. He felt, however, that it would be impolitic to display resentment. The emperor was crowned at Aachen on October 23. In April 1521, the Duke of Buckingham was summoned from Gloucestershire to the king's presence, and on his arrival in London was charged with treason. Information had been given against him of various incautious expressions tending to show that, being of the blood of Lancaster, he had some expectation of succeeding to the crown, the fulfilment of which events might hasten. Also that, should he succeed, Wolsey and Sir Thomas Lovell would be beheaded, and further, that if he had been arrested on an occasion when the king had been displeased with him, he would have tried, as his father had with Richard III, to get access to the king's presence, and would then have stabbed him. That this testimony was strongly coloured by malice there is little doubt. But the Duke had a formal trial before the Duke of Norfolk as High Steward, and was found guilty by 17 of his peers. He was beheaded on Tower Hill on May 17, to the general regret of the people. At this time Francis I had stirred up war against the emperor, who was already perplexed with a rebellion in Spain, while occupied in Germany with Luther and the Diet of Worms. Charles, hard pressed, was willing to accept Henry's mediation, and the French, after some reverses for which their early success had not prepared them, were glad to accept it also. But the imperialists changed their tone with the change of fortune, and demanded Henry's aid by the Treaty of London against the aggressor. Wolsey was sent to Calais to hear deputies of both sides and adjust the differences. On opening the conference, he found the imperialists intractable. They had no power to treat, only to demand aid of England. But Wolsey, they said, might visit the emperor himself, who was then at Bruges, to discuss matters. This strange proceeding, as state papers show, had been certainly planned between Wolsey and the imperialists beforehand, and the cardinal suspended the conference, making plausible excuses to the French, while he went to the emperor at Bruges and concluded with him a secret treaty against France on August 25. It would seem, however, that the terms of this treaty were the subject of prolonged discussion before it was concluded, and Wolsey, instead of being only 8 days absent from Calais, as he told the Frenchmen he would be, was away for nearly 3 weeks. He had successfully contended, among other things, that if a suspension of hostilities could be obtained in the meantime, England should not be bound to declare war against France till March 1523. On his return to Calais, he labored hard to bring about this suspension, but in vain. The capture of Fuenterrabia by the French in October, and their refusal to restore it, or even to put it into the hands of England for a time as a security, finally wrecked the conference, and Wolsey returned to England in November. His health had given way at times during these proceedings, and he was certainly disappointed at the result. But he was rewarded by the king with the Abbey of St. Albans in addition to his other preferments. Pope Leo X died on December 2 following. Charles V had promised Wolsey at Bruges that, on the first vacancy of the papal chair, he would do his best to make him pope, and the king sent Pace to Rome to help to procure his election. The emperor wrote to Wolsey that he had not forgotten his promise, but he certainly did not keep it, and in January 1522 Adrian VI was elected. It may be doubted whether Wolsey was much disappointed, but he knew now what reliance to place on a promise of Charles V. On February 2, he and the papal ambassador presented to the king the deceased pope's bull bestowing upon him the title of Defender of the Faith, in acknowledgment of the service he had done the Church by writing a book against Luther. Hendrie had been more eager to take part with the emperor than Wolsey thought prudent. Charles now required a loan, and claimed from Hendrie fulfilment of a promise of the pay of 3,000 men in the Netherlands. He was already in Henry's debt, but Wolsey was disposed to allow him a further advance of 100,000 crowns on condition that the king should not be called on to declare openly against Francis till the money was refunded. This did not suit Charles at all, and he hastened on another visit, which he was to pay to Hendrie on his way back to Spain, and arrived at Dover again in 1522 on May 26, the very day of his landing there 2 years before. He was feasted and entertained even more than he cared for at Greenwich, London, and Windsor, at which last place, on June 19th, he bound himself by a new treaty to marry Mary when she had completed her 12th year. But he secured a further loan of 50,000 crowns, and had the satisfaction during his stay of seeing Hendrie committed to immediate war with France by an open declaration of hostility, which the English herald Clarencieux made to Francis at Lyons on May 29. On July 2, a further treaty was concluded for the conduct of the war, and on the 6th the emperor sailed from Southampton. Just before his departure, he gave Wolsey a patent for a pension of 2,500 ducats on vacant bishoprics in Spain, and guaranteed him the continuance of another pension which Francis had hitherto paid him in recompense for the bishopric of Tournai, that city having surrendered to the Imperialists on December 1. But Spanish pensions were commonly in arrear, and that charged on the Spanish bishoprics was only in lieu of one specifically charged on the see of Badajoz, which the emperor had already granted to Wolsey in 1520. Nor was Charles at all ready at any time, when called upon, to pay his debts to the king himself. It was no surprise to Francis when England declared war against him. As a means of keeping Hendrie in check, he had again let Albany find his way to Scotland while the Calais conferences were still going on in 1521. He pretended that he had not connived at Albany's escape, and he made a show of urging him to return, but he meant to make use of him in Scotland. Albany, on his arrival, desired of Henry a prolongation of the truce between the two kingdoms, in which France should be included. Evidently, France was so impoverished by taxation that she would have been glad to stave off war by any means. But Henry would hear nothing about prolonging the truce while Albany was in Scotland, and he wrote to the estates of that country in January 1522 not to allow him to remain there, seeing that he had escaped from France surreptitiously, and his presence was not even safe for their king. This was just what Henry had told them before, but it was a stranger plea to urge than formerly, for this time Queen Margaret, James V.'s own mother, had solicited Albany's return. She indeed had found it hard to live amid a factious nobility, especially as she had been neglected by her own husband, from whom she was now seeking a divorce. But Henry had small regard for his sister's good name, and insinuated that it was Albany who had tried to separate her from her husband, with the intention of marrying her himself. Such a charge was scarcely even plausible, for Albany had a wife then living, with whom, as he told the English Herald, he was perfectly satisfied. The Estates of Scotland made a very temperate but firm reply, saying they were prepared to live and die with their governor, while both Margaret and Albany repelled the shameful insinuations against them, certainly not with greater vehemence than the case deserved. Henry then sent a fleet to the Firth of Forth, and some raids into Scotland took place, in which Kelso was partly burned. As to France, so soon after the declaration of war as the wind would serve, and bad victualling arrangements permit, a force under the Earl of Surrey as Lord Admiral sailed from Southampton, and on July 1 sacked and burned the town of Morlaix in Brittany, setting fire to the shipping in the harbour. It then returned with a rich booty to the Solent, for the merchants of Morlaix had stores of linen cloths. There was also some desultory fighting about Calais and Boulogne, but nothing noteworthy was done till September, when Surrey, now the commander of an invading force, in cooperation with an imperial army, burned and destroyed with great barbarity a number of places in Picardy. Hesdin also was besieged, and the town much injured, but it was found difficult to assault the castle, and the besiegers withdrew. The season was wet, the artillery difficult to move, and the understanding between the allies not altogether satisfactory. Surrey's empty victories won him great applause in England, but he returned to Calais in October. Meantime, the Scots had created some alarm. In May, for want of French support, Albany had been on the point of withdrawing from the country and letting peace be made, when some slender succours came. Moreover, the English raids called for retribution. Albany advanced to the borders at the head of a very numerous army, intending to invade England on September 2. Though the design was known even in July, when the Earl of Shrewsbury was appointed lieutenant-general of an army to be sent against Scotland, the borders were ill prepared to resist, and Carlisle, against which Albany's great host was directed, was defenceless. But Lord Dacre, warden of the marches, was equal to the emergency. Towards the close of August, he sent secret messages to Albany, which led to negotiations, though he acknowledged that he had no powers to treat, and he appealed to Margaret to use her influence for peace, which would become more hopeless than ever between the kingdoms if arrangements were not made at once. He effectually concealed the weakness of his own position, and caused the enemy to waste time, till at length, on September 11, Albany agreed with him for 1 month's abstinence from war, and disbanded his army. Wolsey was much relieved, and Dacre was thanked for his astuteness. It was in vain now that Albany in further negotiations pressed for the comprehension of France, and he sailed again for that country in October, leaving a council of regency in Scotland and promising to return in the following August. Much money was wanted for the French war. Wolsey had not only levied from the city of London a loan of £20,000, but afterwards, on August 20, had sent for the mayor and chief citizens to inform them that commissioners were appointed over all the country to swear every man to the value of his movable property, of which it was thought that everyone should give a tenth. And though some had already contributed to the loan as much as a fifth of their goods, they were told that the loan would only be allowed as part of the tenth to be exacted from the whole city. Nor was even this enough, for Parliament, which had not met for more than 7 years, was called in April 1523 expressly for further supplies. A subsidy of £800,000 was demanded, for which the Commons were asked to impose a property tax of 4 shillings in the pound on every man's goods and lands. Sir Thomas More, who was elected Speaker, backed up the demand, but it was resisted as impossible. There was not coin, it was said, out of the king's hands in all the realm to pay it. Cardinal Wolsey came down to the House and would have discussed the matter, but the Commons pleaded their privileges, and he contented himself with setting before them evidences of the increased prosperity of the country, and withdrew. After long debate, a grant was made of 2 shillings in the pound, payable in 2 years on every man's lands or goods who was worth £20, with smaller rates on men of inferior means. But Wolsey insisted that this was not enough, and ultimately further grants were made of 1 shilling in the pound on landed property, to be paid in 3 years, and 1 shilling in the pound on goods, to be paid in the 4th year. The amount was unprecedented. The Parliament sat continuously, except for a break at Whitsuntide, till August 13, when it was dissolved. The clergy were also taxed at the same time through their convocations, that of Canterbury meeting at first at St. Paul's, and that of York under Wolsey at Westminster. An attempt of Wolsey to induce them to resolve themselves into a single national synod failed. They were permitted to vote their money in the usual way, and after much opposition, a grant was made of half a year's revenue from all benefices, payable in 5 years. The war, which had languished somewhat since Surrey's invasion of France, was now renewed with greater vigour. In August, the Duke of Suffolk was appointed captain general of a new invading army, a larger one, it was said, than had sailed from England for 100 years. France was not only in great poverty, but was now isolated. Scotland could not help her, and her old ally Venice had turned against her, not being allowed to remain neutral. Moreover, Henry was calculating on the disaffection of the Duke of Bourbon, with whom both he and the Emperor had been for some time secretly in communication. In September, the Duke's sudden defection took Francis by surprise, and compelled him to desist from conducting personally a new expedition into Italy. Meanwhile, Suffolk, having crossed the Channel, was joined by a considerable force under Count Van Buren, not, however, well provided with wagons and means of transport, while France was harassed elsewhere by the Imperialists. But the invading armies were weakened by divided counsels. A plan of besieging Boulogne was given up, and the allies only devastated Picardy, took Bray by assault, and compelled Ancre and Montdidier to surrender. It was reported in England that Suffolk was on his way to Paris, and that he might have the means to follow up his advantages, Commissions were issued on November 2 to press all over England for what was called an anticipation, that is to say, for payment by those possessed of £40 in lands or goods of the first assessment of the subsidy before the term when it was legally due. The money was gathered in. But before the month of November was out, Byron had disbanded his forces and Suffolk had returned to Calais. A severe frost had produced intense suffering, and it was found impossible to preserve discipline. The king had determined to send over Lord Mountjoy with reinforcements, but before he could be sent, the English troops had taken their own way home through Flanders, and many of them shipped at Antwerp, Sluys, and Newport. Meantime, though later than he promised, eluding English efforts to intercept him, Albany had again crossed the sea to Scotland. During all the time of his absence, Henry had persistently tried to undermine his influence and weaken the Scotch alliance with France. For this it was not difficult to make further use of Margaret, who, in the hope of seeing her old authority restored, was soon persuaded once more to desert Albany. A truce had been arranged with the lords without reference to him, and Albany in France took serious alarm at rumours that Henry had been negotiating to keep him permanently out of Scotland, with the suggestion of marrying James to the Princess Mary. But the truce was allowed to expire in February, when Surrey was appointed Lieutenant General of the army against Scotland, and under his direction the Marquis of Dorset, who was appointed Warden of the East Marches, invaded Teviotdale in April 1523. A series of further invasions was kept up all through the summer, and just when Albany returned in September, Surrey succeeded in laying Jedburgh in ashes, till then a great fortified town more populous than Berwick. He met, however, with a most obstinate resistance, and was thrown on the defensive, when Albany, immediately on his arrival, prepared to invade in his turn. Knowing the weakness of Berwick and the strength of Albany's reinforcements, Surrey was seriously alarmed. But Wolsey had reason for believing his fears to be exaggerated, as the event proved them to be. Encumbered by heavy artillery, Albany moved slowly and at last laid siege to Wark Castle on November 1. The fortress seemed in real danger, the outer works being actually won. But the garrison made a gallant defence, and next day, as Surrey was coming to the rescue, Albany suddenly gave up the siege and returned to Edinburgh. His mysterious retreat was branded by the English as a shameful flight, and satirized in contemptuous verse by Skelton, the poet laureate. But the truth seems to be that several of the Scotch lords deprecated a policy of invasion as being only in the interest of France. Albany's influence was clearly on the wane, for next year he met a parliament in May, and again obtained leave for a brief visit to France, on the understanding that if he did not return in August, his authority was at an end. He left immediately and never returned again. Meanwhile, on the death of Adrian VI in September 1523, Charles V again promised, with the same insincerity as before, to advance Wolsey's candidature for the papacy, as advantageous alike to England and himself. But on November 19, Giuliano de' Medici, a great friend of both princes, was elected as Clement VII. He soon after confirmed for life Wolsey's legatine authority, which at first had been only temporary, but had been prolonged from time to time. In 1524, the war made little progress after February, when the emperor recovered Fuenterrabia. All parties were exhausted. But little came of the mission of a nuncio, Nicholas von Schomberg, Archbishop of Capua, whom the Pope sent to France, Spain, and England successively to mediate a peace. Negotiations went on with Bourbon, on the part both of the Emperor and Henry, for a joint attack on France. But the king and Wolsey had long suspected the emperor's sincerity and were determined that there should be either peace or war in earnest. Bourbon invaded Provence and laid siege to Marseille, whereupon orders were issued in England September 10 to prepare for a royal invasion in aid of the Duke. The siege of Marseille in itself was entirely in the emperor's interest. No English army crossed the Channel, and Bourbon was forced to abandon the enterprise. Henry, in the meantime, had been feeling his way to a separate peace with France in case the emperor showed himself remiss in fulfilling his engagements. In June, a Genoese merchant, Giovanni Joachino Passano, came over to London as if on ordinary business. He was soon known to be an agent of Louise of Savoy, the French king's mother, who had been left regent in her son's absence. His stay in England was unpopular with the English, but his secret negotiations with Wolsey were disavowed, and in January 1525, another French agent, Brinon, president of Rouen, joined him in London. Francis, seeing how matters lay, made a sudden descent into Italy and recovered Milan, which he had lost in the spring. But the protracted siege of Pavia ended with the defeat and capture of the French king, which seemed to throw everything into the emperor's hands, and it was not likely that he would share with his allies the fruits of his victory. Wolsey, however, had been ordering matters so as to secure his master's interests, whether the French should succeed or fail in Italy. And, just before the news of the battle reached England, he had taken a most extraordinary step to cover his communications with the French agent. A watchman arrested one night a messenger of de Brize, the imperial ambassador, as a suspicious character. His letters were taken and brought to Wolsey, who first opened and read them, then sent for the ambassador and upbraided him for the terms, very uncomplimentary certainly to himself, in which he had dared to write to his own sovereign. The king himself followed this up by a letter to the emperor, desiring him to punish de Brize as a mischief-maker trying to disturb the cordiality between them, and Charles, afraid to alienate Henry, made only a mild remonstrance against the insult. Just after this occurrence, and before news had yet arrived of the great event at Pavia, an important embassy came over from Flanders, from the emperor's aunt, Margaret of Savoy. The situation in Italy was then so doubtful, and the imperial forces there so distressed for want of means, that England was to be urged to send a large army oversea to create a diversion by a new joint attack on the north of France. Another request was that the Princess Mary and her dowry might be given up to them at once, or sent over as early as possible, in anticipation of the time appointed by the treaty. The first point Wolsey was willing to concede, if assured of sufficient cooperation from Flanders, but the conditions he required were declared by the Flemings to be quite impossible in the exhausted condition of the country. The second demand looked strange enough, and Wolsey asked what adequate hostages they could give for a young princess who was the treasure of the kingdom. Would they, meanwhile, put some of their fortified towns into the king's hands? This, too, the ambassadors said, could not be thought of, and the embassy had made little progress when, on March 9, the news from Pavia reached London. The king professed delight at the emperor's victory. Bonfires were lighted. Wine flowed freely for everyone in the streets, and on Sunday the 12th, a solemn mass was celebrated by Wolsey at St. Paul's. The cardinal then, at the request of the Flemings, dismissed Brinon and Passano, and strongly urged that now was the time for both allies to put forth all their strength. They might completely conquer France between them, and Henry, meeting the emperor in Paris, would accompany him to Rome for his coronation. The scheme, of course, was preposterous, but the proposal of it to the emperor by the English ambassadors in Spain wrung from him the confession that he had no money to carry on the war, with other admissions besides, which proved clearly that he was really seeking to break off his engagement to the Princess Mary, and was bent on a more advantageous match with Isabella of Portugal. Thus, England was to obtain nothing in return for all her loans to the emperor. But the emperor, as it soon appeared, meant to make his own terms with his prisoner, and keep to himself entirely the profits of a joint war, in which indeed English aid had profited him little. Meanwhile, the victory at Pavia was declared in England to be a great opportunity for the king to recover his rights in France by conducting a new invasion, in aid of which commissions were issued to levy further contributions called an amicable grant, though some installments of the parliamentary subsidy had still to be received. As commissioner for the City of London, Wolsey called the Lord Mayor and aldermen before him, telling them that he and the Archbishop of Canterbury had each given a third part of their revenues, and urging that persons of over £50 income might well contribute a sixth of their goods according to their own valuation, made in 1522. At this there was very natural discontent, the more so as many had incurred serious losses since that date, but the matter was pressed both in London and in the country. The demand was generally resisted. At Reading, the people would only give a twelfth. In Suffolk, the Duke of Suffolk persuaded them to give a sixth, but the clothiers said it would compel them to discharge their men, and a serious rising took place. At last, instead of a forced demand, Wolsey persuaded the king to be content with a voluntary benevolence. But a new objection was raised, that benevolences were illegal by an act of Richard III, and ultimately the king had to give up the demand altogether, and to pardon the insurgents. Wolsey told the citizens that the demand was abandoned because the French king's capture had disposed him to make suit to England for an honourable peace, for if the king had not crossed the sea, he alleged, the money would have been returned, and now it would probably not be required. But until peace was actually concluded, they must still hold themselves prepared to make further sacrifices. Thus did Wolsey smooth the way for a policy of peace with France, which he was now actively pursuing. Passano, who had not ceased to hold indirect communication with him, again appeared in London in June, no longer as a secret agent, but as an accredited ambassador from Louise of Savoy, now ennobled with the title of the Seigneur de Vaux. He concluded with Wolsey a 40 days' truce, but the Flemings immediately concluded one for 5 months with France, and the truce concluded by de Vaux was prolonged to December 1 by Brinon, who soon followed him again to England with a commission to both for a more lasting treaty. The terms required by Wolsey were hard, but demands made at first for a cession of Ardres or Boulogne were given up, and the old payments exacted from France were increased to a capital sum of 2,000,000 crowns, payable at the rate of 100,000 crowns a year. After long discussions with Wolsey, a set of 5 treaties were signed at his palace of the Moor in Hertfordshire on August 30, the most important being a league for mutual defence, in which Henry bound himself to use his influence with the emperor to induce him to set Francis at liberty on reasonable conditions. At the request of the Frenchmen, peace was proclaimed a week later, September 6. The Pope, the Venetians, and other Italian powers who dreaded the overwhelming ascendancy of the emperor were glad of this arrangement between France and England. But it had little effect on the emperor's conduct towards his prisoner, who by this time had been conveyed to Madrid. His sister Margaret, Duchess of Alençon, came to Spain to treat for his liberation, but the conditions demanded by the emperor were such as she had no power to grant. The chief difficulty concerned the cession of Burgundy. But Francis fell dangerously ill, and on his recovery he agreed to concede even this for the sake of liberty. On January 14, 1526, he signed the Treaty of Madrid, with all its onerous terms, including, among other things, the promise to refund the sum of 500,000 crowns due from the emperor to Henry. England had been unable to do anything to mitigate the severity of the conditions. Henry, indeed, had sent a new ambassador, Dr. Edward Lee, to Spain with that object, but it was easy to prevent either him or his colleagues from effectually interfering with the negotiations. After the treaty was signed, however, Francis told them that he was grateful to Henry above all princes living for not having invaded France, and that Henry should know his secret mind upon some things as soon as he had returned to his realm. What he meant by this we may imagine from the sequel. End of section 44. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 45 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13, Henry VIII, by James Gairdner, Part 2. The preponderance in Europe, which seemed to be secured to Charles by the Treaty of Madrid, alarmed not only the King of England. It was generally believed, however, that Francis, on regaining his liberty, neither would nor could allow himself to be bound by provisions to which he had no right to assent without consulting the estates of his realm and the Duchy of Burgundy. The Italian powers accordingly looked anxiously to Francis, and on account of Francis, not less anxiously to Henry. England was strong, and even stronger than she had been. The only active pretender to Henry's throne, Richard de la Pole, self-styled Duke of Suffolk, White Rose as his followers called him, had been slain at the Battle of Pavia fighting for Francis. Moreover, the Duke of Albany had left Scotland for the last time. He accompanied Francis to Italy, and, but for the event of Pavia, would have gone on to Naples. So that the French party in Scotland was overpowered, and though there were changes enough in that country, none of them were injurious to English interests. Henry was powerful, and no prince was held in higher esteem. Special gifts had been conferred upon him by 3 successive popes: a golden rose by Julius II, a sword and cap by Leo X, besides the title of Defender of the Faith, and another golden rose by Clement VII. He was also still highly popular at home, for his subjects did not impute their heavy taxation to him. One thing indeed he did at this time, which was disagreeable to his own queen. He had a bastard son 6 years old, whom in June 1525 he created Duke of Richmond, assigning him at the same time a special household and lands as if for a legitimate prince. But this apparently did not greatly abate his popularity, and it seems to have been partly to conciliate public opinion that Wolsey in that year handed over to the king the magnificent palace he had built at Hampton Court as too grand to belong to a subject. It was on March 17, 1526, that Francis was released and reached Bayonne. That same day he took the English ambassador Taylor in his arms, expressing warm gratitude to Henry, and soon after he dispatched de Vaux once more to England with his ratifications of the treaties of the Moor. On May 22, after Francis had reached Cognac, ambassadors of the Pope, the Venetians and the Duke of Milan made an alliance with the French king against the emperor. Henry, who had confirmed his own treaty with Francis at Greenwich on April 29, was not a party to this League of Cognac, but he was strongly solicited to join it by the Italian powers. Indeed, a special place was reserved for him in the treaty itself as protector and conservator of the alliance, if he chose to join it, with a principality in Naples as an additional attraction. But he and Wolsey only dallied with the Confederates, insisting on various modifications of the treaty, while the others were already committed to hostilities in Italy. Meanwhile, the Confederacy moved on to its ruin, which was completed at the sack of Rome. Francis naturally desired to obtain from the emperor the best terms he could for redeeming his sons. Wolsey, however, had from the first endeavored to keep him from any kind of agreement, assuring him that he was in no wise bound by the Treaty of Madrid, and hinting that a match with the Princess Mary would be more suitable for him than one with the emperor's sister Eleanor, whom by that treaty he had engaged to marry. And though the bait did not take immediately, for Francis, as his own ministers said, was ready to marry the emperor's mule to recover his sons, the emperor still insisted on such intolerable conditions that Francis at last desired an offensive alliance with England by which he might either dictate terms or redeem his sons by war. An embassy with this view, headed by de Grammont, Bishop of Tarbes, came to England in February 1527. The ambassadors were long in negotiation with Wolsey, who insisted first on a new treaty of perpetual peace, with a heavy tribute from France, and after all his demands were conceded, coolly told them that if the emperor would not release the princes without Francis marrying Eleanor, the king recommended him to do so. 3 treaties were at last signed on April 30, and after the Bishop of Tarbes had gone back to France and returned again, another was concluded on May 29 for maintaining a joint army in Italy. But there were still matters to be settled for which Henry desired a personal interview with Francis. This the French did not favor, but said that Wolsey would be welcome in France as his master's representative, and Francis himself wrote that he would go to Picardy to meet him. The king is said to have alleged later, though there is no sufficient proof of the truth of the story, that during this embassy the Bishop of Tarbes had expressed a doubt concerning the Princess Mary's legitimacy, as her mother Catherine had been the wife of Prince Arthur, her father's brother. It was the king himself who was now contemplating a divorce on this plea, although no one yet knew it. As a first step, in May he allowed himself to be cited in private before Wolsey as legate and called upon to justify his marriage. Nothing came of this proceeding, except that on June 22, Henry shocked his wife by telling her that they must part company, as he found, by the opinion of divines and lawyers, that they had been living in sin. He desired her, however, to keep the matter secret for the present, and Wolsey, on his way to France, persuaded both Archbishop Warham and Bishop Fisher that the king was only trying to answer objections raised by the Bishop of Tarbes. Wolsey himself, however, did not know all the king's mind upon the subject when, after landing at Calais in July, he proceeded through France with a more magnificent train than ever, not as ambassador, but as his king's lieutenant, to a meeting with Francis at Amiens. On this matter he believed he was commissioned, not only to hint that Catherine would be divorced, but also to put forward a project for marrying the king to Renée, daughter of Louis XII. This would, of course, have knit firmer the bond between Henry and Francis against the emperor, who was Catherine's nephew. But in France he was instructed to keep back, quote, the king's secret matter, or only to intimate it very vaguely, and during the whole of his stay there, which extended to 2 months and a half, he did not venture to say anything definite upon the subject. Another matter, however, helped to strengthen the case for a union against the emperor. A month before Wolsey crossed the Channel, news had reached England that Rome had been sacked and the Pope shut up in the castle of St. Angelo. At Canterbury, Wolsey ordered a litany to be sung for the imprisoned Pope, but considered how he could best utilize the incident for the king's advantage. At Amiens on August 18, 3 new treaties were made, which Henry and Francis ratified forthwith, and among other things it was settled that Mary should be married to the Duke of Orleans instead of to Francis, and that no brief or bull should be received during the Pope's imprisonment, but that whatever should be determined by the clergy of England and France in the meantime should be valid. It was also agreed what terms should be demanded of the emperor by the 2 kings, and meanwhile an English detachment under Sir Robert Jerningham was sent to join the French commander Lautrec in an Italian expedition for the Pope's delivery. Before Wolsey returned from France, he had made the discovery that the king's real object in seeking a divorce had not been imparted to him, and that Henry was pursuing it independently. It was not a French princess whom Henry designed to place in Catherine's room, but one Anne Boleyn, daughter of Sir Thomas Boleyn, a simple knight, who had only been created a viscount by the title of Rochefort in 1525. The elder sister of this lady had already been seduced by the king, but she herself had resisted till she was assured of the crown, and Henry persuaded himself that all that was required for his marriage with Anne Boleyn was a dispensation for a case of near affinity created by illicit intercourse with her sister. For he did not, in this first phase of the question, maintain, as he afterwards did, that cases like that of Catherine could not be dispensed for at all. He maintained that the dispensation procured for his marriage with Catherine was technically insufficient, and that the marriage was consequently ipso facto invalid. He, accordingly, while Wolsey was still in France, dispatched Dr. Knight, his secretary, to Italy on pretenses that did not satisfy the cardinal, and Knight performed his mission with great dexterity according to his instructions. He arrived at Rome while the Pope was still in confinement, and, though it was hopeless to procure an interview, found means to convey to him the draft dispensation desired by the king, and obtained a promise that it should be passed when he was at liberty. Not long after, the Pope escaped to Orvieto, where Knight obtained from him, in effect, a document such as he was instructed to ask for. But unfortunately it was absolutely useless for the king's purpose until he should be declared free of his first marriage, and Knight's mission had no effect except to open the eyes of the Pope and cardinals to Henry's real object. Meanwhile, France and England, having become the closest possible allies, the 2 sovereigns elected each other into their respective orders of St. Michael and the Garter, and their heralds Gillian and Clarencieux jointly declared war upon the emperor at Burgos on January 22, 1528. On this, the English merchants in Spain were arrested, and it was rumored that the heralds were arrested also, in return for which Wolsey actually imprisoned for a time the imperial ambassador Mendoza. This war was extremely unpopular in England. A French alliance, indeed, was generally hateful, especially against the emperor, who was regarded as a natural ally. The mart for English wools was removed from Antwerp to Calais. Trade was interrupted both with the Low Countries and Spain, and this, added to the effect of bad harvests at home, produced severe distress. Cloth lay on the merchants' hands unsaleable, and the clothiers of the eastern counties were obliged to discharge their spinners, carders, and tuckers. The state of matters became, in fact, intolerable, and a commercial truce was arranged with Flanders from the beginning of May to the end of February following. The expedition of Lautrec and Jerningham in Italy, very successful in the spring, proved completely disastrous in the following summer. Plague carried off the two commanders, and the defection of Andrea Doria completed the ruin of the allied forces. After Knight's failure, Wolsey addressed himself to the real difficulty in attaining the king's object, and dispatched his secretary, Stephen Gairdner, with Edward Fox, to persuade the Pope to send a legate, commissioned jointly with Wolsey to try in England the question whether the dispensation to marry Catherine was sufficient. The commission desired was a decretal one, setting forth the law by which judgment should proceed, and leaving the judges to ascertain the facts and pass judgment without appeal. This was resisted as unusual, and the ambassadors were obliged to be satisfied with a general commission, which Fox took home to England, believing it to be equally efficacious. His report seems to have convinced the king and Anne Boleyn that their object was as good as gained. But Wolsey saw that the commission was insufficient, and he instructed Gairdner to press again by every possible means for a decretal commission, even though it should be secret and not to be employed in the process. Otherwise his power over Henry was gone, and utter ruin hung over him as having deceived the king about the Pope's willingness to oblige him. Urged in this way, the Pope, with very great reluctance, gave, for Wolsey's sake, precisely what was asked for, a secret decretal commission, not to be used in the process, but only to be shown to the king and Wolsey, and then to be destroyed. He also gave a secret promise in writing not to revoke the commission which was not to be used. This secret commission was entrusted to Campeggio, the legate sent to England as Wolsey's colleague to try the cause, with strict injunctions not to let it go out of his hands. Campeggio suffered severely from gout, and his progress to England was slow and tedious. He reached London on October 7, prostrated by illness, but he had the full command of the business, and Wolsey found, to his dismay, that he had no means of taking it out of his hands. Moreover, Campeggio had promised the Pope before leaving not to give sentence without reference to him. He tried first to dissuade the king from the trial, then to induce the queen to accept an honorable release by entering a convent. Both attempts he found hopeless. The queen was as determined as the king, and was supported by general sympathy out of doors, the women particularly cheering her wherever she went. On November 8, the king declared to the Lord Mayor and aldermen at Bridewell the reasons for his conduct, imputing, as before, to the French ambassadors the first doubts of his marriage. But before matters had come to a trial, Catherine showed Campeggio a document which seemed to make the validity of the marriage unimpeachable. It was a copy of a brief preserved in Spain, by which Julius II had given, at the earnest request of Queen Isabella, a full dispensation for the marriage, assuming that the previous marriage with Arthur had really been consummated. The king and Wolsey were seriously perplexed. They put forth reasons for believing the brief to be a forgery, and urged the queen herself, as if in her own interest, to write to the emperor to send it to England. The object, however, was too plain, and though, under positive compulsion, she did write as requested, her messenger, as soon as he reached Spain, took care to inform the emperor that she had written against her will. The king was now living under one roof with Anne Boleyn, having given her a fine suite of apartments next to his own at Greenwich, and was quite infatuated in his passion, only awaiting an authoritative pronouncement that should allow him to marry. Early in February 1529, his prospects seemed to be changed by a false report of the death of Clement VII. But the Pope, after being really very ill, recovered slowly in the spring, and was no sooner again fit for business than he was pestered by English agents with demands to declare the brief in Spain a forgery. The attempt to discredit the brief, however, was at last abandoned, and the king and Wolsey determined to commence the trial and push it on as fast as possible, for fear of some arrest of the proceedings. Good reasons had already been given at Rome by the imperial ambassador for revocation of the cause, but the Pope declined to interfere with the hearing before the legates. The court was formally opened accordingly at Blackfriars on May 31, when citations were issued to the king and queen to appear on June 18. On that day, the queen appeared in person before the legates, and objected to their jurisdiction. This objection being considered, on the 21st, the legates pronounced themselves to be competent judges, whereupon the queen intimated an appeal to the Pope and withdrew, after some touching words addressed to the king in court. Being called again and refusing to return, she was pronounced contumacious, and the trial went on. But an incident at the 5th sitting, which was on the 28th, astonished everyone. John Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, a lover of books who commonly avoided public life, said that the king at a former sitting had professed justice to be his only aim, and had invited everyone who could throw light upon the subject to relieve his scruples. He therefore felt bound in duty to show the conclusion which he had reached after 2 years' careful study, which was that the marriage was indissoluble by any authority, divine or human, and he presented a book which he had composed on the subject. He was followed by Standish, Bishop of St. Asaph, and Dr. Liggam, Dean of the Arches, who maintained the same view. The legates remonstrated rather mildly that Fisher was pronouncing in a cause which was not committed to him, and the king composed, but probably did not deliver, a very angry speech in reply, addressed to the judges. The court went on, taking evidence chiefly about the circumstances of Prince Arthur's marriage, till July 23, when Campeggio prorogued it to October 1. Shortly afterwards arrived an intimation that the cause was advoked to Rome, and all further proceedings must be prosecuted there. This the imperialists had procured on the Queen's demand for justice, which the Pope could not resist, and Henry saw that it was a death blow to his expectations. The fall of Wolsey was now inevitable. From the first, the business of the divorce had been a source of intense anxiety to him, knowing as he did that if he failed to give the king satisfaction, his ruin would be easily achieved by the leading lords who had been so long excluded from the king's councils. And now that the failure was complete, he was visibly out of favor. But the king was too well aware of his value not to desire his advice about many things, even now, and there was one matter in particular in which his guiding hand had scarcely completed his work. The king, indeed, had intended to send him to Cambray to assist in a European settlement if the trial could have been got over soon enough, but Bishop Tunstall and Sir Thomas More were sent in his place. By the Treaty of Cambray, signed on August 5, the state of war between Francis and the Emperor was ended. The conditions of the Treaty of Madrid were at length modified, and Francis was permitted to redeem his sons without parting with Burgundy. It was undoubtedly the Emperor's fear of England that secured these favorable conditions for France, and France had in return to take upon herself all the Emperor's liabilities to Henry. The English also made their own separate treaties at Cambray, both with the Emperor and with Francis. But through the influence of Anne Boleyn, Wolsey was presently excluded from the king's presence, and ultimately he found himself cut off from all communication with his sovereign. On October 9, the first day of Michaelmas term, he took his seat as Chancellor for the last time in Westminster Hall. That day an indictment was preferred against him in the King's Bench, and the 30th of the same month was appointed for his trial. But meanwhile he was made to surrender the Great Seal, and to execute a curious deed in which he confessed the prémunire of which he was afterwards found guilty, and desired the king to take all his land and property in part compensation for his offences. This he did, not because the prémunire was just, but only in the hope of avoiding a parliamentary impeachment, which nevertheless was brought forward in the House of Lords, but was thrown out in the Commons by the exertions of his dependent, Thomas Cromwell. For a new Parliament had been called after an interval of 6 years, and the session had been opened by Sir Thomas More, who had just been appointed Lord Chancellor in Wolsey's place. The elections had been unduly influenced, and the Commons were so subservient that one of their acts was expressly to release the king from repayment of the forced loan, for which, as may be imagined, they incurred general ill will. They also sent up a host of bills to the Lords, attacking abuses connected with probates, mortuaries, and other matters of spiritual jurisdiction, and also against clerical pluralities and non-residents. Bishop Fisher thought it right to protest in the House of Lords against the spirit and tendency of such legislation, and because he had pointed to the example of Bohemia as a kingdom ruined by lack of faith, the Speaker and 30 of the Commons were deputed to complain to the king that Fisher seemed to regard them as no better than Turks and infidels. It may be suspected that they were prompted, for Henry was certainly glad of the opportunity of calling on the bishop to explain himself. On the breaking up of the legatine court, the king had been just about to give up further pursuit of a divorce as hopeless, and in that belief he had sought to get the cause superseded at Rome, that he might not be summoned out of his own realm. But in August, when he visited Waltham Abbey in a progress, he was told of a suggestion made by one Thomas Cranmer, a private tutor who had been there just before, having been driven from Cambridge by an epidemic, that he might still get warrant enough for treating his marriage as invalid by procuring a number of opinions to that effect from English and foreign universities. He at once caught at the idea, and relied on the friendship of Francis to procure what he wanted on the other side of the Channel. In the beginning of the year 1530, when the emperor had gone to Bologna to be crowned by the Pope, Anne Boleyn's father, who had recently been created Earl of Wiltshire, and Dr. Stokesley, Bishop-elect of London, were sent thither with a commission to treat for a universal peace and a general alliance against the Turk. That was the pretext, and no doubt aid against the Turks would then have been particularly valuable to the emperor, seeing that they had got fast hold of Hungary, and had quite recently besieged Vienna. But the main object was to explain to Charles with great show of cordiality, now that the two sovereigns were friends again, the manifold arguments against the validity of Henry's marriage with his aunt. And with this purpose in view, Stokesley, on his way through France, strove to quicken the process of getting opinions from French universities. The decisions even of the English universities were only obtained in March and April, under what pressure it is needless to say. The mere purpose of the proceedings raised the indignation of the women of Oxford, who pelted with stones Bishop Longland, the chancellor, and his companion, when they came to obtain the seal of the university. No wonder, therefore, that when Wiltshire arrived at Bologna in March, no French university had been induced to pronounce a judgment. His mission, in truth, was anything but a success, and it is hard to see that much could have been expected of it. For the Pope, just before his coming, had issued a bull dated March 7, committing the king's cause to Capisucci, auditor of the Rota, which, after his arrival, was followed by another on the 21st, forbidding all ecclesiastical judges or lawyers from speaking or writing against the validity of the marriage. Worse still, Wiltshire's presence gave opportunity to serve him, as Henry's representative, with a summons for his master to appear in person or by deputy before the tribunal at Rome. The Pope, however, offered to suspend the cause till September if Henry would take no further step till then, and the king accepted the offer. Wolsey, meanwhile, had been living at Esher, in a house belonging to him as Bishop of Winchester, whither, on his disgrace, he was ordered to withdraw. But his enemies, fearing lest the king should again employ his services, were anxious that he should be sent to his other and more remote northern diocese, and an arrangement was made in February 1530, by which he received a general pardon, resigning to the king for a sum of ready money the bishopric of Winchester and the abbey of St. Albans, while the possessions of his archbishopric of York were restored to him. He began his journey north early in Lent, paused at Peterborough over Easter, and spent the summer at Southwell, a seat of the archbishops of York, where he was intensely mortified to learn that the king had determined to dissolve two colleges, the one at Ipswich and the other at Oxford, of which he had brought about the establishment with great labour and cost. For this object, as early as 1524, he had procured bulls to dissolve certain small monasteries and apply their revenues to his new foundations, and the obloquy he had incurred from other causes was certainly increased by the dissolution of those houses. Indeed, in 1525, a riot took place at Bayham in Sussex, where a company in disguise restored, though only for a few days, the extruded canons. The Ipswich College was suppressed by the king. At Oxford, however, the buildings had advanced too far to be stopped, and the work was completed on a less magnificent design. After Wolsey's death, the king called it King Henry VIII's College. It is now known as Christ Church. In the autumn, Wolsey moved further north, and, reaching Cawood by the beginning of November, at length hoped to be installed in his own Cathedral of York on the 7th. But on the 4th he was visited by the Earl of Northumberland, who suddenly notified to him his arrest on a charge of treason. His Italian physician Agostini had been bribed by the Duke of Norfolk to betray secret communications which he had held with the French ambassador de Vaux, and the charge was added that he had urged the Pope to excommunicate the king and so cause an insurrection. Unconscious of this, he was conducted to Sheffield, where, at the Earl of Shrewsbury's house, he was alarmed to learn that Sir William Kingston had been dispatched to bring him up to London. As Sir William was Constable of the Tower, Wolsey now perceived that his execution was intended, and sheer terror brought on an illness of which he died on the way at Leicester. So passed away the great cardinal, the animating spirit of whose whole career is expressed in the sad words he uttered at the last, that if he had served God as diligently as he had served the king, he would not have given him over in his grey hairs. Conspicuous beyond all other victims of royal ingratitude, he had strained every nerve to make his sovereign great, wealthy, and powerful. His devotion to the king had undoubtedly interfered with his spiritual duties as a churchman. It was not until his fall that he was able to give any care to his episcopal function. The new career, so soon terminated, showed another and a more amiable side in his character. That he might have been happy if unmolested, even when stripped of power, there is little reason to doubt. Yet his was a soul that loved grandeur and display, magnificent in building and in schemes for education. He was ambitious, no doubt, and it might be high-handed, as the agent of a despotic master, but with nothing mean or sordid in his character. And something of ambition might surely be condoned in one whose favor the greatest princes of Europe were eager to secure. For with a penetrating glance he saw through all their different aims and devices. The glamour of external greatness never imposed upon him, and whatever bribes or tributes might be offered to himself, his splendid political abilities were devoted with single-minded aim to the service of his king and country. He raised England from the rank of a second-rate power among the nations. His faults, indeed, are not to be denied. Impure as a priest, and unscrupulous in many ways as a statesman, he was only a conspicuous example in these things of a prevailing moral corruption. But his great public services, fruitful in their consequences even under the perverse influences which succeeded him, would have produced yet nobler results for his country if his policy had been left without interference. End of section 45. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 46 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13, Hendrie VIII, by James Gairdner, Part 3. Meanwhile, the king had fallen on a new device to force the Pope's hand. A meeting of notable persons was called on June 12 to draw up a joint address to His Holiness, urging him to decide the cause in Henry's favor, lest they should be driven to take the matter into their own hands. To obtain subscriptions to this, the nobles were separately dealt with, and the document was sent down into the country to obtain the signatures and seals of peers and prelates, among others of Wolsey at Southwell. It was finally dispatched on July 13, and Clement, though he might well have felt indignant at this attempt to influence his judicial decision by threats, made on September 27 a remarkably temperate reply. He had, moreover, a few months before, sent to England a nuncio named Nicholas del Burgo to smooth matters, and the prospect of justice to Catherine was not improved by this perpetual dallying. Bishop Fisher, however, was most assiduous in writing books to support her cause, so much so that Archbishop Warham, awed by the king's authority, called him to his house one day, and earnestly, but in vain, besought him to retract. Nevertheless, inhibitions came from Rome which, it was believed, made the king at one time really think of putting away Anne Boleyn. This was at the beginning of the year 1531. But he recovered heart when repeated briefs seemed only to grow weaker, and, conscious of his power at home, he sought to attain his object by breaking down the independence of the clergy, from the whole body of whom he contrived to extort not only a heavy fine for a prémunire which they were held to have incurred by submitting to the legatine jurisdiction of Wolsey, but also an acknowledgment of his being supreme head of the Church of England. This title was only conceded to him by the Convocation of Canterbury after a 3 days' debate, when it was carried at last by an artifice, and with the modifying words, quote, "so far as the law of Christ allows," end quote. Nor was it without protest that the northern clergy were brought to the same acknowledgment. This encroachment on their liberties made the clergy of the south regret their pecuniary grant, but they were altogether helpless, though in the end of August their assessment led to a riotous attack on the Bishop of London's palace at St. Paul's. Parliament had met on January 15, and was kept sitting into March without doing anything material. All the members were anxious to go home, and the Queen's friends easily got leave. On March 30 it was prorogued for Easter, when Sir Thomas More, as Chancellor, though utterly sick of an office which he had unwillingly accepted, even with the assurance that his own convictions would be respected, found himself obliged to declare to the Commons, in order that they might check ill reports in the country, the conscientious motives by which the king said he had been induced to seek a divorce, and the opinions obtained in his favour from the greatest universities in Christendom. What effect this had in allaying popular indignation at the king's proceedings is very doubtful. A strange occurrence in February in Bishop Fisher's household had produced a most unpleasant impression. A number of the servants fell ill, and 2 of them died. It was found that the cook had put poison in some pottage, of which, happily, the bishop himself had not tasted, but it was generally believed his life had been aimed at by Anne Boleyn's friends. The king, however, was very angry, and to avert suspicion, caused the Parliament to pass an ex post facto law, which was at once put in force, visiting the crime of poisoning with the hideous penalty of being boiled alive. At Rome the cause hardly made any progress. Henry, in fact, though he would not appear there, either personally or by proxy, employed agents to delay it, especially a lawyer named Sir Edward Carne, called his excusator, who, without showing any commission from him, argued that he should not be summoned out of his realm. In his protest to that effect, Henry had the support of Francis I, who urged that the cause might at least be tried at Cambray, and procured a decision for the king from the University of Orleans that he could not be compelled to appear at Rome. And though the process actually began in June, it was soon suspended for the Roman holidays from July to October, when the excusator at length produced a commission, and the question about giving him a hearing next occupied the court. In November this was refused until he should produce a power from the king to stand to the trial, but he managed afterwards to get the question further discussed, and, in point of fact, the whole of the following year was wasted before the principal cause was reached. Meanwhile, Catherine suffered more and more from the delay of justice. On May 31, she had to endure a conference with about 30 of the leading peers, accompanied by Bishops Stokesley and Longland and other clergymen, who were sent by the king to remonstrate with her on the scandal she had caused by his being cited to Rome. In July, she was ordered to remain at Windsor while the king went about hunting with Anne Boleyn, and when the queen sent a message after him, regretting that he had not bid her farewell, he sent her word in reply that he was offended with her on account of the citation. After that they never met again. She was ordered to withdraw to the moor in Hertfordshire, and afterwards to East Hampstead. But even then she was not free from deputations, for another came to her at the moor in October, to urge her once more to allow her cause to be decided in England. But it was in vain they plied her with arguments, which she answered with equal gentleness and firmness. As she came to understand the king's mind, she was more resolved than ever to have her cause decided at Rome. And Rome was at last really moved in her behalf. Slow as he was to take action, Clement was compelled, on January 25, 1532, to send the king a brief of reproof for his desertion of Catherine and cohabitation with Anne Boleyn. But Henry induced the Parliament, now assembled for a new session, to pass a bill which, he told the nuncio, was passed against his will by the Commons out of their great hatred to the Pope, for abolishing the payment of first fruits to Rome. This act, however, it was left in the king's power to suspend till the Pope met his wishes. And how little the Commons acted spontaneously in such matters may be seen by what speedily followed. On March 18, the Speaker and a deputation of that body waited on the king to complain of a number of grievances to which the laity were subjected by the prelates and ordinaries, and which they desired the king would remedy. But with this petition they at the same time begged for a dissolution of Parliament, considering the excessive cost they had sustained by long attendance. The king replied that their second request was inconsistent with their first. They must wait for the answer of the ordinaries to their complaints, and meanwhile he desired their assent to a very unpopular bill about wardships, which he had persuaded the Lords to pass. But he could not get the Commons to agree to it. Parliament was prorogued for 10 days at Easter. On Easter Day, March 31, William Peto, provincial of the Grey Friars, preached before the king at Greenwich a sermon in which he pointed out how kings were encouraged in evil by false counsellors. After the sermon, being called to a private interview, Peto further warned the king that he was endangering his crown, as both small and great disapproved of his designs. The king dissembled his ill will and licensed Peto to leave the kingdom on his duties, after which he caused Dr. Richard Curwen, a chaplain of his own, to preach in the same place a sermon of an opposite tenor. In this, Curwen not only contradicted what Peto had said in the pulpit, but added that he wished Peto were there to answer him, on which the warden of the convent, Henry Elstow, at once answered him in Peto's place. Peto was then recalled by the king, who asked him to deprive the warden, but he refused, and both he and Elstow were committed to prison. When Parliament met again in April, the Commons were solicited for aid in the fortification of the Scotch frontier. They objected to the expense, and 2 members said boldly that the borders were secure enough if the king would only take back his queen and live in peace with the emperor. For without foreign aid the Scots could do no harm. On the 30th, the king sent for the Speaker and others of the Commons, and delivered to them the answer of the ordinaries to their complaints, which he said he did not think would satisfy them, but he would leave them to consider it, and would himself be an indifferent judge between them. In such strange fashion did he declare his impartiality. On May 11, he sent for them again, and said that he had discovered that the clergy were but half his subjects, since the bishops at their consecration took an oath at variance with the one they took to him. After some references to and fro, the final result was the famous submission of the clergy, agreed to on May 15, and presented to the king at Westminster on the following day. Hereby they agreed to enact no new ordinances without royal license, and to submit to a committee of 16 persons, 1/2 laymen and 1/2 clerics, the question as to what ordinances should be annulled as inconsistent with God's laws and those of the realm. On that same day, Sir Thomas More, who had done his best to prevent these innovations, surrendered his office of Chancellor, from which he had long sought in vain to be released. To fill his place in some respects, Thomas Audley, the Speaker, was at first appointed Keeper of the Great Seal, but in the following January received the full title and office of Lord Chancellor. Henry's way was now tolerably clear, and on June 23, 1532, he made a secret alliance with Francis I for mutual aid against the emperor when it should be required. Francis, for his part, delighted in the belief that, to gratify an insane passion, Henry had put himself completely in his hands. Henry, however, was really using him to ward off excommunication, which, if pronounced, Francis informed the Pope he would resent as deeply as Henry himself. And, to give greater effect to the threat, Henry persuaded him to an interview, the only professed object of which, the concerting of measures against the Turk, was not only seen to be a pretense, but was meant to be seen through. It took place in October between Calais and Boulogne, with much less pomp than the Field of Cloth of Gold 12 years before. But the various meetings lasted over a week, and made an effective demonstration, and, to counteract this, the Emperor arranged a meeting with the Pope, which took place at Bologna in December. Anne Boleyn, of course, crossed with Henry to the meetings with Francis, who was found ready to dance with her. She had been created Marchioness of Pembroke on September 1, and imperialists were relieved to find that Henry had not yet married her. Clement was compelled to warn the king by another brief on November 15 to put her away on pain of excommunication. Towards the close of the year, the Earl of Northumberland invaded the Scotch border, and a state of war continued between the two countries for some months, but led to no great results. Another event favoured Henry's aims. Archbishop Warham, who had striven hard to maintain the old privileges of the clergy, died in August. Henry at once proposed to name as his successor Thomas Cranmer, who had been so useful in suggesting the appeal to the universities. He had lately sent him as ambassador to the emperor with secret messages to the German princes to gain their alliance against their sovereign. This intrigue was ineffectual, but he accompanied the emperor to Vienna, and then to Mantua, where in November he received his recall with a view to his approaching elevation. In February 1533, bulls for his promotion were demanded of the Pope, who was then still at Bologna in frequent conference with the emperor, and were obtained free of payment of first fruits by the suggestion that the king, if favourably dealt with, had it in his power to cancel the act against first fruits generally. But before this, on January 25, Henry had secretly married Anne Boleyn, and knowing her to be with child, was preparing to have her openly proclaimed as queen. To guard against consequences, however, he first obtained from Convocation opinions against the Pope's dispensing power in cases similar to that of Catherine, and then from Parliament an act making appeals to Rome high treason. On Easter Eve, April 12, Anne went to Mass in great state and was publicly named queen. No sentence had yet been given by any court to release the king from his marriage with Catherine, but on Good Friday the new archbishop wrote to him, of course by desire, a very humble request that he would allow him to determine that weighty cause which had remained so long undecided. The king willingly gave him a commission to try it, and the archbishop cited him and Catherine to appear before him at Dunstable, a place carefully selected as being conveniently out of the way. There, on May 23, sentence was given of the nullity of the king's first marriage, and 5 days later at Lambeth a very secret enquiry was held before Thomas Cromwell and others as to the validity of the king's marriage with Anne Boleyn. Of course it was pronounced valid, though the very date of the event was uncertain, and all the details were kept a profound secret. Anne was crowned at Westminster on Whitsunday, June 1, with all due state, but with no appearance of popular enthusiasm. Then another deputation was sent to Catherine, now at Ampthill, to inform her that she was no longer queen, and must henceforth bear the name of Princess Dowager, but she refused to submit to such a degradation. Sentence of excommunication was pronounced against Henry at Rome on July 11. But even now he was allowed until the end of September to set himself right before the sentence should be declared openly, by taking back his wife and putting away Anne Boleyn. This troubled his ally Francis more than himself, for the Pope was coming to France for an interview at which he hoped to make Henry's peace. This interview, indeed, had been planned with Henry's own approval, the policy then being to make the Pope feel that he must look to France and England to save him from the necessity of holding a general council at the Emperor's bidding. But Henry now completely changed his tone, and endeavored to dissuade Francis from meeting the Pope at all, which, however, Francis was bent on doing, in order to arrange the marriage, which afterwards took place, of his son Henry, Duke of Orleans, with the Pope's niece, Catherine de' Medici. He met the Pope at Marseilles in October, but while they were both there still in November, Dr. Edmund Bonner, a skilful agent of the king who had followed Clement from Rome, intimated to His Holiness an appeal on Henry's behalf to the next General Council against the sentence of excommunication. Next month, the King's Council at home came to a resolution that the Pope should henceforth be designated merely Bishop of Rome, and during the following year written acknowledgments were extorted from bishops, abbeys, priories, and parochial clergy all over the kingdom that the Roman pontiff had no more authority than any foreign bishop. The policy which the king had now been pursuing for 4 successive years had been inspired by Thomas Cromwell, who, as we have seen, had been in Wolsey's service. He was a man of humble origin, who, after a roving youth spent in Italy and elsewhere, had risen by the use of his wits, and since his master's fall had now been for 3 years a privy councillor. In 1534 he was made the king's chief secretary, and a few months later master of the rolls. But even in August 1533 he had directed Cranmer as archbishop to examine one Elizabeth Barton, commonly called the Nun of Canterbury, or the Holy Maid of Kent, who had long professed to have visions and trances. Afterwards he examined her himself, and committed her and a number of her friends to prison. She had uttered fearful warnings to the king in the case of his marrying Anne Boleyn, and efforts were made to prove that she had been encouraged by Catherine's friends. It was even sought to implicate Catherine herself, but no case could be made out against her. The charge was more plausible against Bishop Fisher, who had certainly communicated with her in previous years, but only in order to test her pretensions, which found wide credit even with people of high standing. His name, and at first that of Sir Thomas More likewise, were included in a bill of attainder against the nun's adherents, but Sir Thomas entirely cleared himself, and the charge against the bishop amounted only to misprision. Ultimately, the nun and 6 others were attainted of treason, and afterwards executed at Tyburn, while the bishop and 5 more were found guilty of misprision of treason and were sentenced to forfeiture of goods. On March 23, 1534, the Pope pronounced Henry's marriage with Catherine valid, while Parliament in England was passing an Act of Succession in favour of Anne Boleyn's issue. Her daughter Elizabeth had been born in September 1533. Orders were circulated throughout the kingdom to arrest preachers who maintained the Pope's authority, and to put the country in a state of defence in case the emperor should attempt invasion. The king's subjects generally were required to swear to the Act of Succession, and those who refused were sent to the Tower, Sir Thomas More and Bishop Fisher among the first. Then, to prevent inconvenient preaching, the different orders of friars were placed under 2 provincials appointed by the king. But the Grey Friars' observants declined the articles proposed to them by these visitors as contrary to their obedience to the Pope, whereupon some were sent to the Tower and soon afterwards the whole order was suppressed. It was fortunate for Henry that on May 11 this year he was able to make a peace with his nephew James V, which relieved him from the danger of a papal interdict being executed by means of an invasion from Scotland. Just about the same time, William, Lord Dacre, who for 9 years past had ruled the West Marches as his father had done before him, was committed to the Tower on a charge of treason, arising apparently out of border feuds. He was tried in July and, strange to say, acquitted, for such a result of an indictment was then quite unheard of, and the joy of the people at the event was all the greater because it was known that Anne Boleyn had been using her influence against him as one who sympathized with Catherine. But a more serious danger now appeared in Ireland. Gerald, Earl of Kildare, the Lord Deputy, who had used the king's artillery for his own castles, had been summoned to England in 1533, but delays ensued, and he only arrived in London in the spring of 1534, suffering from a wound that he had received in an encounter and not likely to live long. He was not at first imprisoned, and efforts were made to lure his son, Lord Thomas Fitzgerald, over to England. But the young man, deceived, it is said, by a false report of his father's execution, rebelled, declaring that he upheld the Pope's cause, and that the king's adherents were accursed. He murdered Archbishop Allen of Dublin, the Chancellor of Ireland, July 28, as he was endeavouring to sail for England, and became for a short time virtual ruler of the country, which he ordered all the English to quit on pain of death. Piers Butler, Earl of Ossory, however, made a stand for the king at Waterford, and Lord Thomas was compelled to raise the siege laid by him to Dublin, when Sir William Skeffington, appointed a second time as Lord Deputy, arrived from Wales in October, after which matters began to mend. In England, to complete the work of the year, Parliament met in November, and passed, among other legislation, acts for confirming the king's title as supreme head of the church, for granting him the first-fruits and tenths before paid to the Pope, and for attainting Moore and Fisher of misprision and the Earl of Kildare of treason. But Parliament passed measures at dictation, and several of the chief lords of England were in secret communication with the imperial ambassador Chapuis to urge the emperor to invade England. Cromwell was now appointed the king's vicar general in spiritual things, and in the spring of 1535 the Act of Supremacy began to be put into execution. An oath to the succession of Anne Boleyn's issue had already been extorted in the previous year from the monks of the Charterhouse, which some of them seem not to have taken until after a significant visit from one of the London sheriffs. But now they were required to swear to the supremacy in derogation of the Pope's authority. Prior Houghton, with 2 other priors of the order who had lately come up to London, approached Cromwell at the Rolls in the hope of obtaining some mitigation of the terms required, but unconditional acknowledgment of the king's supremacy was insisted on. All 3 refused, and repeated their refusal a few days later in the Tower. They were tried in April, together with Dr. Reynolds of the Brigantine Monastery of Sion, who, having been also committed to the Tower, had joined in their refusal, and all received sentence together. With them also were condemned, for a private conversation about the king's tyranny and licentiousness, John Hale, vicar of Isleworth, and a young priest named Robert Ferron. But the latter had his pardon after sentence, having turned king's evidence. All the others were hanged at Tyburn on May 4, with even more than the usual barbarities. Next came the turn of Bishop Fisher and Sir Thomas More, who, with 3 fellow prisoners, Dr. Wilson, Abel, and Featherstone, priests lately most intimate in the royal household, were warned that they must swear to the statutes both of succession and supremacy. All declined to do so. 6 weeks were given them to consider the matter, and visits were paid by Cromwell and other councillors to More and Fisher in the Tower to shake their constancy, but all in vain. Fisher denied that the king was supreme head of the Church of England. More said he would not meddle with such questions. Fisher was condemned on June 17 and was beheaded on Tower Hill on the 22nd. The king was all the more resolved on his death because the Pope had made him a cardinal on May 20. On July 1, More was brought up for trial on a complex indictment, one article of which showed that he did not, like Fisher, expressly repudiate the king's ecclesiastical supremacy, but only kept silence when questioned about it. He made, as might be expected, an admirable defense, but in vain, and after his condemnation he declared frankly as to the statute that it was against his conscience, as he could never find in all his studies that a temporal lord ought to be the head of the spiritualty. He was sentenced to undergo a traitor's death at Tyburn, but it was commuted by the king to a simple decapitation on Tower Hill, where he suffered on July 6. These executions filled the world with horror, both at home and abroad. The Emperor, Charles V, is said to have declared that he would rather have lost the best city in his dominions than such a counsellor as Sir Thomas More. In Italy, More was vehemently lamented, and men related with admiration the touching devotion of his daughter Margaret Roper, who broke through the guards to embrace him on his way to the Tower. He was indeed a man to inspire affection far beyond his own family circle. Full of domestic feeling, yet no less full of incomparable wit and humour, dragged into the service of the court against his will on account of his high legal abilities and intellectual gifts, he had refused to yield 1 inch to solicitations against the cause of right and conscience. A true saint without a touch of austerity, save that which he practised on himself in secret, he lived in the world as one who understood it perfectly, with a breadth of view and an innate cheerfulness of temper which no external terrors could depress. Of a mind altogether healthy, he was not beguiled by superstition or corrupted by gifts, but held his course straight on. Brought up in the household of Cardinal Morton, he had early devoted himself to learning, and became the special friend of Erasmus. His learning was entirely without pedantry, even as his humour was without gall. He loved men, he loved animals, he loved mechanism, and every influence that tended to humanize or advance society. He had served his king in diplomatic missions with an ability that was fully appreciated, and as Lord Chancellor with an integrity that was noted as altogether exceptional. But his very probity had made him at last an obstacle in the king's path, and he was sacrificed. The 3 priests who had refused to acknowledge the supremacy were retained in confinement. 2 years later, Dr. Wilson received a pardon. The other 2 remained steadfast during 5 years' imprisonment and were executed in 1540. Pope Paul III, who had conferred the hat upon Fisher, he had succeeded Clement VII in the previous year, would have issued a bull to deprive Henry of his kingdom, but, owing to the mutual jealousies of the Emperor and Francis I, there was no sovereign who dared to execute the sentence. Henry, moreover, had been scheming for years with the citizens of Lubeck to fill the throne of Denmark with one who would unite with him and the northern powers of Europe against both Pope and Emperor, and, though his plan was a failure, the Danes elected a Lutheran king, Christian III, ill-pleasing to Charles V. Further, the English king was seeking to conclude a league with the German Protestants, and his intrigues gave the emperor some anxiety. During the latter half of 1535, The bishops in England were inhibited from visiting their dioceses pending a royal visitation of the whole kingdom, while Cromwell sent out special visitors for the monasteries, who, with remarkable celerity, traversed the greater part of the country in a very few months, and sent private reports of gross immoralities, alleged to have been discovered in a number of the houses they visited. It is impossible, for many reasons, to attach much credit to these reports, or to think highly of the character of the visitors. The object was seen when Parliament met again in February 1536, and passed, as the principal measure of the session, an act for the dissolution of such monasteries as had not revenues of £200 a year. It was passed, as tradition in the next generation reported, under very strong pressure, and certainly, as the preamble shows, on the king's own statement of the results of the visitation. These, it was said, proved that the smaller monasteries were given to vicious living, while the larger were better regulated, though, in truth, the visitors had reported abominations quite as flagrant in the latter as in the former. Meanwhile, in January, Catherine of Aragon had died at Kimbleton. On hearing of the event, Henry could not help exclaiming, "God be praised, we are now free from fear of war." If Catherine had lived, the bull of privation might even yet have been launched when the emperor arrived at Rome in the spring, but the king calculated truly. The court and Anne Boleyn wore mourning for Catherine, but Anne's own fate was near at hand, for Henry had long since grown tired of her, and could not make men respect her. He now said that he had been induced to marry her by witchcraft. In the course of the month, she miscarried. On May Day there was a tournament at Greenwich, during which the king suddenly left her and went to Westminster. Next day she was apprehended and taken to the Tower. One Mark Smeaton, groom of the chamber, had been arrested and examined beforehand, and afterwards her brother George, Lord Rochfort, and 3 other courtiers were likewise placed in the Tower. Anne was charged with acts of adultery with them all. She protested her innocence, though she acknowledged some familiarities. On the 15th, she and her brother were condemned, and the latter suffered 2 days later with the 4 other supposed paramours. On the 17th, a secret enquiry was conducted by persons learned in the canon law, after which Cranmer pronounced her marriage with the king invalid. On the 19th she was beheaded on Tower Green. For some time before her arrest, the king had been secretly talking of matrimony with Jane, daughter of Sir John Seymour of Wolfhall, Wiltshire. On the very day of Anne's execution, Cranmer gave the king a dispensation for this new match, and on the next day the couple were secretly betrothed. On Ascension Day, however, May 25, the king wore white as a widower in mourning, and it was not till Whit Sunday, June 4, that Jane was openly produced as queen, having been married the week before. End of section 46. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 47 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13, Henry VIII, by James Gairdner, Part 4. Parliament had been dissolved not long before Anne Boleyn's arrest. It was the same Parliament which had been summoned at Wolsey's fall, and it had lasted for 6 years and a half. A new Parliament was called, and met on June 8 to pass, among other things, a new Act of Succession in favour of Jane Seymour's issue, disinheriting that of both the 2 former queens. The Princess Mary, though her chief enemy was now dead, was not restored to favour until, to make life bearable, she had signed without reading an abject submission, acknowledging the king's laws by which she herself was a bastard. Shortly afterwards died the Duke of Richmond, the king's natural son, who was believed to have been destined by Henry to succeed him on the throne in case of failure of issue by Jane Seymour, for he had procured a clause in the Succession Act enabling him in that contingency to dispose of the crown by will. Another act passed was for the attainder of Lord Thomas Howard, brother of the Duke of Norfolk, who had presumed to contract marriage with the king's niece, Lady Margaret Douglas. He died in the Tower next year. At this time also the office of Lord Privy Seal was taken from Anne Boleyn's father, the Earl of Wiltshire, and given to Cromwell. In July there was a meeting of convocation, over which Dr. Piotr presided as deputy to Cromwell, the king's vicar-general. Since Cranmer had been raised to the primacy, several other bishops favourable to the new principle of royal supremacy had been appointed, including Latimer of Worcester, and as the king was hoping to strengthen his position by an alliance with the German Protestants, it was important to set forth by authority a formulary of the faith as acknowledged by the Church of England. This was done in 10 articles, not greatly at variance with the beliefs hitherto received, though dissuading the use of the term purgatory, and omitting all notice of 4 out of the 7 sacraments. This omission of course attracted some observation, but as to their positive contents, Cardinal Pole himself found little fault with these articles, his main objection being to the authority by which they were set forth. They were printed as, quote, articles devised by the King's Highness to stablish Christian quietness and unity among us, end quote. The legislation of past years had created much popular discontent, which was now increased by the dissolution of the monasteries. In the north, rumours were spread that the king would appropriate all the church plate, and when the commissioners for levying a subsidy came to Caister in Lincolnshire, just after 2 small neighbouring monasteries had been suppressed, the people banded together to resist them. The commissioners made a hasty retreat, but some of them were captured and compelled by the rebels to swear to be true to the king and to take their side. The insurgents likewise sent up 2 messengers to Windsor to lay their grievances before their sovereign. The answer returned by Henry was rough in the extreme, and he sent a force under the Duke of Suffolk to quell the rising, preparing himself to follow with another, which was to muster at Ampthill. The muster, however, was countermanded on news that the rebels were ready to submit. But Lincolnshire was scarcely quiet when a more formidable rising began in Yorkshire, called the Pilgrimage of Grace. A lawyer named Robert Aske caused a muster on Skipwith Moor, at which the men swore to be faithful to the king and preserve the church from spoil. For here, as in Lincolnshire, men desired to combine loyalty with religion, which they believed to be in danger from the rule of Cromwell and such bishops as Cranmer and Latimer. Aske and his friends got possession of York. They took an oath of adhesion from the mayor and commons at Doncaster. They replaced the expelled monks in their monasteries. Pomfret Castle was delivered up to them by Lord Darcy as too weak to hold out, though the Archbishop of York had taken refuge with him there, and a herald named Lancaster, sent thither by the Earl of Shrewsbury, was forbidden by Aske to read the king's proclamation, though he fell on his knees and begged leave to execute his commission. The Duke of Norfolk, sent by the king to put down the rising, joined the Earl of Shrewsbury and others in the Midlands, and sent an address to the rebels, offering them the choice of battle or submission. But on reaching Doncaster, He found that the movement had assumed such dimensions that a conflict would have been disastrous, and accordingly he made an agreement there with the rebels, October 27, and arranged for a general truce in the north, while Sir Ralph Ellerker and Robert Bowes were sent up to the king to ask for an answer to the demands of the insurgents. Henry wrote a temporizing reply, but detained the messengers for some time on the excuse of various sinister rumors. Conferences were arranged in December at Pomfret and Doncaster, and a general pardon was proclaimed at the latter place. Hereupon the king, putting a smooth face on matters, wrote to ask to come up and confer with him frankly, and, though not without misgivings in spite of his safe conduct, ask came, and seems to have been won over by royal affability. Early in January 1537 he returned to Yorkshire and did his best to allay disquiet, declaring that the king was every way gracious and had approved the general pardon, that he was sending Norfolk once more into the north, and that grievances would be discussed at a free parliament at York, where also the queen would be crowned. But the pardon had been already ill-received at Kendal in Westmoreland, where the people said they had done no wrong, and grave suspicions were aroused in Yorkshire that the king was fortifying Hull and Scarborough. One John Hallam was taken in an attempt to surprise Hull, and Sir Francis Bigod made an equally futile effort to march on Scarborough. Bigod fled, and was afterwards captured near Carlisle, where he had joined himself to a new rising provoked by the king's use of border thieves to keep the country down. The Duke of Norfolk, when he came back, went first to Carlisle, where he proceeded by martial law against 74 of the insurgents, and terrified the country with savage executions. He then went on to Durham and York, where he endeavoured to learn who were chiefly responsible for the demands made and conceded at Doncaster. He got Aske into his hands and sent him up to the king, while the Earls of Sussex and Derby reduced Lancashire to submission by hanging the abbots of Whalley and Sawley and 1 or 2 monks, and securing the surrender of the Abbey of Furness. The king's principal danger was past, but meanwhile his anxieties abroad had increased. One thing was in his favour, that during the whole of 1536 the emperor and Francis I were at war, and neither of them wished to interfere with him. But the Pope was trying to make peace between them, and having created Reginald Pole a cardinal in December, he gave him on February 7 a commission as legate to bring about Henry's return to his obedience to Rome. Pole was a grandson of the Duke of Clarence, brother of Edward IV, and his mother, the Countess of Salisbury, was a sister of that Earl of Warwick who was put to death by Henry VII. At the beginning of his reign, Henry VIII wished to atone for his father's wrong, and Reginald Pole, showing a great love of letters, was educated at the king's expense at Oxford and Padua. For this Pole was certainly most grateful, but he did not approve Henry's later policy, and obtained leave to go abroad again. Pressed by the king for a statement of his views as to the royal supremacy, he had written a treatise intended for the king's own eye, severely censuring his policy and the cruelty with which he had enforced it. The king was exasperated at this, and still more at Pole's being made a cardinal. But it was now his duty to go to England, or as near it as he could, and publish the papal censures against Henry, for which an opportunity was offered by the presence of James V at Paris, where, on January 1, 1537, he married the French king's daughter Madeleine. There were many indications, indeed, that the English would welcome a Scotch invasion if Henry did not mend his ways. But Francis did not dare to receive at his court a papal legate denounced by Hendrie as a traitor, whose surrender he claimed by treaty. And Marya of Hungary, the regent of the Netherlands, also warned Pole not to come near her, but to seek refuge with the Cardinal of Liege. Pole's mission was consequently a complete failure. And now, Hendrie, having reduced the whole of the North Country to subjection, left unfulfilled his promise of a free parliament at York. On Norfolk's return, he instituted a council to govern the North, at first under Bishop Tunstall of Durham, afterwards under Holgate, Bishop of Llandaff. Meanwhile, a council of divines met in London to supply some omissions in the king's book of articles issued in the previous year, and the result was the publication of a treatise entitled The Institution of a Christian Man, which the king allowed to go forth as a manual of doctrine agreed upon by the bishops, without giving it the express sanction of a work which had been examined by himself. It was accordingly called the Bishop's Book. 5 years later, a considerably revised edition of it, which had really been examined by the king, was issued under the title of A Necessary Doctrine for Any Christian Man, and was commonly called the King's Book. In both these treatises, the old number of 7 sacraments was acknowledged, and the doctrine concerning each of them was defined. On October 12, the Queen gave birth to a son, the future Edward VI, at Hampton Court. She died 12 days after. 3 months previously, James V also had lost his newly wedded Queen Madeleine. In the following year, 1538, the suppression of the monasteries was carried further. Several of the abbots and priors were induced to make formal surrenders, which were often, no doubt, voluntary in one sense, since pensions were more acceptable than visitations. The king's agents were likewise zealous in putting down images, pilgrimages, and superstitions. A wonder-working crucifix at Boxley in Kent was destroyed, and a solemn enquiry was held into the nature of a venerated relic, the blood of Hales, reputed to be the blood of our Lord. Meanwhile, the dissolution of the monasteries was quickened by information for treason against the heads of houses who rejected the royal supremacy. The prior of Lenton in Nottinghamshire and the abbot of Woburn were both executed. All friars were compelled to put aside their habits, and their houses were confiscated. These proceedings were not relaxed in view of danger from abroad when the king heard of the 10 years' truce made in June between the emperor and Francis. In September, the magnificent shrine of St. Thomas at Canterbury was robbed of all its treasures, and the relics, which had been the object of so many pilgrimages, were burned. Henry's wrath was stimulated against the saint who had brought a king of England low. The news of this outrage excited peculiar horror at Rome, but all the Pope could do was to reissue, December 17, the bull of excommunication already published in 1535, with additions setting forth the king's new enormities, and to attempt to procure its proclamation at least at Dieppe and Boulogne, or in Scotland or Ireland. But Henry anticipated the danger which threatened him. At the end of August, Cardinal Pole's brother, Sir Geoffrey, was arrested, and questions having been put to him concerning his communications over sea, the fear of torture wrung from him information which was thought to implicate his other brother, Lord Montague, and the Marquis of Exeter. These 2 noblemen were accordingly lodged in the Tower on November 4. Exeter would be next in succession if the king died without lawful issue, and Montague was the lineal heir of Clarence. The Marchioness of Exeter and the Countess of Salisbury, Montague's mother, were also closely examined. The 2 noblemen were tried for treason and beheaded on December 9. others who were found guilty along with them being hanged and quartered at Tyburn. Sir Geoffrey received a pardon on January 4, in consideration of his unwilling disclosures. On the other hand, Sir Nicholas Carew, who was arrested on December 31, was found guilty of treason in February 1539, mainly for conversations with the Marquis of Exeter, and was beheaded on Tower Hill on March 3. The Pope, however, was now encouraged by the better understanding between the Emperor and Francis to send Cardinal Pole on a new mission to those two sovereigns to induce them to forbid commercial intercourse with England. And David Beton was at the same time made a cardinal with a view to his publishing in Scotland the bull of excommunication against Hendrie. Pole travelled by land to Spain, and on February 15 was received by the Emperor at Toledo, in spite of the remonstrances of the English ambassador, Sir Thomas Wyatt. Yet his arrival did not seem agreeable to the Emperor, who declined to do as the Pope desired, and Pole returned to Carpentras, where he stayed with his friend Sadoleto, till he received an answer to a message that he sent to Francis. But the French king was only willing to prohibit intercourse with England on condition that the Emperor would do the same, and Pole's second legation bore no more practical fruit than the first had done. Henry was, nevertheless, seriously alarmed. Orders were given for the construction and repair of fortifications on the coasts, and general musters were held. The people, believing in the national danger, were zealous for the defence of the country. Parliament was called together in April and occupied itself mainly in passing what was called the Act of the 6 Articles for enforcing religious unity. This was an answer to the taunts that the English were heretics, and that the Pope's excommunication was well deserved. By this severe enactment, denial of transubstantiation involved death by fire and confiscation of goods, no abjuration being allowed in bar of execution, and it was further declared felony to maintain either that communion in both kinds was necessary, or that priests or any man or woman who had vowed chastity or widowhood might marry, or that private masses were not laudable, or that auricular confession was not expedient. But for all these offences, except the denial of transubstantiation, a first conviction was visited merely with imprisonment and confiscation. A second was punished capitally. There was also passed a great Act of Attainder against not only Exeter and Montague, but the Countess of Salisbury, and a large number of other persons, some of whom were alive, for the most part refugees abroad, and some had been condemned and executed in recent years for treason. But the danger seemed even to increase in the latter part of the year, when the Emperor, on the invitation of Francis, passed through France on his way to the Low Countries, and was hospitably entertained in Paris. In this crisis, Henry sought security by arranging a new marriage for himself with Anne, sister of William, Duke of Cleves, who, by his pretensions to Guelders, was a thorn in the side of the Emperor, and had, besides, family and other ties with the Protestant princes of Germany. With these, moreover, Henry had for some time been cultivating a good understanding, and had given them great hopes in the previous years of a religious union against both Pope and Emperor. And, though the Germans were sadly disappointed by the passing of the Act of the 6 Articles against which they strongly remonstrated, the political support of England was too valuable to be hastily rejected. In November, proceedings for treason were taken against the 2 great abbots of Reading and Colchester, and against the abbot of Glastonbury for felony. All 3 were executed. These trials were certainly irregular, and the treasons seem to have consisted merely of private conversations, disapproving of royal supremacy and of the king's proceedings. But The unwillingness of these abbots to surrender was perhaps their chief crime, and a rush of surrenders followed, so that very soon not a single monastery was left. In the last days of December, Anne of Cleves crossed from Calais to Deal, from which she went that day to Dover, and on by stages through Canterbury to Rochester, where she remained all New Year's Day, 1540. Here she received a surprise visit from the king, who came incognito and made himself known to her. As he afterwards stated, he was disappointed as to her beauty, though he had secured beforehand her portrait painted by Holbein. He returned to Greenwich and received his bride publicly in Greenwich Park on January 3. The wedding took place on the 6th. Just 6 months later, this marriage was declared null, but for the present no one doubted its validity. Believing that it would bring favor to the new German theology, Dr. Barnes and 2 other preachers of what was called the New Learning were indiscreetly bold at Paul's Cross. But what school of opinion would prevail was for some time uncertain. Parliament met on April 12, and under the management of Cromwell, who on the 17th was created Earl of Essex, did its best still further to enrich the crown. The great military order of St. John of Jerusalem was suppressed, and its endowments were confiscated. A heavy subsidy was also voted, payable by installments in 4 years. But these things being secured, a great change took place. On June 10, Cromwell was arrested at the council table and committed to the Tower, where he was questioned about the circumstances of the king's marriage, and forced to make written statements to serve as evidence for its dissolution. But nothing was yet known on the subject when the 2 Houses of Parliament, acting on a hint, prayed that the validity of his marriage might be inquired into by convocation. This was done, and after various depositions had been read to show that the king had never given his inward consent to his own public act, a sentence of nullity was pronounced. This removed at once any fear of a misunderstanding with the emperor, while it disappointed Francis and the Duke of Cleves. Anne herself, however, consented to the separation, and was provided for in England, admitting that she remained a maid. A month later it was announced that the king had married Catherine Howard, niece of the Duke of Norfolk, who was prayed for as queen on August 15. Meanwhile, July 9, a bill of attainder was passed against Cromwell in Parliament on account of various acts, some of which were regarded as treasonable and some heretical, among the latter being his support of Dr. Barnes. He was beheaded on Tower Hill on July 28. 2 days later, Dr. Barnes, and with him Jerome and Garrard, the 2 other clergymen who had preached at Paul's Cross in the spring, were burned as heretics at Smithfield, while 3 of the old learning, who had been attainted in Parliament, were hanged at the same place as traitors. It would be a mistake to say that Cromwell entirely directed the policy of England during the years of his ascendancy, for, as he told Cardinal Pole, he himself considered it the very height of statesmanship to endeavour to discern what was in the king's own mind, and set himself zealously to follow it out. And this, indeed, is the explanation of his whole policy. He laboured to satisfy the king, yet at times he mistook the king's intention, and had the mortification occasionally to see the king himself deliberately upset all that he had been endeavouring to establish, or even to incur the king's heavy displeasure. He maintained his position by pure obsequiousness, and there was no kind of cruelty or tyranny of which he declined to be the agent. Seldom have vast and multifarious interests been so completely under the control of a statesman so unscrupulous. He was continually open to bribes, and was guilty of many acts of simony, No doubt there was something engaging in his personality to men who, like himself, could take the world as it came. His early wanderings had given him a knowledge of men which, combined with a first-rate capacity for business, had paved his way to fortune. They had also given him cultivated tastes and an acquaintance with Italian literature which few Englishmen possessed in his day. It was from a study of the great work of Machiavelli, at a time when it was still in manuscript, that he derived those political principles which guided him through his whole career. For more than a year the king was highly satisfied with his fifth wife. In other matters he was not yet at ease. He had now no such convenient tool as Cromwell, and, distrusting most of his remaining ministers, stood in fear of a new insurrection. In April 1541, a conspiracy was detected in Yorkshire to kill Holgate, Bishop of Llandaff, whom he had appointed President of the North, and take possession of Pomfret Castle. Though called a rebellion by chroniclers, the design was suppressed before it came to a head, and the conspirators were executed, some in London and some at York. It was clear that the north of England was in a dangerous state, and Henry thought it advisable to go thither in person with a force of 4,000 or 5,000 horse. First, however, he determined to clear the Tower of inconvenient prisoners. The aged Countess of Salisbury, who had been attainted in Parliament without a trial 2 years before, was beheaded in the Tower on May 28. Lord Leonard Grey was tried on June 25, and executed on the 28th for conduct considered treasonable when he was Lieutenant of Ireland. The king left London for the north on June 30, but his progress was impeded by storms and floods, so that he only reached Lincoln on August 9. On entering Yorkshire, he was met by the country gentlemen, and those of them who had taken part in the rebellion of 1536–7, including Edward Lee, Archbishop of York, made their submission to him kneeling, with large gifts of money and thanks for his pardon. The like submission and gifts had been made to him in Lincolnshire. He delayed his arrival at York till the middle of September, expecting, as he afterwards gave out, a visit there from James V. But as the Scottish king made no sign of coming, he left on the 27th on his return southward. By the beginning of November he was again at Hampton Court, when secret information was revealed to him through Cranmer. The Queen, it was found, had, before her marriage to him, been too intimate with more than one person, and it was alleged that even during the royal progress in Lincolnshire she had secret meetings with the paramour. The supposed accomplices of her guilt were executed, and Parliament having met in January 1542, an Act of Attainder was passed against the Queen, who, on February 13, was beheaded within the Tower. She steadfastly denied any misconduct since her marriage, and her fate has been thought to have been the result of political intrigue. For about a year and a half the king remained a widower. Meanwhile it should be noted that, having obtained from Parliament in 1539 powers for the creation of new bishoprics, during the next 3 years he applied a portion of the confiscated property of the monasteries to the endowment of 6 new sees, one of which, Westminster, was dissolved in the following reign, but the other 5, after some vicissitudes, are in existence at the present day. Here also may be mentioned the publication of an authorized English Bible, which was first issued and ordered to be read in churches as early as 1536. In March 1542, Henry began pressing his richer subjects for a loan, which, though little hope was entertained of repayment, was generally granted in the expectation that the money would be used in a war against France. But though Francis and the emperor were on the verge of war, and the former really invaded the latter's dominions in July, England remained neutral for nearly a whole year after. Henry's design was first to get Scotland completely into his power. A brief account seems desirable at this point of the course of events in Scotland. At the time of Albany's final withdrawal from the kingdom in the early summer of 1524, James V was only 12 years old, and should have remained still for some time under tutelage. But the circumstances were peculiar. Albany had not relinquished his claims upon the government, but had left behind him a garrison at Dunbar, and his cause was still upheld by James Eaton, Archbishop of St. Andrews, and Gawain Dunbar, Bishop of Aberdeen. His party, however, had really collapsed, and in July Queen Margaret caused her son to be declared of age by a council at Holyrood, at which most of the Scotch lords swore fealty. There seemed then to be a very general feeling for an agreement with England, especially as the lords were encouraged to believe that their king would be allowed to marry the Princess Mary, notwithstanding her engagement to the Emperor, from which, as Wolsey secretly informed Margaret, Henry intended to induce Charles to release her. Unfortunately, the plans of the king and Wolsey included the reconciliation of Margaret to her husband Angus, who, after being for 2 years a refugee in France, came to England just as Albany returned, and was bent on going back to his own country. Margaret would not hear of being reconciled to him, all the less as she had now bestowed her affections on young Henry Stuart, second son of Lord Evandale, whom she had made Lord Treasurer, and both she and Arran, the great rival of Angus, declared that if the latter were allowed to cross the border, negotiation with England was at an end. Angus, however, made his way to Scotland, and, together with the Earl of Lennox and some other gentlemen, scaled the town walls of Edinburgh at 4 o'clock on a November morning, after which they opened the gates to their companies, and when it was day, proclaimed at the cross that they came as loyal subjects, objecting to evil counsellors about the king. But as the castle opened fire upon him, Angus found it prudent in the evening to quit the town and retire to Dalkeith, and that same night Margaret took her son with her from Holyrood into the castle for security. She then dispatched in his name an embassy to England, which, being received at Greenwich just before Christmas, proposed a peace with the marriage of James to Mary, and returned with an encouraging reply. But Angus had been meanwhile making friends with Archbishop Eaton and others who were displeased with the Queen's exclusiveness, and when the lords came to Edinburgh for a parliament in February 1525, they compelled her to bring her son out of the castle to the Tolbooth, where a council was appointed to carry on the government, and the summonses of treason against Angus and his friends were declared untrue. Margaret next sent a secret message to Albany, asking for French support, but the time was unlucky, for the date of her messenger's instructions was just 2 days before the Battle of Pavia. Indeed, from this time the French were generally very cautious about interfering in Scotch affairs without the consent of Henry, who was always a possible ally against the Emperor, or might be a very dangerous enemy. And Henry not only favoured Angus, but remonstrated strongly with his sister on her efforts to procure a divorce from him. Angus thus had full control of affairs for 3 years, during which the young king was jealously guarded, and all important offices were filled by his relatives. It was a time when none could prevail against a Douglas. But Margaret obtained from Rome a divorce from Angus, and married Henry Stuart, who was afterwards created Lord Methven, and her son, after repeated efforts, had been made for his liberation, escaped to Stirling Castle in June 1528. In a few months, Angus and his brother Sir George Douglas were driven to take refuge in England, where, to James's great grief, they were well received by Henry. James had no desire to quarrel with his uncle, but the intrigues of Angus, together with border raids, brought about the hostilities which we have noticed in 1532, when the Earl of Northumberland invaded the East Marches as far as the neighbourhood of Dunbar. By the mediation of Francis, peace negotiations were opened next year at Newcastle, and in May 1534 peace was concluded in London. Henry then sent to his nephew the Order of the Garter, and afterwards endeavoured, but without success, to draw him into his own policy in religion against the Pope. Henry might well desire this, for his own conduct had raised the political importance of Scotland among the nations. The Emperor courted James's friendship, and the Pope sent him a consecrated sword and hat, meaning to take away Henry's title of Defender of the Faith and bestow it upon the Scottish king. Scotland, moreover, was an asylum for persons who disliked Henry's measures against the Church, and there was a serious possibility of an invasion from Scotland to drive Henry from the throne if he would not make his peace with Rome. End of section 47. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 48 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13. Henry VIII by James Gairdner, Part 5. In 1536, James went to France under engagement to marry Mary of Bourbon, daughter of the Duke of Vendôme, but the lady did not please him, and he actually married Madeleine, eldest daughter of Francis I, at Paris in January 1537. He took her with him to Scotland, but she died in the following July. Next year he married Mary, eldest daughter of the Duke of Guise and widow of the Duke of Longueville. Thus he was still strongly bound to France, but France remained on good terms with England, and James had no desire to disturb the existing tranquillity. In 1541 died 2 infant princes, to whom Mary had given birth, and also James's mother Margaret, the Queen Dowager. Another child was expected in 1542, the year at which we have now arrived, when Henry, as we have said, was scheming to get Scotland completely under his power. In the spring, Sir Thomas Wharton, deputy warden of the West Marches, submitted to the king and his council a proposal to kidnap James while he was somewhere near Dumfries, and to bring him to Henry. The project, however, was disapproved as dangerous, and sure to be attended with scandal if it failed. In July, the outbreak of war between Francis and the Emperor cut off Scotland from any hope of aid from France against English aggression, and while James was anxious for a conference between commissioners of both realms to put down border raids, Sir Robert Bowes was sent down to the border and arranged with Angus an invasion of Teviotdale. It took place on August 24, when the English burned several places, but on their return they were caught in an ambuscade at Haddon Rig, Sir Robert Bowes and most of the leaders being taken prisoners. Angus, however, escaped. That very day, in total ignorance of this reverse in the north, the Privy Council were making preparations for a more considerable invasion under Norfolk. The news of Bowes's defeat made Englishmen all the more eager to avenge it. But James had done nothing to provoke war. His ambassador was still in the English court, desiring a passport for a larger embassy to treat of peace, and though he hardly met with due civility, a meeting was at length arranged, which took place at York in September between commissioners on both sides. But musters were made at the same time all over England, and as Henry would accept no terms, without free delivery of the prisoners taken by the Scots and renunciation of their alliance with France, the result was war. After it was begun, Henry published a manifesto in his own justification, in which James was reproached with having shown ingratitude for the protection afforded to him in his early years by declining to meet Henry at York. The English king also revived the old claim of superiority over Scotland. The Duke of Norfolk crossed the border in October and burned Kelso and laid waste the neighbouring country, but was obliged to return to Berwick in 8 days for lack of victuals. An army suddenly raised by James was only able to skirmish with the invaders and harass their retreat. James would have pursued them further to revenge the injury, but the nobles objected, and he returned to Edinburgh. He was warned not to risk his life, being childless, in dangerous expeditions. But in November he passed secretly to the west borders as far as Lochmaben, and directed Lord Maxwell, the warden there, with the Earls of Cassilis and Glencairn and other lords, to invade England near the Solway. They entered the debatable land by night, in numbers reckoned at about 17,000, and burned some places on the Esk before daybreak on November 24. But Wharton at Carlisle, having got notice of the project, sallied out first with a small company to reconnoitre, and when others, following, brought up his numbers to about 2,000, he crossed the Leven in view of the enemy. The Scots, believing that the Duke of Norfolk had come upon them, began to withdraw, discharging ordnance to cover their retreat, which they could only effect by fording the Esk with a moss on their left hand. But the retreat soon became a rout. Many were drowned in the Esk, only 20 were slain, and about 1,200 prisoners were taken, including 2 earls and 5 barons. Deeply mortified with this disgraceful defeat, James withdrew to Edinburgh, and then to Falkland, where he remained, ill and dejected, while news was brought him that his queen at Linlithgow had borne him a daughter on December 8. He had no comfort in the news, and died on the 14th. The child was Mary Stuart, who thus became queen when only a week old. On hearing of her father's death, Henry liberated the Solway Moss prisoners from the Tower, and called his pensioners, the Earl of Angus and his brother, to a conference with them, proposing a treaty between the 2 kingdoms with provisions for the future marriage of Prince Edward with the newborn babe, who was to be brought up in England till she reached marriageable age. Having given pledges to promote this design, the Scotch lords were allowed to return to their country, for which they set out on New Year's Day, 1543, honoured with great gifts upon their departure. Meanwhile, Cardinal Bayton had claimed the government of Scotland under an alleged will of the deceased king, but this being treated as a forgery, the claims of the Earl of Arran, as next in the succession, were admitted by the nobles, and Bayton was thrown into prison. Hereupon the cardinal laid the kingdom under interdict. Nevertheless, Arran called a parliament, which met at Edinburgh on March 12, and in the main favoured Henry's policy, for the marriage in itself was generally approved. The Douglases were restored to their estates, and, the influence of Bayton being excluded, an act was passed to permit the use of English Bibles. But the English king's demand for the control of the young queen during her childhood was absolutely refused, as likewise was another for the surrender of fortresses in Scotland. And a little later, Sir George Douglas being sent up with the Earl of Glencairn for an adjustment, Henry agreed that the royal child should remain in Scotland till she was 10 years old, sufficient hostages meanwhile remaining for her at the English court. To this, in effect, the Scotch lords were brought, though with difficulty, to consent in the beginning of June, and by the efforts of Glencairn and Sir George Douglas, 2 treaties were concluded at Greenwich on July 1, for peace and for the marriage. This arrangement offered a fair show of an international settlement, but there were secret articles apart from the treaty, which Henry was getting his friends in Scotland to sign, and by which he hoped to keep the government of the country entirely in his power. Meanwhile, however, Cardinal Bacon had been released from prison on April 10. Matthew, Earl of Lennox, who had just come from France, son of that earl who had entered Edinburgh with Angus in 1524, sought to supplant Arran both as governor and in the succession to the crown, and Argyll and Bothwell joined the party to protect the rights of the Queen Dowager and the independence of the country. Meanwhile, Henry, having obtained another heavy subsidy from Parliament, had concluded on February 11 a secret treaty with the Emperor against France, which was still unavowed when confirmed, first by the Emperor in Spain, March 31, and then by Henry at Hampton Court on Trinity Sunday, May 20. But joint demands were formulated to be made of Francis by heralds of the Emperor and Henry at once. Francis, however, refused passports to the heralds to enter his country, and the demands were intimated in London to the French ambassador. Then, on July 7, Sir John Wallop was appointed commander of a detachment which joined the Emperor at the siege of Landrecies, where, however, the joint efforts of the allies, though prolonged for months, proved a total failure. Just after Wallop's departure, the king, on July 12, married his 6th and last wife, Catherine Parr. England won little glory from the campaign abroad, though, strengthened by Henry's alliance, the emperor was able in September to bring the Duke of Cleves into subjection. Open war with France rendered Henry's designs on Scotland more difficult. To secure the aid of Arran, he had made him the most splendid offers, that he should have the Princess Elizabeth as a bride for his son, and that he should himself be King of Scotland beyond the Forth. But Arran could not easily withstand the growing feeling of suspicion against England, and though he ratified the treaty with Henry at Holyrood on August 25, in presence of a number of the nobility, he had, even before that date, resigned the charge of the infant queen and her mother to the cardinal and his friends. He then sought a meeting and reconciliation with the cardinal at Falkirk, where he abjured his Protestant heresies. Immediately afterwards, on September 9, they crowned the child at Stirling as queen. Henry's anger was intense, but the feeling of the Scots against England was still more aggravated by the discovery that some Scotch merchant ships, whose safety ought to have been secured by the treaty, had been arrested at an English port on the plea that they were carrying victuals to France. Henry, moreover, let the 2 months expire within which he should have ratified the treaty, so that the Scots justly felt they had been deluded. Early in October, a French fleet arrived at Dumbarton with money to oppose the designs of England. With it also came a French ambassador, La Brosse, and a papal legate, Cardinal Grimani. But the Earl of Lennox at once intercepted the money, and, to maintain his opposition to Arran, left the party of France and joined that of Henry. In September, while professing peace with Scotland, Henry had meditated a further outrage by an invasion under the Duke of Suffolk, but this was wisely forborne. The Scottish people were already deeply incensed, and the English ambassador, Sir Ralph Sadler, had to leave Edinburgh for his own safety and take refuge in Angus's castle of Tantallon. In December, the Scotch Parliament met, declared the treaties with England no longer binding, and renewed the old league with France. Henry immediately sent a herald to Scotland with a threatening and reproachful message to be read to the estates. It was received by the governor after the Parliament had been dissolved. It apparently helped to bring about a formal agreement which Angus and Lennox made with him on January 13, 1544, and in which the Earls of Cassilis and Glencairn likewise took part, all promising to unite against the old enemy, England. But the same lords presently asked England's aid to support them in their own country, and a treaty was signed at Carlisle on May 17, by Glencairn and by the Bishop of Caithness in behalf of Lennox, binding them to procure Henry's appointment as Protector of Scotland, to put the chief fortresses of the country into his hands, and, if possible, to get possession of the young queen's person and convey her to England. Lennox was then to have the regency of Scotland, and to marry Henry's niece, Margaret Douglas. This marriage actually took place in the following summer, and Darnley was born of it next year. But already, at the beginning of the same month of May, a fleet of 200 sail under John Dudley, Viscount Lisle, had appeared in the Firth of Forth and landed an army under the Earl of Hertford. The Earl first captured Leith, then burned Edinburgh and Leith also, and re-embarked in less than a fortnight, leaving a detachment to return to Berwick by land, which likewise wasted and burned everything on its way. Having thus dealt an effective blow at Scotland, which was followed up in the summer and autumn by continual ravages of the border, with destruction of towns and villages on a scale quite unprecedented, Henry crossed on July 14 to the siege of Boulogne, which was formed before his arrival. It had been agreed, after some disputes, that this time the emperor and the king should operate against the common enemy separately and join their forces at Paris. The siege of Boulogne, which was very protracted, was not quite in accordance with this plan. The emperor advanced into the heart of France, and captured Saint-Dizier after a 6 weeks' siege. But in default of active support from his ally, on September 18 he made a separate peace with Francis at Crepy, and England was left to carry on the war alone. Boulogne had capitulated on September 14. Another siege, that of Montreuil, was abandoned, in which Count Van Buren had been engaged with the Duke of Norfolk. The king crossed again to Dover on the 30th. In October, after the failure of a French attempt to recover Boulogne by surprise, conferences took place at Calais through the mediation of the emperor, but peace could not be established, as the French insisted on the restoration of Boulogne, and the English on a promise to render no further assistance to the Scots. The league between Henry and the emperor had been hollow from the first, nor had it then been easily adjusted, the objects of the allies being entirely different. Henry had foreseen, long before he entered on it, that his Scottish policy would involve a war with France. The emperor desired, if he could not drive the Turks out of Hungary, at least to break up the shameful alliance between them and the French king. The Pope, meanwhile, was urging both the emperor and Francis to peace, so that a general council might meet to put down heresy, that of England most of all. And now that peace was made, the council was appointed to meet at Trent in March 1545. England being thus isolated, her resources were now put to a severe strain. Henry had already, at the beginning of the year 1544, been absolved by Parliament from repayment of the forced loan he had levied 2 years before, and it was not in this year that he began to debase the currency. On May 16, however, he issued a proclamation enhancing gold and silver, that is, raising the rate of the coins to prevent their being exported, for the quality of the English coinage at this date was still high, and it was consequently in much demand in other countries. But before another 12-month had expired, a debased currency was issued, which was afterwards lowered still further. Meanwhile, in June of this year, a loan was obtained from the City of London by the mortgage of some Crown lands, and in January 1545 a new benevolence was demanded for the wars of France and Scotland. For the subjugation of the latter country, Henry had relied chiefly on the aid of the Douglases and of the Scotch heretics, who hated Cardinal Beaton and desired the overthrow of the monasteries and the church. But the Douglases were double dealers, and since Hertford's burning of Edinburgh when the governor released them from confinement to serve against the common enemy, they had shown so much loyalty to their country that they were absolved from attainder by the Scottish Parliament in December. The king on this gave ear to a project of Sir Ralph Evers and Brian Leighton for subduing the domains of the Douglases, together with the whole country south of Forth. In February 1545, accordingly, Evers and Leighton raided the Scotch border in the usual fashion as far as Melrose, where they wrecked the abbey and violated the tombs of the Douglases. Angus and Arran, however, met them at Ancrum Moor near Jedburgh, and, with greatly inferior numbers, routed the English host, taking prisoners the leaders and some hundreds of their followers. The war between France and England still went on, but was attended with little advantage to either side. Marshal de Biez formed the siege of Boulogne in January, but as England commanded the sea, it was ineffectual, and though renewed efforts were made in the summer, they were equally fruitless. The French indeed collected a great fleet under Annebault and entered the Solent, where a squadron drawn up at Portsmouth was unable for some time to attack them for lack of wind. In preparing for action, moreover, the English lost a fine vessel, the Mary Rose, which heeled over by accident and sank before the king's eyes, almost all her crew being drowned. The French, on the other hand, would have attacked the fleet in Portsmouth harbour, but could not approach with safety, and, though they overran part of the Isle of Wight, they were soon driven out. They were then carried eastward off the Sussex coast, which they attacked with little effect, and after an indecisive action in the Channel, ending at nightfall, they retired to their own coast. The siege of Boulogne was then abandoned, and in September Lord Lisle landed in Normandy and burned Tréport, but sickness had broken out in the fleet, and it returned. That same September, the Earl of Hertford invaded the Scotch Marches, took Kelso, Home, Melrose, and Dryburgh, and even outdid previous works of destruction. Between the 8th and the 23rd of the month, he demolished 7 monasteries, 16 castles, towers or piles, 5 market towns, 243 villages, 13 mills, and 3 hospitals. In November, Parliament met, and besides granting the king a new and heavy subsidy, put at his disposal the property of all hospitals, colleges, and chantries to meet the cost of the wars. Oxford and Cambridge took alarm, but received assurances that they should be spared. There were limits, evidently, that even Henry would not exceed. There was also a heresy bill brought forward in the House of Lords, which, after much discussion, was read no less than 5 times, and then passed unanimously. But apparently it was rejected in the Commons, for it did not become law. On Christmas Eve, the king in person prorogued Parliament, and is recorded to have delivered a remarkable speech, in which he referred to the prevalent disputes about religion, and urged more charity and forbearance. In the autumn, there had seemed to be a prospect of peace with France. For peace, the French were anxious if Henry could be induced to give up Boulogne. The emperor offered his services as mediator, but a conference at Brussels led to no result, because, though the whole English council was in favor of the surrender, Henry himself was firmly opposed to it. The emperor was not greatly distressed by the failure, but sought to renew and strengthen his treaty with England, as the unexpected death of the Duke of Orleans at this time upset some arrangements in the Peace of Crépy, and he was determined on keeping Milan to himself. Another set of mediators also offered their services, the German Protestants, who, though quite alienated from Henry for years past by the Act of the 6 Articles and the divorce from Anne of Cleves, were alarmed by the near approach of the General Council summoned to meet at Trent, which did in fact open its first session in December. Anxious to discredit the council, it was important for them to make peace between England and France, and in November they sent deputies to a conference at Calais, which, though continued into the next month, proved as ineffectual as that at Brussels. Direct negotiations, however, took place between English and French commissioners in May 1546, with the result that peace was finally concluded at Camp, between Ardres and Guines on June 7, on conditions severe enough for Francis, binding him to pay all the old pensions due to England and a further sum of 2,000,000 crowns for war expenses at the end of 8 years. Boulogne was to be retained in Henry's hands till all was paid, but some points were left to be adjusted later on, and Henry agreed to the comprehension of the Scots, provided they would be bound by the treaties of 1543. Meanwhile, he had just achieved one great object in Scotland, which he had been clandestinely pursuing for years in order to get a more complete command of the country. This was the murder of Cardinal Beaton. He was aided by factions, political and religious, within the country, for the cardinal had caused one George Wishart to be burned as a heretic in front of his castle at St. Andrews on March 2, and Wishart's friends swore to revenge his death. Early in the morning of May 29, a party of them entered the castle when the drawbridge was down to admit workmen, struck down the porter and threw him into the fosse, then forced the door of the cardinal's chamber, killed him, and hung out his body over the walls. The event caused Angus, Maxwell, and others to renounce the English alliance and strengthen the governor's hands against the insurgents. But the castle of St. Andrews was a strong fortress and could not be starved out, as the English, in whose interest it was really held, had the command of the sea. Towards the close of the year, the persons chiefly implicated in the murder escaped to London, and those within made a capitulation with the besiegers that they would surrender as soon as an absolution came from Rome for the guilty parties. But this was a mere policy to draw off the besieging forces, for England had no intention of losing its hold on St. Andrews. The state of the king's health was now becoming critical, and in the prospect of a minority there was some speculation as to who should have the rule of his successor. By virtue of his birth, Norfolk seemed highly eligible, and it appears that his son, the Earl of Surrey, the poet, not only spoke of this privately, but had a shield painted with an alteration in his coat of arms, suitable only for an heir apparent to the crown, which he kept secret from all but his father and his sister, the Countess of Richmond. The matter, however, became known, and he and his father were both arrested on December 12 and committed to the Tower. Norfolk signed a confession of guilt on January 12, 1547. Next day, Surrey was tried at the Guildhall, and he was executed on the 19th. Against Norfolk, a bill of attainder was passed in Parliament, and only awaited the royal assent, for which a commission was drawn on the 27th, but the king died that night, and the duke was saved. The reign of Henry VIII has left deeper marks on succeeding ages than any other reign in English history. Nothing is more extraordinary than that within less than a century after Fortescue had written in praise of the Constitution and laws of England, a despotism so complete should have been set up in that very country. But it was a despotism really built upon the forms of the Constitution, and due mainly to the remarkable ability of the unscrupulous king himself, who was careful to disturb nothing that did not really stand in his way. The enigma, in fact, becomes quite intelligible when we consider how much weight the Constitution itself allowed to the personal views of a very able sovereign. England was but a country of limited extent, without colonies or even dependencies except Ireland, or any continental possession save Calais. To frame a policy for such a nation required little more than one good diplomatic head, and when that head was the king's, there was not much chance of controlling him. Henry VIII was really a monarch of consummate ability, who, if his course had not been misdirected by passion and selfishness, would have left a name behind him as the very founder of England's greatness. Not only was his judgment strong and clear, but he knew well how to select advisers. To talk of parliamentary control is out of the question. The king called Parliament only when he wanted money, or when he wished despotic measures passed with a semblance of popular sanction. But the forms of parliamentary legislation and control were kept up, and thus, with weaker kings and a more effective popular sentiment, the ancient assembly afterwards proved able to recover all and more than all its former authority. End of section 48. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 49 of The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13, Henry VIII, by James Gairdner, Part 6. The old nobility were the king's natural advisers. The commons could scarcely as yet be called a real power in the state. But the old nobility were reduced in numbers, and were no match for him in intelligence. They were superseded, moreover, in the end, by a new nobility created by himself out of the middle classes. Meanwhile, he took counsel both of noblemen and of commoners just as suited himself, and he soon found out who served him best. Early in the reign, he made large use of churchmen such as Warham, Fox, Wolsey, Pace, and Gairdner, for churchmen were generally men of greater penetration than ordinary lay agents of the crown. A perceptible change took place in this matter when, with Cromwell's aid, he compelled the Church to acknowledge royal supremacy and disown the Pope's authority. The churchmen then promoted were only those who fell in with the new policy, and who, occupied in enforcing it on the clergy, were not capable of much service in framing acts of state or assisting in secular government. For, in truth, this great ecclesiastical revolution was that which completed and consolidated the fabric of Henry's despotism. If among the laity he had neither lord nor commoner who durst withstand him, there were churchmen, like some of the observant friars, who actually spoke out against the public scandal which he was creating by repudiating his lawful wife, and the king felt, truly enough, that if he was to have his way, the voice of the Church must be either silenced or perverted. So the central authority of Christendom was no longer to determine what was right or wrong. In England, the Church must be under royal supremacy. To this decisive breach with Rome, Henry himself was driven with some reluctance, for no king was at first more devoted to the Church or more desirous to stand well in the opinion of his own subjects. Nor could it be said that the Church's yoke was a painful one to mighty potentates like him. But willfulness and obstinacy were very strong features of Henry's character. Whatever he did, he must never appear to retract, and he had so frequently threatened the Pope with the withdrawal of his allegiance in case he would not grant him his divorce, that at last he felt bound to make good what he had threatened. For the first time in history, Europe beheld a great prince deliberately withdraw himself and his subjects from the spiritual domain of Rome, and enforce, by the severest penalties, the repudiation of papal authority. For the first time also, Europe realized how weak the papacy had become when it was proved unable to punish such aggression. Foreign nations were scandalized, but no foreign prince could afford lightly to quarrel with England. Henry was considered an enemy of Christianity much as was the Turk, but the prospect of a crusade against him, though at times it looked fairly probable, always vanished in the end. Foreign princes were too suspicious of each other to act together in this, and Henry himself, by his own wary policy, contrived to ward off the danger. He was anxious to show that the faith of Christendom was maintained as firmly within his kingdom as ever. He made Cranmer a sort of insular pope, and insisted on respect being paid to his decrees, especially in reference to his own numerous marriages and divorces. But beyond the suspension of the canon law and the complete subjugation of the clergy to the civil power, he was not anxious to make vital changes in religion, and both doctrine and ritual remained in his day nearly unaltered. The innovations actually made consisted in little more than the authorization of an English Bible, the publication of some formularies to which little objection could be taken, and, what has not been mentioned above, the first use of an English litany. For though as yet there was no English prayer book, a litany in the common tongue was ordered in 1544, when the king was about to embark for France. The authorized English Bible was undoubtedly a new force in the religious history of England. Wycliffe's Bible had preceded it by more than a century, and there had been earlier translations still. But Wycliffe's attempt to popularize the Scriptures in an English form had been disapproved of by the Church, which considered the clergy as the special custodians and interpreters of Holy Writ, without whose guidance it could too easily be perverted and misconstrued. This was the feeling which inspired the constitution of Archbishop Arundel in 1408, forbidding the use of any translation which had not been approved by the diocesan of the place or by some provincial council. In days when the sacred writings were only multiplied by copyists, translations of particular books of Scripture, or even of the whole, might be episcopally authorized, if good in themselves, as luxuries for private use, without apparent prejudice to the faith. But Wycliffe's version was regarded as a deliberate attempt to vulgarize a literature of peculiar sanctity which required careful exposition by men of learning. The vernacular Bible, however, was prized by many laymen, even in the 15th century, and certainly influenced not a little the religious thought of the period, for in opposition to the special claims of the Church, the Lollards set up a theory that Scripture was the only true authority for any religious observances, and that no special learning was required to interpret it, the true meaning of Holy Writ being always revealed to men of real humility of mind. This was also the idea of Tyndale, who, encouraged by a London merchant, went abroad and printed for importation into England a translation he had made of the New Testament, not from the Latin Vulgate, like Wycliffe's, but from the original Greek text, his aim being, as he said himself, to make a ploughboy know the Scriptures even better than a divine. The invention of printing gave Tyndale's translation an immense advantage over its predecessors. It was smuggled into England and found no lack of purchasers who were obliged to keep it in secrecy. But every effort was used by authority to put it down. Copies were bought up by the bishops in the hope that the whole impression would be suppressed, and there was more than one burning of the books in St. Paul's churchyard. But the effect was only to encourage Tyndale to print off further copies and extend the scope of his labors. For he went on to translate some books of the Old Testament from the Hebrew, and in England, though his New Testament was denounced as erroneous and heretical, no doubt the language in many parts tended to discredit church authority, yet the obvious thought presented itself that the best way to counteract the poison of an erroneous version would be the issue of one that was accurate and scholarly. So, in June 1530, when a royal proclamation was issued for the suppression of Tyndale's and other heretical books, it was intimated that, though translation of the Scriptures was not in itself a necessary thing, yet, if corrupt translations were meanwhile laid aside and the people forsook mischievous opinions, the king intended hereafter to have those writings translated into English, quote, by great, learned, and Catholic persons, end quote. A few years later, Cromwell having become vice-regent in spiritual matters, Miles Coverdale, under his secret patronage, brought out in October 1535 a complete English Bible, not like Tyndale's, translated from the Greek and Hebrew, but, as the title page announced, from the Dutch, meaning the German, and Latin. In fact, an English version of the Vulgate amended by comparison with the German Bible of Luther. This work, however, though dedicated to the king, was not issued by authority, and though Cromwell's injunctions of 1536 required every church to be supplied within a 12-month with a whole Bible, quote, in Latin and also in English, the direction could not have been obeyed. In 1537 appeared Matthew's Bible, which was really made up of Tyndale's version of the New Testament and of the Old Testament as far as the second book of Chronicles, the other books of the Old Testament being supplied from Coverdale with alterations. Its origin would not have pleased the bishops, but the facts were concealed, and, a copy being submitted to Cranmer, he wrote to Cromwell that he thought it should be licensed till the bishops could set forth a better, which he did not expect they would ever do. The king approved. Grafton and Whitchurch, the printers, were allowed to sell it, and its sale was forced upon the clergy by new injunctions from Cromwell in 1538. Another and more luxurious edition, however, was called for, and Grafton went to Paris to see it printed, with Coverdale's aid as corrector, on the best of paper, with the best typographic art of the day. This work was far advanced when it was stopped by the French Inquisition. But Coverdale and Grafton succeeded in conveying away the presses, type, and a company of French compositors by whose aid the work was finished in London in April 1539. That edition was known as the Great Bible. It was issued by the king's authority and Cromwell's, but the clergy were by no means pleased with the translation, which they severely censured in Convocation in 1542, 2 years after Cromwell's death. They appointed committees of the best Hebrew and Greek scholars to revise it, but the king sent a message through Cranmer forbidding them to proceed, as he intended to submit the work to the 2 universities. This was simply a false pretense to stop revision, for a patent was immediately granted to Anthony Marlar, giving to him, instead of Grafton, who was now in disgrace, the sole right of printing the Bible for 4 years. The Great Bible continued to be used in churches, and 6 were set up in St. Paul's Cathedral for general use. These were the principal translations issued in Henry VIII's time, and authority being given for their use, those who maintained the old Pollard theory that the Bible could be safely interpreted without the aid of a priesthood were encouraged in their opposition to the Church. This theory was clearly gaining in strength during the latter part of Henry's reign, and its adherents became still more numerous in that of his son. Men founded their convictions on an infallible book, were confident in their own judgments, and died by hundreds under Mary for beliefs that were only exceptionally held in the beginning of her father's reign. The pure delight in the sacred literature itself inspired many with enthusiasm, and among other results we find the musician Marbek, who knew no Latin, compiling a concordance to the English Bible, and the heroic Anne Askew, when examined for heresy, full of scriptural texts and references in defending herself. These cases, and especially the last, deserve more than a passing mention. Some account has been already given of martyrdoms, both for refusal to acknowledge the royal supremacy and for doctrines of a novel kind. But the results of the severe Act of the 6 Articles have not as yet been touched upon. They were not, in truth, so appalling as might have been expected. The presentments at first were quashed, and new regulations were made about procedure which, with further modifications passed by statute, considerably abated the terrors of the Act. But in 1543, just after the king's marriage with Catherine Parr, 4 men of Windsor were found guilty of heresy, of whom 3 were burned at the castle, and 1 was pardoned. The man pardoned was John Marbek, the celebrated musician just referred to, who possibly owed his escape in part to his musical talents, for he was organist of St. George's Chapel. Yet it does not seem that he had really transgressed the law in anything, and Bishop Wakeman of Hereford, at his examination, said with reference to his concordance, quote, "This man hath been better occupied than a great sort of our priests." End quote. In 1546, the victims of the 6 Articles seem to have been more numerous, and the chief sufferer was a zealous lady separated from her husband, and known by her maiden name of Anne Askew. She and 3 others were tried at the Guildhall for heresy, and confessed opinions about the sacrament, for which they were all condemned to the stake. 2 of her fellows next day, one of them, Shaxton, had been Bishop of Salisbury, yielded to the exhortations of Bishops Bonner and Heath, and were saved on being reconciled to the Church. But Anne was resolute, and would not be persuaded even by the council, before whom she disputed for 2 days, when they evidently wished to save her, answering continually in language borrowed from Scripture. She was committed to Newgate, and afterwards to the Tower, where she was racked some time before she was burnt at Smithfield. Suspicions seem to have been entertained that she was supported in her heresies by some of the ladies about Queen Catherine Parr, and she was tortured to reveal her confederates, but she denied that she had any. The story of her examination and torture, written by her own hand and printed abroad for the English market, certainly added new force to the coming revolution. There was indeed another great change bearing on religion and social life, though not much on doctrine or ritual, the dissolution of the monasteries. Its immediate effect was to produce a vast amount of suffering. It is true that a considerable number of the monks and nuns received pensions, but very many were turned out of the houses which had been their homes, and wandered about in search of means to live. Even at the first suppression, Chapuis was told that, what with monks, nuns, and dependents on monasteries, there must have been 20,000 persons cast adrift, and though this was evidently a vague and probably exaggerated estimate, it indicates at least very widespread wretchedness and discomfort. More permanent results, however, arose out of the prodigious transfer of property, affecting, as it is supposed, about a third of the land of England. It has been doubted whether the monks had been easy landlords, but when the monastic lands were confiscated and sold to a host of greedy courtiers, the change was severely felt. The lands were all let at higher rents, and the newly erected court, "for the augmentation of the crown revenues," did its best to justify its title. Moreover, the purchasers, in order to make the most of their new acquisitions, began to enclose commons where poor tenants had been accustomed to graze their cattle. The tenants sold the beasts which they could not feed, and the cost of living in a few years advanced very seriously. This was one of the main causes of Kett's rebellion in the following reign. Meanwhile, all over the country, men beheld with sadness a host of deserted buildings with ruined walls, where formerly rich and poor used to receive hospitality on their travels, where gentlemen could obtain loans on easy terms or deposit precious documents, as in places more secure than their own homes, where the needy always found relief and shelter, and where spiritual wants were attended to no less than physical. The blank was felt particularly in solitary and mountainous districts, where the monks had assisted travelers, often commercial travelers and baggers of corn, whose services were most useful to the countryside, with men and horses to pursue their journeys in safety. "Also the abbeys," said Aske, "was one of the beauties of this realm to all men and strangers passing through the same. All gentlemen much succoured in their needs with money, their younger sons there succoured, and in nunneries their daughters brought up in virtue, and also their evidences, i.e. title deeds, and money left to the uses of infants in abbeys' hands, always sure there. And such abbeys as were near the danger of sea banks, great maintainers of sea walls and dykes, maintainers and builders of bridges and highways, and such other things for the commonwealth." What arts and industries disappeared or were driven into other channels on the fall of the monasteries is a matter for reflection. Rural labor, of course, still went on where it was necessary for the support of life, but some arts, formerly brought to high perfection in monastic seclusion, were either paralyzed for a time or migrated into the towns. Sculpture, embroidery, clock-making, bell-founding were among these, and it is needless to speak of what literature owes to the transcribers of manuscripts and the composers of monastic chronicles. True, monasticism had long been on the decline before it was swept away. The monastic chronicles were already, one might say, things of the past. But it was in monasteries also that the first printing presses were set up, and the art which superseded that of the transcriber was cherished by the same influence. Finally, the education of the people was largely due to the convent schools, and there is no doubt that it suffered very severely not only from the suppression of the monasteries, but perhaps even more from the confiscation of chantries, which began at the end of the reign, for the chantry priest was often the local schoolmaster. Nor did the boasted educational foundations of Edward VI do much to redress the wrong, for in truth his schools were old schools refounded with poorer endowments. Still more did the higher education of the country suffer, for the monasteries had been in the habit of sending up scholars to the universities, and often maintained some of their own junior members there to complete their education. After the suppression, consequently, university studies went gradually to decay, and few men studied for degrees. In the 6 years from 1542 to 1548, only 191 students were admitted bachelors of arts at Cambridge and only 173 at Oxford. The foundation of Regius professorships at Oxford and Cambridge was a slight compensation. The dispersion of valuable monastic libraries, moreover, was to some extent counteracted by the efforts of Leland, the antiquary, in his tour through England to preserve some of their choicest treasures for the king. Altogether, no such sweeping changes had been known for centuries. As regards the land, some of the results may have been in the end for good. Better husbandry and new modes of farming, no doubt, succeeded in developing more fully the resources of the soil. A check, too, was doubtless placed on indiscriminate charity. But problems were raised which were new in kind. At the beginning of the reign, the chief evils felt were depopulation, vagrancy, and thieves. Economic laws, of course, were not understood, and attempts were made by legislation to prevent husbandmen's dwellings being thrown down by landlords who found it profitable to devote arable land to pasture to increase the growth of wool. The frequent repetition of these acts only shows how ineffective they were in practice, and in the beginning of the 17th century they had become so complicated that Coke rejoiced at their repeal. But the evils of vagrancy and poverty assumed new forms. The precise effect of the fall of the monasteries upon pauperism is not altogether easy to estimate, but the statement of Chapuis removes all doubt that it was the immediate cause of bitter penury. The evidence of the statute book on this point requires careful interpretation, for it was only in a later age that law was invoked to do the duty of charity. Down to the middle of Henry VIII's reign, repeated acts had been passed for the punishment of sturdy beggars and vagabonds. But it gradually came to be perceived that this problem could not be dealt with apart from relief of the deserving poor. In 1536, the same session of Parliament which dissolved the smaller monasteries passed an act for the systematic maintenance of paupers by charitable collections, and in the first year of Edward VI, Parliament for the first time attempted to deal with the two problems together, with penalties of atrocious severity against vagabonds. But severity was futile. The act was speedily repealed, and under Elizabeth a regular system of poor law relief was established. From the beginning of his reign, Henry had been profuse in his expenditure. His tastes were luxurious, and he gratified them to a large extent at the cost of others. He made Wolsey present him with Hampton Court. After the cardinal's fall, he took York Place and called it Whitehall. He purchased from Eaton College the Hospital of St. James, made it into a palace, and laid out St. James Park. He built Nonsuch, and made another large park in the neighbourhood. Before he had been many years king, the enormous wealth left him by his father must have been nearly all dissipated. Yet the subsidies he required from Parliament were very moderate till 1523, when, as we have seen, unprecedented taxation was imposed for the French war, in addition to a forced loan, from repayment of which he was absolved by the legislature in the year of Wolsey's fall. Then, in a few years, followed the pillage of the monasteries, while, throughout the reign, there were numerous attainders involving large confiscations. In addition to this immense booty came further subsidies, a further forced loan for a new war with France, and a new release by Parliament from the duty of repayment. Finally, to relieve an exhausted exchequer, the king was driven to the expedient of debasing the currency. In 1542, a gold coinage was issued of 23 carats fine and 1 carat of alloy, with a silver coinage of 10 ounces pure silver to 2 ounces of alloy. In 1544, the gold was still 23 carats fine, but the silver was only 9 ounces to 3 ounces of alloy. In 1545, the gold was 22 carats, and the silver 6 ounces to 6 ounces of alloy. In 1546, the gold was only 20 carats, and the silver 4 ounces to 8 ounces of alloy. This rapid deterioration of the money, though it brought a profit to the king in the last year of £5 2 shillings in the coinage of every pound weight of gold, and of £4 4 shillings on every pound weight of silver, produced, of course, the most serious consequences to the public. Apart from this, no doubt, prices must soon have been affected by the quantity of silver and gold poured into Europe from Mexican and Peruvian mines. But the great issue of base money in this and the following reign produced a complete derangement of commerce and untold inconvenience, not only by the sudden alteration of values, but by the want of confidence which it everywhere inspired. Not till the reign of Queen Elizabeth could a remedy be effectually applied to so great an evil. The king's high-handed proceedings, alike as regards the church, the monasteries, and the coinage, lowered the moral tone of the whole community. Men lost faith in their religion. Greedy courtiers sprang up eager for grants of abbey lands. A new nobility was raised out of the money-getting middle classes, and a host of placemen enriched themselves by continual peculation. Covetousness and fraud reigned in the highest places. Yet, "there is some soul of goodness in things evil," and the same policy that under Henry VIII destroyed the autonomy of the Church and suppressed the monasteries, made him seek not only to unify his kingdom, but to bring together the British Islands under one single rule. England itself, no doubt, was a united country at his accession, but its cohesion was not perfect. Wales and the North Country beyond Trent each required somewhat special government, and Ireland, of course, was a problem by itself. Yet no serious perplexities had grown up when, in 1525, the king sent his bastard son, the Duke of Richmond, into Yorkshire, with a council to govern the north, and his daughter Mary, with another council, to hold a court on the borders of Wales for the settlement of disputes in that country, without reference to the courts at Westminster. This arrangement was soon set aside when Mary's legitimacy was questioned, and the disaffection of Rice ap Griffith, whose father and grandfather had governed Wales for Henry VII, was undoubtedly connected with the divorce question. A little later, a new council for the Marches was set up under Roland Lee, whom the king appointed Bishop of Coventry and Lichfield, and by several successive acts of Parliament, Wales itself was divided into shires, and the administration of justice in the principality assimilated to that which prevailed in England, only with a great sessions held twice a year in every county instead of quarterly assizes. The admission of 27 members for Welsh constituencies to the English Parliament completed the union of the principality with the kingdom. Of a similar tendency was an act of the king's 27th year, by which the old prerogatives of counties palatine were abolished, and the sole power of appointing justices or pardoning offences over the whole kingdom restored to the crown. Of the beneficial results of these changes it is impossible to doubt, especially in Wales, where gentlemen thieves had been a good deal too influential. The north of England was less easily coerced, and after the severe measures taken by Norfolk to put down the rebellion, a new Council of the North was established, first under Bishop Tunstall of Durham, afterwards under Bishop Holgate of Llandaff. This council, which, like that of Wales, was abolished by the Long Parliament in 1641, was undoubtedly without parliamentary authority. It acted merely by the deputed authority of the Crown. Yet its acts could scarcely have been felt as extremely tyrannical after the submission of the whole country in 1537, renewed to the king himself when he went thither in 1541. In Ireland, the king's policy was, after many years, wonderfully successful. Early in the reign he had allowed the Earl of Kildare, as Lord Deputy, to manage everything, to treat his own enemies as the king's, and appropriate their confiscated lands. This, however, could not last, and in 1520 the Earl of Surrey was sent over as deputy, who, with the aid of Sir Piers Butler, set about reducing the land to subjection. He made a good beginning, and handed over the work to Sir Piers. But the feud between the Geraldines and the Butlers made government impossible. Kildare was restored for a time, but, as we have seen, had to be recalled, whereupon his son, becoming the Pope's champion, almost wrested for a time the whole government of Ireland from the king. But before many years the Geraldines were completely crushed, and young Kildare and his 5 uncles were hanged at Tyburn. Lord Leonard Grey's government, however, was complained of. He was recalled and sent to the block. It was under his successor, St. Leger, that real progress was at last made. Without attempting distant expeditions, he endeavoured, first of all, to make the Pale secure, and by induced the Irish chieftains to submit, accepting titles from the king, and renouncing the Pope's spiritual authority. The triumph was completed by the passing of acts, both in the Irish and in the English Parliament, by which the king's style was altered to King instead of Lord of Ireland. The new style was proclaimed in England on January 23, 1542. When Irish chieftains sat in a Dublin parliament as earls and barons, with the quondam head of the Irish Knights of St. John as Viscount Clontarf, a great step had evidently been taken towards conciliation. In 1542 it was announced that Ireland was actually at peace, and although this state of matters did not continue, the end of the reign was comparatively untroubled. Thus Henry, notwithstanding his defiance of the Pope, was wonderfully successful in making himself secure at home. Abroad he had warded off the danger of any attempt at invasion to enforce the papal excommunication by continually fomenting the mutual jealousies of the 2 leading princes on the continent. The time came, however, when, neutrality being no longer possible, he prepared to throw in his lot with the emperor against France, and it was in view of a war with France, as we have seen, that he attempted, just when Ireland had been pacified, to get Scotland completely under his power, a task which proved too much both for him and for his successor. Naturally, the navy and the defence of the coast occupied much of this king's attention. From the earliest years of his reign, indeed, Henry took much interest in his ships. Trinity House owes its origin to a guild founded by royal licence at Deptford Strand before he had been 4 years upon the throne. Earlier still, when the Regent was burned in 1512, he immediately set about the building of the Great Harry, on board of which he received a grand array of ambassadors and bishops when it was dedicated in June 1514. She was the largest vessel then afloat, and her sailing qualities were no less admirable than her bulk. In 1522, Admiral Fitzwilliam reported that she outsailed all the ships of the fleet except the unfortunate Mary Rose. The Royal Navy consisted commonly of about 30 or 40 sail, but it could always be augmented from merchant ships, or ships which were private property. Though it was reported by Marillac in 1540 that there were only 7 or 8 vessels besides the king's, which were of more than 400 or 500 tons burden. Henry's solicitude about his ships was further shown on the sinking of the Mary Rose before his eyes in 1545. Next year, for the first time, a navy board was established. The importance of the command of the sea was shown in 2 instances at the end of the reign, when the French besieged the English in Boulogne, and when the Scotch government attempted to besiege Henry's friends, the murderers of Cardinal Beaton in St. Andrews. The hold which Henry thus had, both on France and Scotland, was important for his own protection, and the foundation of England's greatness as a world power may be traced to a tyrant's strenuous efforts to defend his own position. Of less permanent importance in this way were the numerous fortifications he raised upon the coast. He built Sandgate Castle in Kent, Camber Castle near Rye, and fortifications at Cowes, Calshot, and Hurst upon the Solent, and a number of other places besides. As to his army, for the most part he was not very well served. The policy of his father had been to prohibit by law the large retinues formerly maintained by the nobles to prevent the renewal of civil war. The result was that, when troops were needed for active service abroad, the nobles had no personal following, but, being each bound by indenture to bring so many soldiers into the field, hired men for the occasion at specific wages. In consequence, they were raw and ill-disciplined, and their extraordinary revolt under Dorset in Spain in 1512 was almost paralleled in 1523, when Suffolk, partly by the weather and partly by the insubordination of his followers, was compelled to disband his army and return to Calais. After that date, there was no great fighting for nearly 20 years, when the king again became involved both with France and with Scotland. In this French war, he supplemented his own forces by engaging German mercenaries, who demanded exorbitant pay and cheated him besides. He also detained in England, with the emperor's leave, 2 Spanish noblemen of great distinction, and took a number of their countrymen into his service, who were delighted with his liberality. The increase of English influence abroad during this reign was, in fact, due rather to the personal qualities of the king and to the skilful use which he made of European complications, than to the number or excellence of the troops at his command. End of Section 49. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 50 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 2, The Reformation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tad Davis. Chapter 14. The Reformation under Edward VI. By A. F. Pollard, M.A. Part 1. "Woe unto thee, O land," said the preacher, "when thy king is a child." The truth of his words did not recommend them to the Parliament of Edward VI, and when Dr. John Story quoted them in his protest against the First Act of Uniformity, he was sent to expiate his boldness in the Tower. Yet he had all the precedents in English history on his side. Disaster and civil strife had attended the nonage of Henry III and Edward III, of Richard II and Henry VI, and the evils inseparable from the rule of a child had culminated in the murder of Edward V. When in 1547 a sixth Edward ascended the throne, the signs were few of a break in the uniform ill fortune of royal minorities. Abroad, Paul III was scheming to recover the allegiance of the schismatic realm. The Emperor was slowly crushing England's natural allies in Germany. France was watching her opportunity to seize Boulogne. and England herself was committed to a hazardous design on Scotland. At home there was a religious revolution half accomplished and a social revolution in ferment. Evicted tenants and ejected monks infested the land, centers of disorder and raw material for revolt. The treasury was empty, the kingdom in debt, the coinage debased. In face of the old nobility of blood stood a new peerage raised on the ruins and debauched by the spoils of the church, and created to be docile tools in the work of revolution. The royal authority, having undermined every other support of the political fabric, now passed to a council torn by rival ambitions and conflicting creeds, robbed of royal prestige, and unbridled by the heavy hand that had taught it to serve, but not to direct. Henry VIII died at Whitehall in the early morning of Friday, January 28, 1547. Through the night, his brother-in-law, the Earl of Hertford, and his secretary, Sir William Paget, had discussed in the gallery of the palace arrangements for the coming reign. Hertford then started to bring his nephew, the young king, from Hatfield, while Henry's death remained a secret. It was announced to Parliament, and Edward was proclaimed early on the following Monday morning. In the afternoon he arrived in London, and an hour or so later the council met in the Tower. Its composition had been determined on St. Stephen's Day 5 weeks before, when Henry, acting on an authority specially granted him by Parliament, had drawn up a will, the genuineness of which was not disputed until the possibility of a Stuart succession drew attention to the obstacles it placed in their way to the throne. But the arrangements made in the will for the regency destroyed the balance of parties existing in Henry's later years. Norfolk had been sent to the Tower, and from the 16 executors who were to constitute Edward's Privy Council, Bishops Gairdner and Thirlby were expressly excluded. To the 11 who had previously been of Henry's council, 5 were added. 2 were the Chief Justices Montague and Bromley, but the other 3, Denny, Herbert, and North, were all inclined towards religious change. Besides the 16 executors, Henry nominated 12 assistants, who were only to be called in when the others thought fit. Unless, in defiance of the testimony of those present when Henry drew up his will, that selection is to be regarded as due to the intrigues of the Reformers, it would seem that Henry deliberately sought to smooth the way for the Reformation by handing over the government to a council committed to its principles. Not half a dozen of its members could be trusted to offer the least resistance to religious change, and when the council assembled in the Tower on that Monday afternoon, it only met to register a foregone conclusion. Henry had been given no authority to nominate a protector, but such a step was in accord with precedent and with general expectation, and one at least of the few conservatives on the council thought that the appointment of Hertford to the protectorate afforded the best guarantee for the good government and security of the realm. He was uncle to the king, a successful general, and a popular favorite, and though his peerage was but 10 years old, it was older than any other that the council could boast. He was to act only on the advice of his co-executors, but there was apparently no opposition to his appointment as protector of the realm and governor of the king's person. On the following day, the young king and the peers gave their assent. 5 days later, Paget produced a list of promotions in the peerage which he and Henry had intended to make. Hertford became Duke of Somerset, and Lord High Treasurer and Earl Marshal in succession to Norfolk. Lisle became Earl of Warwick, and Risley, Earl of Southampton. Essex was made Marquis of Northampton, and baronies were conferred on Sir Thomas Seymour, Rich, and Sheffield. Half of Henry's alleged intentions were not fulfilled, a strong argument in favor of their genuineness. Russell and St. John had to wait for their promised earldoms, and 7 others for their baronies, nor would Paget have then selected Risley for promotion. For scarcely was Edward crowned, February 20th, and Henry buried when the Lord Chancellor fell from power. He had been peculiarly identified with the reactionary policy of Henry's later years, and his ambition and ability inspired his colleagues with a distrust, which increased when it was found that, in order to devote more time to politics, he had, without obtaining a warrant from the council, issued a commission for the transaction of chancery business during his absence. A complaint was at once lodged by the common lawyers, ever jealous of the Chancery side, and the judges unanimously declared that Southampton had forfeited the chancellorship. A more important change ensued. Doubts of the validity of a dead king's commission had already led the chancellor to seek reappointment at the hands of his living sovereign, and the rest of the council now followed suit. On March 13th, Edward VI nominated a new council of 26. It consisted of the 16 executors, except Somerset and Southampton, and the 12 assistants named by Henry VIII, but they now held office not in virtue of their appointment by Henry's will, but of their commission from the boy king. At the same time, the Protector received a fresh commission. He was no longer bound to act by the advice of his colleagues. He was empowered to summon such councillors as he thought convenient, and to add to their numbers at will. No longer the first among equals, he became king in everything but name and prestige, and the attempt of Henry VIII to regulate the government after his death had, like that of every king before him, completely broken down. Few rulers of England have been more remarkable than a Protector into whose hands thus passed the despotic power of the Tudors. Many have been more successful, many more skilled in the arts of government, but it is doubtful whether any have seen further into the future, or have been more strongly possessed of ideas which they have been unable to carry out. He was born before his time, a seer of visions and a dreamer of dreams. He dreamt of the union of England and Scotland, each retaining its local autonomy, as one empire of Great Britain. Having the sea for a wall, mutual love for a defense, and no need in peace to be ashamed or in war to be afraid of any worldly power. Running himself the universal race for wealth, he yet held it to be his special office and duty to hear poor men's complaints, to redress their wrongs, and to relieve their oppression. He strove to stay the economic revolution which was accumulating vast estates in the hands of the few and turning the many into landless laborers or homeless vagrants. But his only success was an Act of Parliament whereby he gave his tenants legal security against eviction by himself. Bred in an arbitrary court and entrusted with despotic power, he cast aside the weapons wherewith the Tudors worked their will and sought to govern on a basis of civil liberty and religious toleration. He abstained from interference in elections to Parliament or in its freedom of debate, and from all attempts to pack or intimidate juries. He believed that the strength of a king lay not in the severity of his laws or the rigor of his penalties, but in the affections of his people, and not one instance of death or torture for religion stains the brief and troubled annals of his rule. The absolutism which came in with the new monarchy and was perfected by Cromwell was relaxed, and the first Parliament summoned by the Protector on November 4, 1547, effected a complete revolution in the spirit of the laws. Nearly all the treasons created since 1352 were swept away, and many of the felonies. It was indeed still treason to deny the royal supremacy by writing, printing, overt deed, or act, but it was no longer treason to do so by open preaching, express words, or sayings. Benefit of clergy and right of sanctuary were restored. Wives of attainted persons were permitted to recover their dower. Accusations of treason were to be preferred within 30 days of the offense. No one was to be condemned unless he confessed or was accused by 2 sufficient and lawful witnesses, and proclamations were no longer to have the force of law. The heresy laws, the Act of 6 Articles, all the prohibitions against printing the Scriptures in English, against reading, preaching, teaching, or expounding the Scriptures, and all and every other act or acts of Parliament concerning doctrine or matters of religion, were erased from the statute book. The main result of this newfound liberty was to give fresh impetus to the Reformation in England. The Act of 6 Articles, with all its ferocious penalties, had failed to cure diversities of opinion, and the controversies of which Henry complained to his Parliament in 1545 now broke out with redoubled fury. Among a people unused to freedom and inflamed by religious passions, liberty naturally degenerated into license. The tongues of the divines were loosed, and they filled the land with a babel of voices. Each did what was right in his own eyes, and every parish church became the scene of religious experiment. Exiles from abroad flocked to partake in the work and to propagate the doctrines they had imbibed at their respective Meccas. Some came from Lutheran cities in Germany, some from Geneva, and some from Zwinglian Zurich. In their path followed a host of foreign divines, some invited by Cranmer to form a sort of ecumenical council for the purification of the Anglican Church, some fleeing from the wrath of Charles V or from the perils of civil war. From Strasbourg came in 1547 Pietro Martiri Vermigli, better known as Peter Martyr, a native of Florence and an ex-Augustinian, and Emmanuel Tremellius the Hebraist, a Jew of Ferrara, and from Augsburg came Bernardino Ochino, a native of Siena, once a Franciscan, and then a Capuchin. In 1548, John Alasko, or Lasky, a Polish noble, and his disciple Charles Utenhove, a native of Ghent, followed from Emden, and in 1549 Martin Bucer and Paul Fagius fled hither from Strasbourg. Jean Veron, a Frenchman from Sens, had been in England 11 years, but celebrated the era of liberty by publishing in 1547 a violent attack on the Mass. Most of these were Zwinglians, and even among the Lutherans many soon inclined towards the doctrine of the Swiss Reformers. Of the humbler immigrants who came to teach or to trade, not a few were Anabaptists, Socinians, and heretics of every hue, and England became, in the words of one horrified politician, the harbor for all infidelity. The clamor raised by the advent of this foreign legion has somewhat obscured the comparative insignificance of its influence on the development of the English Church. The Continental Reformers came too late to effect the moderate changes introduced during Somerset's protectorate, and even the Second Prayer Book of Edward VI owed less to their persuasions than has often been supposed. England never became Lutheran, Zwinglian, or Calvinistic, and she would have resented dictation from Wittenberg, Zurich, or Geneva as keenly as she did from Rome, had the authority of Luther, Zwingli, or Calvin ever attained the proportions of that of the Roman pontiff. Each indeed had his adherents in England, but their influence was never more than sectional, and failed to turn the course of the English Reformation into any foreign channel. Insofar as the English Reformers sought spiritual inspiration from other than primitive sources, there can be no doubt that, difficult as it would be to adduce documentary evidence for the statement, they consciously or unconsciously derived this inspiration from Wycliffe. Like them, he appealed to the state to remedy abuses in the church, attacked ecclesiastical endowments, and gradually receded from the Catholic doctrine of the Mass. The Reformation in England was divergent in origin, method, and aim from all the phases of the movement abroad. It left the English Church without a counterpart in Europe. So insular in character that no subsequent attempt at union with any foreign church has ever come within measurable distance of success. It was, in its main aspect, practical and not doctrinal. It concerned itself less with dogma than with conduct, and its favorite author was Erasmus, not because he preached any distinctive theology, but because he lashed the evil practices of the Church. Englishmen are little subject to the bondage of logic or abstract ideas, and they began their Reformation not with the enunciation of any new truth, but with an attack upon the clerical exaction of excessive probate dues. No dogma played in England the part that predestination or justification by faith played in Europe. There arose a master of prophetic invective in Latimer and a master of liturgies in Cranmer, but no one meet to be compared with the great religious thinkers of the world. Hence the influence of English reformers on foreign churches was even less than that of foreign divines in England. Anglicans never sought to proselytize other Christian churches, nor England to wage other than defensive wars of religion. In Ireland and Scotland, which appear to afford exceptions, the religious motive was always subordinate to a political end. The Reformation in England was mainly a domestic affair, a national protest against national grievances, rather than part of a cosmopolitan movement towards doctrinal change. It originated in political exigencies, local and not universal in import, and was the work of kings and statesmen, whose minds were absorbed in national problems rather than of divines whose faces were set towards the purification of the universal church. It was an ecclesiastical counterpart of the growth of nationalities at the expense of the medieval ideal of the unity of the civilized world. Its effect was to make the Church in England the Church of England, a national church recognizing as its head the English king, using in its services the English tongue, limited in its jurisdiction to the English courts, and fenced about with the uniformity imposed by the English legislature. This nationalization of the Church had one other effect. It brought to a sudden end the medieval struggle between Church and State. The Church had only been enabled to wage that conflict on equal terms by the support it received as an integral part of the visible Church on earth, and when that support was withdrawn, it sank at once into a position of dependence upon the State. From the time of the submission of the clergy to Henry VIII, there has been no instance of the English Church successfully challenging the supreme authority of the State. It was mainly on these lines laid down by Henry VIII that the Reformation continued under Edward VI. The papal jurisdiction was no more. The use of English had been partially introduced into the services of the Church. The Scriptures had been translated. Steps had been taken in the direction of uniformity, doctrinal and liturgical, and something had been done to remove medieval accretions, such as the worship of images, and to restore religion to what reformers considered its primitive purity. That Henry intended his so-called settlement to be final is an assumption at variance with some of the evidence, for he had entrusted his son's education exclusively to men of the new learning. He had given the same party an overwhelming preponderance in the Council of Regency, and according to Cranmer, he was bent in the last few months of his life upon a scheme for pulling down roods, suppressing the ringing of bells, and turning the Mass into a communion. Cranmer himself had for some years been engaged upon a reform of the church services, which developed into the first Book of Common Prayer, and the real break in religious policy came not at the accession of Edward VI, but after the fall of Somerset and the expulsion of the Catholics from the council. The statute procured by Henry VIII from Parliament, which enabled his son on coming of age to annul all acts passed during his minority, was probably due to an overweening sense of the importance of the kingly office. But although it was repealed in Edward's first year, it inevitably strengthened the natural doubts of the competence of the council to exercise an ecclesiastical supremacy vested in the king. No government, however, could afford to countenance such a suicidal theory, and the council had constitutional right on its side when it insisted that the authority of the king, whether in ecclesiastical or civil matters, was the same, whatever his age might be, and refused to consider the minority as a bar to further prosecution of the Reformation. No doubt they were led in the same direction, some by conviction and some by the desire, as Sir William Peter expressed it, to fish again in the tempestuous seas of this world for gain and wicked mammon. But there was also popular pressure behind them. Zeal and energy, if not numbers, were on the side of religious change, and the council found it necessary to restrain rather than stimulate the ardor of the reformers. One of its first acts was to bind over the wardens and curate of St. Martin's, Ironmonger Lane, to restore images which they had, contrary to the king's doctrine and order, removed from their church. 6 months later, the council was only prevented from directing a general replacement of images illegally destroyed by a fear of the controversy such a step would arouse, and it had no hesitation in punishing the destroyers. In November 1547, it sought by proclamation to stay the rough treatment which priests suffered at the hands of London serving-men and apprentices, and sent round commissioners to take an inventory of church goods in order to prevent the extensive embezzlement practiced by local magnates. Early in the following year, proclamations were issued denouncing unauthorized innovations, silencing preachers who urged them, and prohibiting flesh-eating in Lent. In April 1548, the ecclesiastical authorities were straitly charged to take legal proceedings against those who, encouraged by the lax views prevalent on marriage, were guilty of such insolent and unlawful acts as putting away one wife and marrying another. The Marquis of Northampton was himself summoned before the council and summarily ordered to separate from the lady he called his second wife. Similarly, the first statute of the reign was directed not against the Catholics, but against reckless reformers. It sought to restrain all who impugned or spoke unreverently of the sacrament of the altar. The right of the clergy to tithe was reaffirmed, and the canon law as to pre-contracts and sanctuary, abolished by Henry VIII, was restored. It was no wonder that the clergy thought the moment opportune for the recovery of their position as an estate of the realm, and petitioned that ecclesiastical laws should be submitted to their approval, or that they should be readmitted to their lost representation in the House of Commons. These measures illustrate alike the practical conservatism of Somerset's government and the impracticability of the theoretical toleration to which he inclined. His dislike of coercion occasionally got the better of his regard for his own proclamations, as when he released Thomas Hancock from his sureties taken for unlicensed preaching. But he soon realized that the government could not abdicate its ecclesiastical functions, least of all in the early days of the royal supremacy, when the bishops and Cranmer especially looked to the state for guidance. Personally, he leaned to the new learning, and like most Englishmen, he was Erastian in his view of the relations between church and state, and somewhat prejudiced against sacerdotalism. Yet, in spite of the fact that after his death he was regarded as a martyr by the French Reformed Church, he cannot any more than the English Reformation be labeled Lutheran, Zwinglian, or Calvinist. And when he found it incumbent upon him to take some line in ecclesiastical politics, he chose one of comparative moderation, and probably the line of least resistance. The royal supremacy was perhaps somewhat nakedly asserted when, at the commencement of the reign, bishops renewed their commission to exercise spiritual jurisdiction, and when in the first session of Parliament the form of episcopal election was exchanged for direct nomination by royal letters patent. But the former practice had been enforced, and the latter suggested, in the reign of Henry VIII, and Somerset secured a great deal more episcopal cooperation than did either Northumberland or Elizabeth. Convocation demanded, unanimously in one case and by a large majority in the other, the administration of the sacrament in both kinds, and liberty for the clergy to marry, and a majority of the bishops in the House of Lords voted for all the ecclesiastical bills passed during his protectorate. Only Gairdner and Bonner offered any resistance to the visitation of 1547, and it must be concluded either that Somerset's religious changes accorded with the preponderant clerical opinion, or that clerical subservience surpassed the compliance of laymen. The responsibility for these changes cannot be apportioned with any exactness. Probably Gairdner was not far from the mark when he implied that Cranmer and not the Protector was the innovating spirit, and the comparative caution with which the reformers at first proceeded was as much due to Somerset's restraining influence as the violence of their later course was to the simulated zeal of Warwick. Cranmer's influence with the council was greater than it had been with Henry VIII. To him it was left to work out the details of the movement, and the first step taken in the new reign was the Archbishop's issue of the Book of Homilies, for which he had failed to obtain the sanction of king and convocation 5 years before. Their main features were a comparative neglect of the sacraments and the exclusion of charity as a means of salvation. Gairdner attacked the book on these grounds, and possibly out of deference to his protest, the saving power of charity was affirmed in the council's injunctions to the royal visitors a few months later. The homilies were followed by Nicholas Udall's edition of the Paraphrase of Erasmus that had been prepared under Henry VIII and was now intended, partly, no doubt, as a solvent of old ideas, but partly as a corrective of the extreme Protestant versions of Tyndall and Coverdale, which, now that Henry's prohibition was relaxed, recovered their vogue. The substitution of English for Latin in the services of the Church was gradually carried out in the Chapel Royal as an example to the rest of the kingdom. Compline was sung in English on Easter Monday, 1547. The sermon was preached and the Te Deum sung in English on September 18th to celebrate Pinky, and at the opening of Parliament on November 4th, the Gloria in Excelsis, the Creed, and the Agnus were all sung in English. Simultaneously, Sternhold, a gentleman of the court, was composing his metrical version of the Psalms in English, which was designed to supplant the lewd ballads of the people and, in fact, eventually made psalm singing a characteristic of advanced ecclesiastical reformers. The general visitation in the summer and autumn of 1547 was mainly concerned with reforming practical abuses, with attempts to compel the wider use of English in services, the removal of images that were abused, and a full recognition of the supremacy of the boy king. In November and December, Convocation recommended the administration of the sacrament in both kinds and liberty for priests to marry, but the latter change did not receive parliamentary sanction until the following year. The bill against unreverent speaking of the sacrament was by skillful parliamentary strategy, which seems to have been due to Somerset, combined with one for its administration in both kinds, the motive being obviously to induce Catholics to vote for it for the sake of the first part, and reformers for the sake of the second. The Chantry's Bill was in the main a renewal of the Act of 1545, but its object was now declared to be the endowment of education and not the defense of the realm. And the reason alleged for suppression was the encouragement that chantries gave to superstition and not their appropriation by private persons. Such opposition as this bill encountered was due less to theological objections than to the reluctance of corporations to surrender any part of their revenues, and Gairdner subsequently expressed his concurrence in the measure. Its effect on guilds was to convert such of their revenues as had previously been devoted to obits and masses into a rent paid to the crown, but a bill which was introduced a year later and passed the House of Commons to carry out the intentions of founding schools alleged in the Chantries Act disappeared after its first reading in the House of Lords on February 18, 1549. Immediately after the prorogation in January 1548, questions were addressed to the bishops as to the best form of communion service. The answers varied, some being in favor of the exclusive use of English, some of the exclusive use of Latin. The form actually adopted approaches most nearly to Tunstall's recommendation, a compromise whereby Latin was retained for the essential part of the Mass, while certain prayers in English were adopted. This new order for communion was issued in March 1548, a proclamation ordering its use after Easter was prefixed, and in a rubric all varying of any rite or ceremony in the Mass was forbidden. A more decided innovation was made in February, when by proclamation the Council ordered the removal of all images, under the impression that this drastic measure would cause less disturbance than the widespread contentions as to whether the images were abused or not. Ashes and palms and candles on Candlemas Day had been forbidden in January, and soon afterwards a proclamation was issued against the practice of creeping to the cross on Good Friday and the use of holy bread and holy water. These prohibitions had been contemplated under Henry VIII. They met with guarded approval from Gairdner, and they were comparatively slight concessions to the reformers in a proclamation, the main purpose of which was to check unauthorized innovations. The council also sought to remove a fruitful cause of tumult by forbidding the clergy to preach outside their own cures without a special license. How far this bore hardly on the Catholics depends upon the proportion of Catholics to reformers among the beneficed clergy, but it is fairly obvious that it was directed against the two extremes, the ejected monks on the one hand and the itinerant hot gospelers on the other. These measures were temporary expedients designed to preserve some sort of quiet, pending the production of the one uniform and godly order of service towards which the Church had been moving ever since the break with Rome. The assertion of the national character of the English Church necessarily involved an attempt at uniformity in its services. The legislation of 1547 seemed to imply unlimited religious liberty and to leave the settlement of religious controversy to public discussion, but it was not possible to carry out a reformation solely by means of discussion. Local option 2 was alien to the centralizing government of the Tudors, and unchecked might well have precipitated a 30 Years' War in England. Uniformity, however, was not the end which the government had in view, so much as the means to ensure peace and quietness. Somerset was less anxious to obliterate the liturgical variations between one parish and another than to check the contention between Catholics and Reformers, which made every parish the scene of disorder and strife, and the only way he perceived of effecting this object was to draw up one uniform order, a compromise and a standard which all might be persuaded or compelled to observe. Nor was the idea of uniformity a novel one. There were various uses in medieval England, those of York, Hereford, Lincoln, and Sarum, but the divergence between these forms of service was slight, and before the Reformation, the Sarum use seems to have prevailed over the greater part of the kingdom. End of section 50. Recording by Tad Davis.